2 months. Let's go.
Capitalism!
mind me. I'm just keeping you cutie pies on your toes. Welcome, welcome, cutie pies. Hi. I have missed too much. Yes. Give me pass, give me pass, give me pass. Ooh. Thank you, 5. Wait, oh. No, fuck. I thought I had it. I thought I had it. I did not, in fact, have it.
I'm glad that I've been able to support Tao the pretty lady for this long and will continue to do so for as long as possible.
Aw, thank you so much, Fabulous Frost. Bye! I super appreciate it, darling. That's so incredibly generous of you, darling. I can't believe it's been 14 months. Thank you so much for such kind words, and you're always amazing and incredible support. It means the entire world. Thank you so very much, darling, for your generosity, kindness, support, dedication. Thank you, thank you. Also, I would love to say a very, very, very excited thank you to the absolutely astoundingly awesome Umbra for 2 whole months. I can't believe it. I actually can't believe it's been only 2 months. I feel like you've been here forever. I think you've been here as long as Vash has. You've been here in spirit. You just didn't know yet. Thank you so very much, lovely Umbra, for 2 months. I can't believe it. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you, Cody. Thank you so very much, darlings. Also, let me know if I'm peaking at all. I've messed with my gain a little bit. And I would love to know if I'm peaking or anything like that, because that would be very annoying for you, and my goal is to not being annoying for you. Also, amazing Umber, thank you so much for the 20 stream streak. Truly outstanding and fucking incredible on the same exact day as your 2-month anniversary of subbies. Oh my god! That's awesome! Thank you so much, lovely Umbra! Thank you, darling. Actually, I think that means that you... 2 months of subby, 20 stream streak. I think that means that you haven't missed one since you've been here. Is that right? Also, amazing Aussie out here with the 275. Sorry, 5 stream streak. That is insane. Thank you ever so much, amazing Aussie. I really do appreciate it, darling. Truly incredible. Thank you for such an amazing, amazing run. And keep it going. Keep it going. I really do appreciate it. Also, Valiant Vash, thank you for my Widow Pow hat. Thank you, Cutie Pie, and Swedish shout out. Thank you for the pal attack. Awesome Aussie, thank you for the pal attack. Thank you for the head pat. Lovely Lupit. Thank you, darling. And thank you for the pal attack, lovely Lith. Terrific talent. Thank you so very much. Cutie Curse, thank you so very much for the care package. Ow. Yummy. Lovely Lith, my darling. Thank you so much for the 10 kill streak. I mean, stream streak. Yeah, stream streak. Not kill streak. No. Stream streak. Thank you for the 10 stream streak, darling. I really do appreciate it. Mayhem, unbeatable, incredible. Exactly. Thank you so much, lovely Liv. I really do appreciate it. Let me scroll up and say hello to everybody as well. We got Swedish Strat in the chat. Hi, lovely Strat. Welcome on in. How are you, my darling? It is so incredibly good to see you. Fabulous Frostbite. How are you, gorgeous? It's so good to see you as well. Welcome on in. Lovely Lith. Welcome. Awesome Aussie. Welcome. Excellent Eon. Hi. I love greetings, Tawians. An alternative name for the pouch bells. How are you? Excellent Eon. I don't know why I'm so hot. I'm not sure either, Jed. It's supposed to be cold where you are, right? Open a window, you'll feel much better. Precious Proof, thank you so much for contributing to the Discord Community Game Night Challenge, darling. Amazing. Umbrella, you haven't missed a single stream yet. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That is so kind of you, darling. I really do. I really appreciate the fact that you have enjoyed the content enough that despite the insane time zone differences, you have made it into every single stream for at least a bit. Thank you so much. Tao's peeking at chat changing behind the privacy curtain. No, I would never look without consent. That's the word I'm looking for. Mike seems all right so far. Okay, great. Awesome. Let me see here. Oh, lovely little bit. Uppies for you, little bit. Yee. Good little bit. Amazing Umbra also gets uppies. Yee. Good Umbra. Awesome Aussie. More uppies. Ah, yes. Good Aussie. Let me see here. Hey there, cutie two. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you, darling. I love those emotes. Those heart emotes are super cute. Sweetest Storm. How are you? It's very good to see you, darling. Welcome on in. How are my Australians' Saturdays going? How are they? For my Americans and people who it's still Friday for, how's your week finishing up? Beautiful Bubbling, welcome on in. How am I? I'm great. I get to spend it with you. I'm so excited to spend some Saturday with you. I love getting to do these streams with you guys. It's so much fun. Lovely laugh. Obvious. Oh, speaking of, we actually have quite a few people here who actually don't know what we typically do on our community game night streams. So we will go over that once I catch up. That way we can encompass as many people as possible, because I think there will probably be a couple more people who come in between now and like 10 minutes from now when I finish catching up. But yes, don't worry, stand by. I will go over some of the stuff that we will do. Or the options that you have. This is the type of stream where I let you guys run it. I give you like an option of like 6 or 7 different things to do. And it is up to you guys whether and how long we play each of those games or do those things, okay? But I'll go into more detail on that shortly. Sweetest Solar, welcome in, my darling. How are you, hon? It's so good to see you. I hope things are going well. And lovely Lith. How are you, Lith? Welcome. Terrific Tintin, welcome in, darling. How you doing? Thank you so much for contributing to the Community Games Night Challenge. And Shadow, thank you as well. Awesome. Eugene. Excellent, Eugene. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you? It's so good to see you. Terrific Talon, welcome in. How are you? It is so incredibly good to see you. Welcome in. Let's see. Also, Eugene, thank you so much for contributing to the Community Game Night Challenge for Discord. Radical Radish, how are you? Cutie Curse, thank you for stopping to say hi, by the way. Appreciate it. Thank you for contributing to the Discord Community Game Night Challenge as well. Perry! Hi, precious Perry. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you so much for contributing to the Discord Community Game Night Challenge. I appreciate it. Thank you. Also, thank you so much to Strat, Aussie, and Bubbling, I believe, for coming in even before stream started. I really appreciate it. That's so kind of you. Thank you for thinking of me. All right, let me go back down here and catch up with what you guys have been saying. Oh, shit! Fabulous Frostbite with a 100 and... I can only sign with 3 with this hand for some reason. There we go. 135 stream streak. Incredible! 135 times a pretty lady. No, I won't do it 135 times. Unless... No, I won't. Thank you so much, Fabulous Frostbite. It means the world. I really do appreciate such amazing support. And 135 streams is insane. Thank you so much. Lovely Lith, I went on a rampage at your work for legal reasons. This is a joke. Oh, Lith, please, pretty lady. Yes, keep that a joke, but also keep telling me that because it makes me feel better. I slept well, so I am doing well. How about you? Did you sleep well? Not great, but I slept. I did sleep for about 7 hours. It was not the most restful sleep. Didn't have the best of dreams, but I did get some sleep. So, Fanart, I am so glad that you got some rest though, sweetest Strat. Thank you so much for taking some care of yourself for once. Umbra is in Oz. I just found out recently. Wait, Umbra, you're in Oz? Close to Oz. Just the island above you. Yes, that's right. Was it Guam? PNG? Guam? I forgot, but I thought that I'd asked you if it was Guam at one point, and you were like, yeah. Doing good so far for Friday. That's great. I'm so happy to hear that, sweetest Shadow. And you deserve to be doing well, darling. Saturday's been humid. Yeah. It's just gotten better though. Can't put my finger on why. Aww, Zomasi, you're so sweet. hear that, beautiful Bubbin. I hope that I can help make it even better. Been a busy Saturday of donating and delivery things I'm not taking with me when I move. Oh, good job, Storm. I'm sure that you are going to please many people with your awesome stuff that you have taken very good care of over the years. Can I repeat those 2 numbers? Wait, which numbers? Which ones? Joyce Jimmy, welcome on in. How are you? Currently burnt out from work, so I'm alert for my streak and leave for the rest. Oh, okay. All good, hun. No worries. You said 6 or 7. Oh, no, that's what I said. Oh, no. 6 and 7. How do I get uppies? I want uppies. Oh, you just have to ask Lovely Lith, or you can actually, you have a sub Lith, so if you use the uppies emote, I will give you uppies by just looking at you. I will see you in the crowd and be like, that there is Lith, and she wants uppies. Terrific talent. Thank you for contributing to the Discord Community Game Night Challenge, darling. I really do appreciate it. Let's see here. I wouldn't expect you to keep track of saying pretty lady that many times. I would lose it after 9 or 10. I'd be like, did I do it 100 times now? Wait, I got 5 and I thought it was great. You got 7? Yeah, I got 7 hours, but they were not very restful. But I'm so glad you got 5, Strat. That's like 5 times more than you've been averaging. Go on, be right. Yes, yes. I remember these things. Excellent, Umbra. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that you are nearby. We can see you lots. I'm a bit stressed. Maybe that's why I'm hot. Oh, I'm sorry, Jet. But yes, stress can definitely heat you up a little bit. 2 questions. 1, do you have Blue Sky? And if so, 2, can I tag you on Blue Sky? You can, Eugene, and I do have Blue Sky. If you guys want to follow me on any social media platforms, I am like, as far as I know, I am the only TauTassieTiger anywhere. So I'm on Blue Sky, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Twitch, obviously, Casting Call Club, yeah. Thank you for the Battletech, amazing apparition. I'm guessing either Papua New Guinea or Indonesia in general for Umbra. Yeah, I think they said Guam, but we shall see. Have a wonderful streak. I'm a lurking support from the shadows. All good, lovely little bit. Sweetie Pie, please take it easy. Have a wonderful, wonderful remainder of your day, and have a great weekend ahead, okay? Peaceful Aspen. Yes, absolutely, Ozzy. Boop, boop, boop. Good Aspen. Wait, did I miss? I could have sworn that I saw, oh yeah, Guam be right. Yay, okay, cool. Umbra did say Guam be right. Yeah! I have terrible memory, but once in a while I get lucky. Okay, then expect a surprise from me. Woo! I'm so excited. Yes, you are welcome to tag me and stuff as long as it's like appropriate for the community, so nothing NSFW or like spammy, but like yeah, if you have like fan art or like a meme or something that's relevant, I would love a tag. I am petrified of needles, and I remember when I was in junior high school, I got so stressed that I went into the mid to high 40 degrees outside and still felt real hot. Oh wow, Jet. Oh, I'm sorry you're so scared of needles, hon. I hope that whatever needle thing you have going on that you need a needle for it goes by very quickly. Sweetest Sam, darling, thank you so much for the lurk, honey. I appreciate it. Thank you for dropping by to say hi and have fun at game night. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Absolutely. We'll miss you lots, lovely Sam, but thank you so much for the lurk and the support. Okay, I think I've caught up. So let me tell you guys. Ooh! Thank you, Cutie Cat, for the pal attack. Let me tell you guys a little bit about what our community game nights look like. Ooh, thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Oh, Vash wants the Tau Singer Dim for the week. You've got it. Did you like how I hit 0 notes when I just did that screech? Aren't you so glad that you picked that? The Tau Singer Dim is now live for you, darling Vash. Thank you very much for the redeem, Cutie Pie. That will be live until... I like to err on the side of generosity, so I think it'll be live until Sunday next week. because we probably won't stream on Saturday next week, but I will leave it on until Sunday next week. Yes, I think you deserve it. Thank you so much. I was saying to Lav in the VC yesterday. The thing is, I'd probably give a go doing a bit of sketching or arting if I had a tablet. Ooh, Ozzy, I hope you can pick one up. Some of them aren't too expensive. Sunday is a good choice. Yeah, that way you have it for a little over a week, right? So you get it for today and tomorrow, which is Sunday, but then you have it all through next Sunday as well. So then you'll get, I think that's very effective. Hello, Sudasar. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Daniel, hi there, dearest Daniel. It's so good to see you, darling. Welcome on in. Okay, you guys, let me tell you, for those of you who are new here or who haven't gotten a chance to join us for our very fun community stream nights, I hope that you understand why we do it this way. We don't, on these stream nights specifically, you may notice that you are currently saving up using your T-Bones, your channel points, for a Discord community stream. Or sorry, a Discord community game night. That's different from what's happening tonight. So when we do stuff on Discord, we tend to play things like Jackbox. I have all of the Jackboxes, either through myself, through Nath, or through a friend who is very, very kind to lend us their games. And that obviously enables you guys to take turns and join in on whatever you want. And if someone does something sussy or fucked up, then we just get to be like, oh shit, you can't do that, bud, and either ban them or time them out or say you can't participate in this, stuff like that, right? But if we were to stream that, the channel could be in jeopardy if someone misbehaves. So hopefully you understand that for our stream community nights, we don't do games like Jackbox. Does that make sense? What we do are things that you guys get direct impact in. So I will tell you a list of some games that we can play together. But first, Valley and Vegeta, welcome on in, darling. How are you? Thank you so much for the head pat and the care package. Care package first! Sorry, I still had water from my hydration, my care pack. Hold on. I'm fine. I'm alive. Thank you so much for the head pat, Valley and Vegeta. If I redeem song, could I pick like a Tau choose? Oh, I mean, if you wanted to, usually I let you guys pick what you would like, or at least give me like 3 of the songs that you would like to hear, and then I pick from one of those. But yes, if you would like to, I can do that. I can pick one. Eon, thank you so much for contributing to the Discord Community Game Night Challenge, darling. I appreciate it. Let's see. Sorry, I purred so hard I died. I did. Just about killed Triumphant Town. No, not at all, Valiant Vegeta. It's okay. You just gave me more life. See, I wouldn't have breathed that deep if I hadn't coughed. It's perfect. One of the answers I had done for Split the Room probably would not be good for the stream. Yeah, see, like, that's what I mean, Shadow. But again, that's fine. Like, we do, like, I do give, like, gentle warnings when if something like that happens in the Discord for our Discord game night. But because it's not putting the channel in jeopardy, I usually just go, oh, I don't know if that's really appropriate. Can you please reconsider, like, think about that a little harder next time. But yeah, we won't do Jackbox. But the closest thing we do, assuming that Strat is available, because Strat is boss on the Gartic phone. Normally, I would not put Gartic phone on here if we didn't have Strat available. If he is available today, I'm gonna put Gartic phone as an option, because then I can give him the mod link and he can make sure that no one's drawing anything inappropriate, right? But yeah. Sweetest Sam, thank you for contributing to the Discord Community Game Night Challenge, darling. And the stunts Tau performs on stream are under mod supervision. Please do not try them at home, pal. It's true. Strat is absolutely right. Please do not perform my professional stunts at home, like inhaling water. Hi there, Terrific Try. How are you? It's good to see you, darling. Welcome, welcome. I am here, no worries. Thank you, Sluta Strat. I appreciate it, darling. Thank you, thank you. Self-harm is bannable. Ah! I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Okay, let me tell you guys what kind of stuff we have going on. So, for those of you who don't know what some of these are, I'm gonna read you what they are. We will start with one of the most popular things you guys tend to really enjoy, which is marbles on stream. That one's really, really simple. Basically, all that happens is we bring up marbles on stream. You guys do exclamation point play or exclamation point join or something like that. And then your marbles go, it's all RNG. And we basically talk and watch marbles roll while we chat. That's pretty much what marbles on stream is. Another one we have is Choice Chamber. Choice Chamber is actually a game where essentially I am still playing. I'm the one playing it, but every room that I go through, it's a platformer kind of. Every room that I go through, you guys can choose whether to be mean to me and make things more difficult by voting in constant polls, or you can be nice and you can make things easier for me. Choice Chamber is a real-time crowdsourced procedurally generated game where your fate is in everyone else's hands. So that one's fun, and sometimes I yell at you guys about how mean you are, and sometimes I say how grateful I am that you're very sweet, and 95% of the time it's the latter. I am so grateful. We also have another one that you can directly participate in called King of the Castle, which the summary for that one is take your rightful place on the throne in this multiplayer only party game for 4+ players. Rule the kingdom with an iron fist or silver tongue as you steer through bloodshed, intrigue, and madcap disaster. Can you keep your crown while others plot your downfall? More importantly, can you keep your head? Mind you, I'm terrible at this game, and the whole entire idea is that I am the ruler and you guys are the conspirators. You generally want to vote for things that are going to fuck me over. And I don't think there's been a single time where I've won against you. But it is fun, and you can join that one as well. Let me see here. We also have, hey there, beautiful bear. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Oh, also Umber, my choice. Oh, okay. I will have a look once I introduce everybody to some more of our games here. Let me see, what else have we got? We've also got, hold on, scroll. Slipstream, that's another one. Okay, Slipstream is actually a very cute game. You do have to download something for that, but it is free. It's a multiplayer roguelike about teamwork, survival, and cute animals in space. You can play with a few friends or join a streamer's crew, that's me, of dozens as you work together to battle aliens across the vast rogue space. So you guys can help me with that one as well. That's a good one that we like to play. I am also willing to do Fall Guys if you guys would like to play Fall Guys, if you vote for that. If you don't know what that is, I don't know what to tell you. No. It's a free cross-platform, massively multiplayer party royale game. You can clumsily compete in absurd obstacle courses with friends or build your own chaotic course to share with the community. I'm not building anything, but we have a great time with that because all the pals can join in on that one. And it's also free. We also have Kukoro stream chat games, which are, there's a variety of games. It's a collection of like 20 games, from 2D shooters to tactical RPG mini games, and it's really quite fun. It's fairly basic as far as like the graphics and stuff, but there's a lot of options. Let me see, what else have we got? What am I missing? Hold on, I feel like there's a couple more. And of course, Gartic Phone as well. For those of you who don't know what Gartic Phone is, free-to-play, browser-based drawing game, but you don't have to be an artist or anything to participate. It's totally fine. You can be a wonderful artist, a terrible artist, in your opinion. You're already a great artist, I guarantee it, but you are your own worst critic after all. And yeah, basically the idea of that is a pal, an anonymous pal will come up with a written prompt for you to draw, and then you draw it, and then that gets sent to someone else, and they guess what the prompt was, and then the way they guess that is they write it, and then that writing gets sent to another pal, who then, you know, draws whatever that person thought your drawing was. It's very fun. It's very fun. Oh yeah, we also did Stream Racer, which is kind of like, it's a lot like Marbles, except with cars. Yeah, Kukuro was fun last time. I need you all not to Fall Guys. You don't want to do Fall Guys? Oh, hi, sweetest Space Cat. Welcome on in. How are you, darling? What else am I missing? 1 second. I'm just looking through all my other games. Am I missing any strat from last time? It's been a while since we've done one of these, actually. So, but the idea is, it's a good time. We have a blast with it. You guys get to directly participate in one way or another. And animals on stream. Animals on stream. Hold on, I have to go look that one up. I don't have oh, is it stream animals? Is that what you mean, Strat? Stream animals, you and your viewers try to be the last one standing as the land falls into the river. Oh yeah, no, we did play that. Yes, that's right. We also have the option to draw together. Was that browser-based like canvas thing, Strat? I'm hesitant to do that one because I'm afraid that one's even more like art-oriented than like Gartic Phone. At least with Gartic Phone, people are like, okay, make it 30 seconds, and then everyone did like a rough sketch or whatever. What about words on stream? Do you not usually play that on community game streams? Lav, usually I turn that on for you guys while I have dinner. And I will probably do that while I have dinner tonight. Because I'm planning to stream for, well, about 6 hours from when we started is my plan. So that means you got about 5 hours left right now. Hi, Terrific Trout, welcome on in. But yes, so we can start with all of those. I also would like to know, because here's something that's happened before, and I've noticed this. Sometimes we have had community stream game nights where you guys have selected, let's say Gartic Phone, or Marbles on Stream or whatever. And then what I normally do is every hour I put up a poll to see if you want to continue with the current activity or if you want to move to a different game or activity. And it makes a lot of sense. If we start with Gartic Phone or Marbles on Stream, a lot of people will be joining who want to play those things. So then when the poll comes up, they wind up voting for it again. And then by the second hour, we have even more people who want to continue that. And then by the third hour, we have even more people who want to continue that. So it winds up being less of a community game stream and more of like a Marbles on stream or a Gartic Phone stream. So I am actually going to let you guys decide right now. I'm going to ask you how many hours max for an activity, okay? I'm gonna put 5, which is all of them. 4, 3, 2, or 1. And that means that whenever that amount of, if that amount of votes gets cast every single time for like 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 hours, at some point I will actually remove the current option from play. So if you guys vote on how many hours max for an activity, 2, and we start with Gartic Phone, and then you vote for Gartic Phone 2 times in a row, then after that second time, I actually remove it from play. You can no longer play Gartic Phone. I want you to know, I want to know what you think is fair. I always want to make these streams like super, super democratic and very much run by you guys. I'm just the host. I'm just playing host. That poll is live. You got 2 minutes. Please let me know. Keeping in mind, that may very well mean that your favorite thing might be limited, right? But it could also mean that not your favorite thing is going to be limited. So whatever you think is safest and fairest, okay? And that will go for everything. So if we do Gartic Phone for 2 hours and then I remove that, and then you guys vote for Choice Chamber for 2 hours, and then I remove that, and so on and so forth. Does that make sense? I don't know, man. 2, I'll be asleep during the stream mostly. That's okay, Jed. That's all right. You sleep well. How long is tonight's stream? We are going for about another 5 hours, darling. About 5 hours. 1 to 2 hours sounds best in my opinion. Any more is too much. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, hi there, amazing Alec. How are you? It's great to see you. What you having for dinner? I was supposed to do some more homemade pizzas, but I'm not going to be off in time to make them. So I'm having zambreros. I love zambreros. Yummy. Yummy takeout. Great. Okay. It looks like you guys want to max out at 2 hours. Okay. So that means we are going to start one more poll real quick. Which is going to be, what shall we start with? So we've got, what shall our first game be? And I will put the favorites first. Marbles on stream, Gartic Phone. Oh my god, I can't type. Gartic Phone, King of the Castle, Fall Guys, Choice Chamber. Unfortunately, that's the max options I have. There's only 5, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5. But please do let me know what you would like to start with, my darlings. Just gonna chill. Thanks for saying hi. Of course, Alec. Thank you so much for saying hi to us. And yes, you go chill, darling. You go chill. Please do vote, my darlings. And we will get started on whatever that happens to be. Whatever you choose. While we do marbles and Gartic, we will turn on some music as well. I'll turn on the playlist that you guys started yesterday. Yeah. Pick Fall Guys so I can cook you all. I am garbage at Fall Guys. To be honest, I'm pretty garbage at all these games, but I have fun with it. It's okay. Zambrero has solid food. Very tasty and filling. Yeah, exactly. Terrific Trout. I agree. I agree. Okay. Looks like you guys might want to play some marbles on stream. Sounds good to me. I will just update our stream info real quick. You will get about 15 minutes more marbles on stream than you will anything else, because we will start it and then we'll go on a break, and I obviously won't put another poll since we've only been playing it for 15 minutes, but yeah. All right, give me just a second. Let me put marbles on stream, because that is definitely the winner right now. Oh my God, please work. All right, my dearest pals. Oh, wait, sorry. Before we do that, I have to do a thing. I gotta sing a song. I gotta sing a song for Amazing Umbra. So hold on. 1 second. I gotta. Let me see. Where's my scene redeem? There it is. I get to pick one? For myself? Thank you. You know what? We're gonna try. I'm going to try Inuyasha's Lullaby. I really like that song. I hope that my voice will keep up with it. All right. Okay, let me sing this song for you, my dear. And then we will jump into marbles on stream. Cast away your worries, my dear, for tomorrow comes a new day. Hold to me, you've nothing to fear, for your dreams are not far away. As you lay your head and you rest, may your dreams take over, my love. Listen close, my son of the west, for your destiny lies above. Though the world is cruel, there's a light that still shines in the darkest days of our lives. When all hope seems lost and you can't find your way, think of me as you look to the sky. Child mine, your future is bright, for your father's blood's in your veins. In dark times I pray you will fight, for these lands will soon know your name. There you go. I hope that was okay. I normally would do a little bit more like fluctuation. I don't even know what they're called. I don't know anything about music, sorry, but this song is pretty, is it new? Oh, thank you. It's an original song from a YouTuber named Liz Barnett. And I've been humming it a ton. I really, really like that song. That was beautiful. Thank you, Ozzy. Thank you, Vash. Thank you, beautiful Bublin. Oh, Alec, did you like it? And Perfect Talent, thank you so much. All right, beautiful. Thank you, cutie cat. So worth convincing Vash to buy this routine for me. Amber, did you convince Vash to buy that routine for you? That's very cute and sweet. Aw, thank you, Strat. When my voice is not as like as it is, I would like to do some flourishes and stuff. But thank you, sweet as Serio. Hum Tao's name. I've got such a short name that if I go, that's just Tao. Thank you for the care package, cutie cat. Yummy. When we get in the Tao vinyl, when I learn to fucking, never mind. I've got too many people here. If I say when I learn to fucking sing, they'll cry or be angry at me. Yes, he did. Vash, that's very sweet of you to do to do that for him. That's why you do it over and over again in different tones. Oh, I see. Tao, 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 tao. All right, cutie pies, let me go open up some marbles on stream for you. One moment, please. Oh my fucking god, hold on. I told it to update earlier, and now it's just, now it's gonna update. Sure. Sweetest face, darling, thank you so much for the head pat. Thank you. Oh, and thank you for my little pal hat with a cutie. Thank you, darling. What is marbles on stream? Oh, Terrific Trout. It's basically a just chatting stream, except you guys get to see if you win an RNG game of marbles. Let's see. Hold on, I saw Core. Hi there, cutie Core. Welcome on in. Grr, if we can't beat ourselves up, neither can you. I mean, hi. Hi, cutie Core. How are you? It's good to see you, darling. And you're back to work. All good, Terrific Talent. Have a good stream, Tal. I may be back near the end of stream. We'd love to have you for any amount of time we possibly can, Terrific Talent. Thank you so much for dropping in, cutie pie. I really do appreciate you. Have a great one at work. We'll see you soon. If I fits, I sits. Please do sit on my head. Doop, 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 doop. Give you little scratchy scratches. I could imagine you playing a game with crowd control so we could either assist or mess with your game. Yeah, I would love to do something like that. I just have no idea how crowd control works. I'm such a boomer, dude. I'm such a fucking boomer. I'm not even of the boomer generation, but I'm a boomer. The true form, a marble. Yes. I am so sorry. It's still fucking patching. It's 15% complete. Maybe you won't get extra time, which is probably okay. Then it's fair if we don't give you extra time on marbles, but if it takes like more than 10 minutes, then yeah. BRB, all good, sweetheart, all good. Like I said, I am going to turn on your rather extensive playlist you guys made up yesterday for us to listen to while we do play marbles and any Gartic phone games. Just a reminder, you guys have voted. You guys voted. You don't blame me. You voted. You voted to have a maximum of 2 hours chosen for spec'd out for any individual activity. That doesn't matter if it is consecutive or disparate. If you vote for marbles and then you vote for Gartic and then you vote for choice chamber and then you vote for marbles again, that's 2 hours of marbles. So you don't get to vote for marbles again after that. Does that make sense? Oh, sorry, maid. We actually don't have the queue option. Let me actually, let me open that for you, darling. Hold on 1 second. I can help you set up crowd control, but unfortunately we don't have any of the games there on our list. Yeah, I was thinking it would probably be an issue of that as well, because we don't really play any of the games that I see people doing crowd control with, I guess. 1 second, I'm just finding Songify so you guys can at least check on that queue. There we go. This should work. I can just imagine someone on Friday requesting Rollin' by Limp Bizkit just for marbles on stream. That would be really funny. I will say I'm not going to open up song requests yet. I will open them up if we get through the queue from yesterday. But yeah, let me hit play and make sure this is working. It doesn't seem to be. 1 second. Aha! Now it's working. Okay, now you should be able to do Q. Try exclamation point Q if you like. And what I might actually do as well is I might turn this down, and there you go. Now you got your Spotify. Oh, hey, cutie core, let's fucking go. What the hell? 300? I can't read. 35. I also am not signing correctly. 35 stream streak. I'm broken. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for a 35 stream streak, darling core. That's amazing. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Is like Q1 still not working? Hold on a second. I'll try and fix that. For a game that interacts with chat, have you ever tried Placid Duck? I've seen people play that and name ducks after chat visitors or community Easter eggs. No, I've never heard of that. That sounds cute though. Okay, hold on. Q isn't working. You guys can hear the music though, right? Let me see. Song request. Looking for. I think it's thinking. Yeah, we hear the music. Perfect. Okay, great. I will just, sorry, I literally did tell Marbles to update, like, when I was prepping for stream, but I could have sworn we played a duck game, or maybe I'm just thinking about having watched it on YouTube. Kitty Cat, we did play, what is it, Random Goose or something? What was it, the Goose Game? The Untitled Goose Game. We did play the Untitled Goose Game, and I think we got a decent amount through it. We didn't finish it, but I think we got a decent amount through it. That was funny. That was very funny. I truly did feel like it was a horror game though, because I was like constantly running away from the farmers and stuff. All right, commands, let me see. I just gotta check on those. Yeah, okay, that should be working. Q-U-E-U-E. Anyone want to try that one more time? I wasn't there for that. Yeah, no, I thought a lot of people weren't. That was for that was our subathon, I believe. You guys, please do vote in the poll that Strats just put up. How is the music volume? Q is still not working, huh? That's annoying. Sorry. Okay, well, I have it working, but have I done something wrong? I wonder. Oh, do you know what I bet it is? I wonder if it might have something to do with the fact that I don't have, no, that doesn't make a lot of sense, but I wonder if it might have something to do with the fact that I don't have the redeem, the song request redeem. But that still doesn't make a lot of sense. It should still respond to a command in chat because it's not directed to that. I don't really think we need it though. We are not taking any requests, so it wouldn't really matter much. That's true. That's fair. That's a good point. Just right. Perfect. Happy to hear that, cutie pies. Hi there, sweetest Jessie. How are you, my darling? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Sorry guys, it's at 60%. Hold on, I think we'll be able to talk, and then by the time we get back from our break, we will have our first hour in marbles. How are things going, sweetest Jessie? It's so good to see you. If you guys want to know what's next on the queue, I guess I can just tell you. There's Vor, Superman, that's what we're playing right now. Then we've got Party of Your Own, maybe? It won't come up. It's Corn, Gong, Skell, Butterfly, Glue? Corn again, but a different Corn song. Out of My Way, Devil with a Heart, and yeah, there you go. Grinding some relic weapons. Oh, nice, in 14, nice, how good. I think it lines up well with the break. Yeah, I reckon so as well. Hi, holy crap, Cut Chow. Hi, sweetest Smithy, welcome on in. It's been a minute, how are you? All right. You may have to check if any of the other games need an update as well. Yeah, I will check on that. Okay, this song is already giving me like Backstreet Boys vibes. All right, yeah, we're at 80%. So by the time we get back from break, we should be good to go. So let's go on that break so that we can jump into it as soon as we get back. Hi there, Tao, my favorite broadcast. Am I? I'm so flattered, darling. Thank you so much for saying so, and thank you for coming in. It's so good to see you as well. Lovely Smithy, you have just come in. Sorry, NSYNC is exactly what I meant, Jet. Not Backstreet Boys. Well, kind of Backstreet Boys too, but yeah, big NSYNC vibes. But Smithy, you are here just in time to play some marbles on stream. We do just first have to go on a quick break so that we don't get interrupted. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. My darling, this is also, darlings, this is also a reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Listen, I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon. Mwah. Rawr. Oh, cute. Rawr. 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 Dinosaur. Rawr. Oh, they're so cute. Not feeling well. Raw, darling. You're welcome. Uh-oh, eyeball problems. Not the brain. What's our team looking like? I think we've kind of settled on it. We've got a Jolteon. We've got this guy that you gave us. We got this guy that you gave us. We got this guy that we caught. We got this guy that we got. And then we got this guy that we were born with. What is a flesh tuber? Oh, so Lita, a flesh tuber is what I'm gonna call an affectionate nickname for Nepotism! Oh my god! I cannot believe I intercepted that. That was so scary. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Everyone, I love you. Thanks for the suggestion. Say hi to stream. Hi, Pat Pals.
Hi, stream.
Hi, stream.
Hi, stream. Ooh,
I can't do that.
oh, wow, that was pretty good. Everyone says hi, Katie Buzz. Nepotism! But good suggestion. Ciao. Mwah. SP cost of nuke skills. I could put some more nuke skills on here. Yeah, let's get more nukes. Why not?
How do we do?
Oh no, wrong one! No, do bubble beef! No, fuck! I pressed breaking flip instead. Oh well, it's dead. Oh, it's not dead! No, but now it will be. They should let me do the sound effects for Pokemon. Bubble beef!
Shadow identified.
Oh, fuck! Oh, shit! Oh, fuck, we're stuck! No! No, I'm invisible! It seems you've been detected! No, not me. Not me, certainly not. Please, hearts. I'll give you hearts, please. Oh, save. I love that so much. It's fucking awesome. Ew. We could surely do some kind of a remix. Rawr. Oh, cute. Rawr. Dinosaur. Rawr. Oh, they're so cute. Yes, I am, but oh, you know what we're gonna have to do? Hello, my darlings. Welcome on in. And welcome back. Hi, look at us. Hold on, let me give you guys your little stream avatars and we'll get into it. 1 second, I'll just turn that up for you. Also, fuck, I'm gonna turn off the volume on this. There's no sound. We're listening to music. Oh my god. Let's do a race. I think that's how you do it. God, it's been so long. It's always new to me because I'm like, I've never done this before. Zip, just play, I think. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Some ubbies for you. Good Aussie, welcome back. Lovely laugh. Ubbies. Good laugh. Precious politely. Welcome back, darling. Sweetest so jazzy, welcome back. Cutie cat, and yeah, hello. Sweetest Strat, welcome on back. Beautiful Bubbling, welcome back. Sweetest Shadow, welcome back. Valiant Vash. Ubbies. Good bash. There you go. Okay, so now I think you guys should be able to... yep, cool. It's working. I love when shit works out. Let's fucking go. Okay. There you go. Cutie is all join this too. All you gotta do is exclamation point play. I don't even think you need to put a number, but you can if you want. When Tao's braid wraps around and she becomes a dashing dwarfish lady. Yes, that will be I. Also, excellent job on the boss, cutie pies. Excellent work. All right, I'm actually gonna do a 10-second countdown, starting now. Please, you still have 5 seconds about when you see this to join in if you haven't yet. And now we will keep an eye on everybody. And this is also a great opportunity for me to just talk to you guys, to be honest. I don't mind this at all. Okay, I gotta remember how to... Is it... wait, there's a button for this. There's a button for this! There's a... what? There's a way to, like... Oh, yeah, there you go. I can keep track of everybody based on their... Lil Bit's in first! Let's go, Lil Bit! It's just the... Well, it's whatever key you want. So I can go see Lil Bit, who's in first. I can go and see Shadow, who's in second. I can go and see Aussie, who's in third, so on and so forth. Let me see. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, it's switching. Woo. I'll hang out for some marbles and then head off to bed. Sounds good, fabulous Frostbite. No worries. A big lump of knobs, it has the juice. Oh, a New YouTube clip is out. I would love to show it, but I cannot because I want everyone to see. Oh my gosh, Lil Bit and Shadow are neck and neck. Lil Bit's closest. Oh! Ooh, 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 ooh. Nice color splatters, you guys. Love them. Cyber actually won that one by like barely anything, it looks like. I love that is that Storm with like the little revolving... Who's behind? Oh! Cyber! Welcome back. Welcome. Congratulations, what I'm gonna say. Welcome to the winner's circle is what I should say. Is it whoever gets closest to the middle wins? I think in this case it is. It looks like it was Cyber and then Sweetest Sir Jazzy and then Cutie Cat. Those are top 3. I'm not sure where how did Lil Bit end up in 12th? Lil Bit was like right there. I'm confused about how this one worked. That's all right. Let's do a random track. It has the juice. All right, you guys, feel free to join. We are in a space station now. I came in after a lot of other marbles were on the target. Yeah, I'm not sure how that one worked, but this one should be a little more straightforward, I reckon. Look at all those cute little pals, you DLR. You have gathered here today to discuss. Oh no, we can die here. It's okay, you'll come back for the next one. How come only you get to decide the view? Because I am the streamer. Capitalism! Capitalism! It looked like it was a distance on the last game. Yeah. No, I think you're right. This one should be more straightforward, I reckon. You got 10 seconds. Go, cutie pies. Get in here if you haven't yet. We're starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And yes, I know I'm 3 seconds early. Sorry, early. We make communism, comrade. Comrade. Ooh, I love to dive in here and then watch you guys. Where are the pals? Come here, pals. Ooh, look at all the cuties. Oh my God, here they come. Oh, who is this? Sam! Sam, run away, Sam. Oh, there they all go. Look at all them pals. Look at all them pals. Oh, fuck. Oh no! Sam, you burned too bright. Too quickly. Umber, you headed now, darling? Vash be yelling at me to sleep? Absolutely, darling. Honey, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming on in. I really appreciate it. And thank you so much for being so faithful, so loyal, so wonderful. For your generosity and for your dedication. Honey, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And we'll see you soon, okay? Thank you very much for coming in. Oh, Lav is... Oh, no, we lost Lil Bit. Lil Bit died. No. I'm so sorry, Sam. We will remember thee. We will remember thee. Oh no, Cutie Cat's dying too. We're back to Lav. Lav is taking it slow but steady. Oh no! Huh? Oh, I think those must be vents. Oh, I died too. It's okay, everyone's dying with me. I think I'm dead. I'm dead too. Are these might be vents. Oh, I see. I think when they light up blue, they make like a, they raise you a little bit, maybe. Who have we got now? Oh no, Citizen Jesse's gone! Shadow's taking it slow and possibly, oh my God, there's like very few pals left. There's like 5 people left at the moment. Oh, that was so close. Good job, Shadow. You're numero uno. And Ozzy, where are you? Oh, ooh, Smithy's. Oh, Smithy's exceeding the, oh, and there's Smithy. Smithy's in second. Ozzy is making his way downtown. I rarely win these races. Well, you just did. Oh no, you just got portaled backwards, Ozzy. I'm so sorry. Let's see who's, oh, Jets. Looking to be third. Stuff like this where you can see my PFP makes me so glad it's safe for work. Oh, me too. Me too. Hi there, Radical Ryer. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Oh no, Jet's just sitting there. Oh no, Ozzy died. Oh shit, Jet, if you do take it nice and slow, you're gonna win. Don't fall into that. Yeah, good job, good job. Well done. We only had first, second, and third. We had Shadow in first, Smithy in second, Jet in third. Well done. I'm going so slow. Help. Bronze medal, baby. That's better than dead medal. I have dead medal. Let's try another one. You can type boost for this game. That's true, but I think we tested it and it didn't do anything last time we tried it. Let's join or play! Exclamation point play. We love playing marbles. I know, it is fun, isn't it? The race to the finish line is faster if you jump off, right? You know what? Yes, I'm gonna say yes on that one. Stream Racer has boosts and stuff. Yeah, that's right. I think we did find out that it doesn't really have any impact on the games that we're playing, the types of tracks we're doing on here. Marbles are surprisingly squishy. They are, aren't they? You guys got 10 seconds. Jump on in if you haven't yet, if you'd like to. Seemed to do something when I did it. Oh, okay. Oh, nice, Ryo. I think you got in the last moment there. Sorry, I'm just sipping on some water. Even with a sword, I cannot survive. Trout, I love this PFP. This is so cute. Wait, I wish to go into the hole and look up. I like to see what you guys... Ooh, who's gonna come here first? Who's here first? Huh? Who is that? Who is that? Oh, it looks like Smith. Nope. It is Smithy. Oh, there goes Smithy. Who is going to join Smithy down the... Oh, we got Eugene, Shadow, some random ball. And everyone else. Let's go track what Smithy's up to. It's my icon. It is. It's so cute. I love it. Smithy's doing the mostest right now. Let's go, Smithy. I'm so happy we're playing marbles. I'm so glad you're here for it, sweetheart. Whee! Oh. Oh, Smithy's still in the lead, but only barely. Oh. Oh no, yeah, no, not barely. You're doing pretty fine, my friend. Pretty fine. We have a rando among us. I think that must be the ghost marble, like the record holder. I think purple and gold 84. It looks like. Oh, I don't know if you guys can see this, but apparently we played this when Monstera was around, and Monstera is our community best. I like that. That's nice. Well done, Smithy. You got first. Who's next? Oh, Shadow, you might actually get second here. Oh, actually, Eugene got second. And Jet. Oh, and me. Oh my God, I didn't die this time. Incredible. Look at all them cute marbles. And look at the little piggy. Look at that piggy. Oh, that's not a pig. Sorry, that's a bear. That's that's an actual bear. I don't know the difference. I know so little about Monstera. Monstera was a very valued member of the community who unfortunately passed away and remains very much alive in our hearts and minds, and through an emote that Sweetest Sadu made, and also as a record holder in this game. Forever in our thoughts, 100%. We love Monstera. Look at me playing Marble Rivals here whilst lurking at Marble Rivals on PS5. I love that. You're such a... God, I'm such a gamer. You're such a gamer. Excellent work. Smithy got first, Eugene second, Jet third. Next one. Ooh, it's rainy as fuck today in Marbletown. Marbletown. Feel free to join in, cutie pies. Feel free to join in. I feel like no matter what I do, as long as we wind up in on a track where you guys are like surrounding an epicenter, I have to say things about like, oh, I have gathered you all here today to discuss. Do we have a pirate-themed one? I think there might be a pirate-themed one somewhere, but I'm not sure. Also, let's hit start. Feel free to join if you haven't yet. You got just a few seconds left. Who's gonna... Oh, nice, Space. You got in just in time. Well done. I want to see who wins this. I like to see. We are hiding inside of a tree stump. This time I'm gonna win. I believe you will. Love Jet. I believe you will. Oh, oh, here they come. Oh, that was, oh my God, look at all of them. Wow. Who is in first place? Oh, Alec, you're in first. Oh, barely. Actually, I think Ryo may have passed you up, possibly. No, it looks like it is still you. Isn't Ryo? Oh, I think it's actually measuring. Where is the finish, actually? I thought it would be over there. Thank you so much for the care package. Incredible Iridius. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for my little pal. Happy boopy, 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 boop. Thank you, thank you. So close, yet so far. You got this, though. I believe in you. Everyone deserves a win. Oh, it looks like Space and Strat are neck and neck into the eye of the storm with you. Ooh, wee. Oh, it's rainy as fuck in here, guys. Oh, that's cool. Space, you just like fast tracked that. Holy shit. Good job. Look at you go. Spaces, there is no, leaving no doubt of who won that one. Well done, Sweetest Space. Oh, let's see what, oh, it looks like Iridius just passed Strat. Strat, if you don't hurry, you're going to be, like, not third. Cyber's coming up on your tail. Oh, no, you are third. Good job. Wish there was a way to change the colors. There is, but I think you have to have the game. Possibly. This music is so intense for this. It's so funny. The fact that we can all have fun is a win in my books. Absolutely, I agree. This is interesting. It's kind of relaxing, isn't it? You literally just do, you know, play and then you just vibe. I like that this guy's just stuck here. Yeah, have the game and pay. Yeah, that's it. You gotta have the mobile app. I like this. Chill game where everyone can compete. Yeah, exactly. Looks like Space won, followed by Iridius, and then Sweetest Strat. Well done, well done. You died. No, I'm so sorry, lovely Lav. Yeah, you can change skins if you have the game. Exactly. Where is the, oh, whoa. Oh my God, we're in a city. Please make sure you obey all road rules. I'll give you guys, we'll hit play now. So you got 10 seconds right now. I will not win this time. Do you sense it, Jet? Do you sense it? No traffic? Hell yeah, time to have a bit of fun. Road safety laws prepare to be ignored. Oh, well, let's see if that is the truth. Let's see if that is the truth. I hope no one gets hit by a ball, a larger ball than yourselves. Oh, there they go. Oh my God. Oh shit. What just happened there? Did someone just get eviscerated? What just happened? They're shooting you. Oh my God. never mind. On second thought, obey 0 road rules. You do not want to obey the road rules. They are trying to hurt you. What is happening? What the fuck? Where? Hold on. I gotta go find. Oh, okay. Corzin first. Corzin first. This is an interesting cement mixer. I don't even know what. What is happening? There's so much going on. Don't worry. Don't worry. I will make sure Jet loses. No, Cyber. No. Shadow, you and I, bud. We are making our way through snow, I think. Ooh, what if I win? What if I win this one? Oh, fuck, I'm slightly ahead of you. Look out, I'm after your title. Ah. We're crawling up the wall? That's pretty cool. Marble powered by cat power, not horsepower. Yeah, true, true. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. If Tau wins, I will go crazy. Let's go. Hi there, Yummy Yummy. Welcome in. How are you, darling? So good to see you. Please don't die. Please don't die me. No, don't. Oh, no. Get in the hole. Yes, I'm in the tubes. I think I got cemented. No, I'm sure you are. I'm sure you're going to make it out the other side. It's a long track, it is. If you win, it's rigged and we rerun. I'm not allowed to win. I see how it is. Oh, look at this angry little guy. Look at him. Look at him being so angry. Oh, fuck. Oh, okay. Whoa, I can't believe that I made that. I am just like so far ahead right now. Maya, hi there, magnificent Maya. Welcome on in. How are you? It's such a pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks for being here. Am I gonna die here? What the fuck? Where am I? Did I? Oh, I thought that would have been the winning spot, but oh, I'm gonna get murdered. I'm gonna get immolated. You're a winner in my heart. Aww. Thank you very much, precious polite wheel. Very sweet. Oh, yeah! Capitalism! I win. Who's in second place? Capitalism! Capitalism! Sweetest space cat. I gotta tell you, darling, I love your PFP. It's very cute. Tau is a winner in all our hearts. Aww, thank you, cutie cat. Goal! Oh no! We lost Smithy to the Smithereens. Give me that. You silvered! You did! Look, we actually didn't lose too many pals. I'm so grateful. Yay! Okay, well, that's the only win that I wanted. I wanted to win one time, and now you guys can win again. Good job. Thanks. I worked so hard. I made it. Nothing but skill. Damn straight, Sam. 100%. We got me in first. We got Sweetest Shadow in second, and Lovely Lilbit in third. Ah, hey, amazing Orgamus. My darling, thank you so incredibly much for the resub. I can't believe it's been 8 months. We almost are ready to have a sub baby. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome. Thank you so very much for your generosity, kindness, and support. It means the world. 14th, I'll take it. It takes a lot of skill to be so lucky. That is true. Excellent, excellent. Let's do another random track, shall we? Thank you so much, amazing Alchemist. Oh, this is a fun. I love watching all the pals go. Vero! Hi, Valiant Vero. How are you? It's so good to see you, sweetheart. The coolest cat around. I'm glad you think so. All right, you guys have 10 seconds from when you hear this. I'm giving you go. And I am keeping in mind that you probably are hearing that a couple of seconds late, which is why I said from now. Make sure you join if you haven't yet. Maya! Looks like you are in here as well, I believe. I hope. Let me see. I think you are. Maya? Yes, you are. Cool. Here we go. Ah! Woo! Look at them go. Look at all the pals. Oh, sweetest storm. Ooh, the electricity. Oh, shit. Thank you for the hype train, you guys. I don't even know where that came from, but thank you. We lost Strat. No. To the infinite beyond. Oh. Sedu. Sedu is in the lead. Oh, just kidding. I win. Oh, but not for long. These fucking stages really do Ruin chances. Well, Stratos lost for me. Stratos lost. It's not fair if I win twice in a row. Come on, game. Don't let me win. Space might win. Spaces go win. Go, Space, go. Go, 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 go. Oh, there is another one of those. It always changes up if we get to the... Oh, Seti rocketed him right behind Space. Oh, shit, Jet. There goes Jet. Oh, no, Seti, we lost you. Also, I'm dead. Also, Sauber's dead. Sweetest Space and Jet neck and neck. Barely made it in that one. Timed out for 30 since I typed it too early. Oh, what? It times you out if you type it too early? What? That's crazy. Top 10 anime deaths. No! Oh, it looks like Jet may win this one. Let's, oh, wait. Jet just collided with something. Space is coming up. Oh, bring up the rear. Bring up the rear. Oh. I love this song. Jet, you have won! Nice! And Sweetest Space, you got that silver. Looks like Lovely Smithy is going to have third. Nice. Oh, shit! Sweetest Sam, darling, holy crap! Cutie Pie, thank you ever so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 gifted subs. My darling, darling Sam. Thank you ever so much for boosting the hype train to level 4. And thank you so very much for your generosity, kindness, support, and just dedication. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so, so much. You are such a sweetie pie. Thank you so, so much, sweetest Sam. It means the world. I really do appreciate the amazing, amazing support. Trout's coming up. Trout, you got this. Thank you so much, cutie Sam. Incredible. Okay, 1 sec, Strat. Yep, that sounds good to me. That sounds good to me. I love that thumbnail that you made, Strat. That's great. All right, congratulations to Jet for first, Sweetest Space Cat for second, and Lovely Smithy for third. Excellent work, you guys. Excellent work. Go. Note to self: don't boost in an open pipe. I think that's smart. I think that's smart. Go ahead and join my cutie pies. I died in the game. No. The 10 gifted is for you to rig the next race so I get first. You know what? Bribery will get you everywhere. I'm just kidding. I would let you buy a boost. I would let you buy a boost, the greatest boost of all time, if I was able to. But unfortunately, this is all RNG. But I will pray for you. I will pray for you. Oh, okay, Strat. 1 second. Actually, let's start the game. Okay, thank you very much. Will do. All right, let's see here. Got Maya in first. Looks like Maya's in first. Oh, there goes Maya. Oh, this map is cursed, is it? I do get the vibe that it is a bit cursed. Yes, I see what you mean, Strat. Alrighty, let's see. Maya's still in the lead. Okay, 1 second, Strat. One second. Yes, the puppy has much to say. Maya is our winner, it looks like. Unless someone sneaks up from behind. Teleport to finish. I like that strat. I mean, Ozzy, sorry. Oh, Maya might get kicked off here. Oh! Oh, shit! What a way to go! Hope your marbles are well. They are well, lovely obtuse. Thank you so much. Would you like to join us for the next one? Oh no, Strut! No! Thank you very much for that one, Strut. I appreciate it. Also, amazing Alec, thank you so very much, honey. Thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gifted subs. Thank you, honey bun. I really appreciate it. That's amazing. Thank you, cutie. Thank you so very much for your incredible dedication, kindness, and support. Thank you for the level 5 hype train. That is absolutely outstanding. Thank you, thank you. Want to get to hype 5? Well, you certainly succeeded in that. Thank you so much, amazing Alec. I really appreciate it. You were so sweet. Thank you. Thank you so much for the gifted. Yes. Also, incredibly in fairness. Awesome. In fairness, you got first place. Hold on, my fan just died. Let me, 1 sec. Hold on a second. Oh, thank God. It's too fucking hot for me to not have a fan. Yay, Crossing! I'm so glad you got a subby as well. I think I died again. Shadow, you did? I'm sorry. But in fairness, well done first. Cutie Cat, thank you so much for participating and getting the second. Cutie Crossing, thank you so much for third. Well done. Next! All right, feel free to join in, cutie pies. Feel free to join in. Yeah, join on in, cutie pies. Join on in. I will join too. And starting. I'm gonna lock in this time. Gonna fish top 3. I believe in you, Yami. You got this. This is spooky. It is actually quite spooky. It's Marble Hill. Nope. Silent Marble. That's better. Somehow that's better. Silent Marble. We got Ryo in first. Oh, but it's really close. Oh my God. There's like no variation in the speed. We are ghosts. Up the stairs. Is this Jonathan Young? It sure is. I like your profile, Frostbite. You reckon? I don't know if I can select... Maybe if I do 0? When you're on a number that I can click on, I will be able to check. Stairway to Heaven time, indeed. Stairway to Marbles. Oh, Frostbite's in 8th. Oh, cute! I do love that one. That's really cute. Fabulous Frostbite. Really cute. Very nice. Space is in the lead. Oh no, Sam! We lost Sam! Amazing Alec, sweetest Sam, amazing Artemis. Thank you guys so very much for amping up that hype train so much. I really do appreciate it. Artemis for the resub, Sam for the 10 gifted, amazing Alec for the 5. Thank you so much, you guys. It means the world. I'll stop talking about the job loss thing as much as I can until they get rid of me in a couple of weeks. But I just really want to drive home that, you know, I cannot articulate how much I've always appreciated your guys' support, but now that I'm going to be jobless, like out of a consistent income, I'm just like, yeah, thank you. Like, thank you so much. Ooh, space. Ooh. Oh, a little bit. Ooh, Fuck AI, yeah, for real. Anytime I can support or make my friends happy is the best thing in the world to me. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Magnificent maid, my darling maid, thank you so very much for 7 months. I can't believe it's been that long. It feels like you've been here for ages. Thank you so much in the best possible way, of course. Thank you, magnificent maid. You were such a sweetheart. Thank you very much for your generosity. Resub dedication. 7 months, let's fucking go. Thank you, cutie. Thank you so much. The higher tiers give more emotes and more T-bone points earned as you watch. It also gives more money from you per tier. That's true. That's true. That's a good point. In fairness, I actually spaced that. Oh my God, sweetest Sam! Holy shit, darling! Thank you ever so much for the another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Thank you ever so much for another 10, sweetie pie. And also obliterating that level 5 and bringing it to level 6, 72% of the way to 7. Absolutely outstanding. Thank you so much, sweetest Sam. Such extraordinary generosity and kindness, darling. Incredibly Furnace, thank you so much for gifting that sub as well, sweetheart. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Hearts for you. Thank you, cutie. Thank you ever so much for such amazing shows of generosity and kindness. Hi there, Abyss. Welcome on in. Thank you, Infernus, for giving Abyss one. That's really, really sweet. Also, sweetest space, excellent job. You got first. Lovely Lil Big, you got second. And Cutie Crossing, you have third. Excellent work, cuties. They're so gamer. They're so gamer. Excellent, cuties. Excellent, excellent. 86, oh my God, 86% of the way to level 7. That's crazy. Thank you guys so much. Oh, Ozzy! Paying for a heavier ball. A heavier ball is so funny, Ozzy. Thank you so much for the biddies, darling. Oh, piece of candy. Thank you, sweetie pie. I really appreciate it. We did this map, didn't we? I don't know if we did this one. Oh wait, shit, we did. Oh, it's the bullseye one. All right, next time I will. I thought that if you click random over and over, maybe it would give us an opportunity to like. I was hoping it would exclude stuff that it already done, but it doesn't. So we will just need to do it manually. Incredible Infernus, thank you so very much for the uppies. It's time for uppies. Yee! Good Infernus, thank you so very much for your generosity, sweetheart. It's my map. That's right, Cutie Cyber. See if you can pull it off twice. Oh my gosh, Car! Sweetie pie, thank you ever so much. Holy shit for the 5. And now we're at level 7. Holy fuck, thank you so much, sweetheart. Oh, Cutie Car. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you so very much for the 5 gifted subs. Absolute darling Cutie Pie Core. Thank you ever so much. And we're almost 50% through level 7 already. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Thank you, sweeties. I really cannot even put into words how grateful I am. Thank you so very much. We got Obtuse in the lead. Obtuse, have I told you how much I like your PFP? I just love, it's like perfectly, it's Obtuse Corner. It is so clear. It is so good. Oh. I still don't understand how this one works. Hi, gorgeous Ghosty. Thank you so much for transmitting with the message effect. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness, is that the lovely, stupendous, kind Tao? Is that the gorgeous, most adorable, sweetest Ghosty Gooba ever? I believe it is. Hi, gorgeous Ghosty. How are you, sweetie? I lied. It's okay, Cyber. You got this. You got this. You were third. You are very good at this one. Terrific Trout, thank you for participating. Congratulations on your gold medal. Cutie Cat, congrats on your silver. And lovely Cyber, congrats on your bronze. This game is fun. I'm so glad you like it. Little bit. Thank you guys so much for the level 7 hype train. Incredible. Hold on, I'll go back to the race menu. We shall find one that we haven't done. Do I have the played one? Oh, I like the Splash-tastic Sea Venture. There's a bunch of little cutie paws here. Let's do that one. Hi, gorgeous Ghosty. How are you doing? It's so good to see you, sweetheart. Pirate one? Is this the pirate one? It's the Sea Venture one, anyway. Water slide time. I promise the water is mildly heated. For those of you who are experiencing Australian summer, that means that it won't be ice cold to you, but it will be wet and comfortable. And for those of you who are in an ice bath of a season in the States, or the other hemisphere. Yay, beach episode. I love that city. Don't pee on the water slide. Yes, please respect your fellow pals. Do not pee on the water slide. But it's heated, so you won't be frosty. Ghosty, I've been better. My consistent job of the last 4 years is just fired me because they are using AI instead of me. So I've been better, but I am having an amazing time today. The pals have been absolutely extraordinarily supportive, like always, but particularly since I've been concerned about my lack of job. And yeah. How have you been, gorgeous Ghosty? It is ice rain here right now. In fairness, in that case, your water slide is very nice and warm. Sweetest face, darling, thank you so very much for continuing your subby. I really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much for your dedication. I'm so glad you enjoy the content and the community, darling. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Indoor water parks are open all year round, I think. Yeah, nice. Be back in a bit. Oh, good, sweet I'll see you soon. Heated water slide, so nobody would know if I did. You would know. You would know if you did. Don't do it. Don't piss in it, okay? Oh, shit. Sweetest So Jazzy and Alec and Sam. Everybody's coming up. Roses, Sam's done. Sam is our winner. Congratulations, sweetest Sam. Alec as well. And then Obtuse. Hey, congratulations. Excellent. It me. It you, cutie pie. Woo! Beach episode. I've been thinking about getting it myself for a while. I'm not sure how long I'll be able to sustain it, though, but I wish to support in ways I can. Well, sweetest face, that is so incredibly supportive, and I really appreciate it, darling. Just know that it is, yeah, it is very, I'm very grateful. Very, very grateful. Thank you so much. Sweetest Sam, I gotta go back to work. Oh, sorry, 1 second. I gotta go back to work now. Good luck with the rest of stream. Thank you so much, sweetest Sam. Thank you so much for your incredible generosity and for playing with us. And amazing Alec, thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The 5 gifted. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Level 8 hype train, you guys. Level 8 hype. Level 8 hype train. Thank you so much. Amazing Alec. Thank you. So much support. I really appreciate. Thank you. And you've been all right, gorgeous Ghosty. Been thinking of wanting to check in on you. Thank you so much, Ghosty. I appreciate it. Precious Poogie, welcome in. Alec, thank you so much for the support. It's so kind of you. Thank you. Also, sweetest Sam, congrats. You may be lurking, but you got gold. And amazing Alec got second. Outstanding Obtuse with the 3rd. Well done indeed. Let's see. Now, you were mentioning a pirate one. Is that the pirate one, or is there a more piratey pirate one? I like the Marbles Diner one. That one's pretty cool. Pirate. Is there anything that screams pirate here? Pirates. Maybe that was the pirate one. Let's do the diner one. I do like that one. That's cute. I'm also on a hunt for a job right now. Everything's gonna work out. Yes, absolutely, lovely Yummy. Absolutely. All right, we shall join. My choice? All right. Well, sweetest face, thank you so much for the southern accent routine. This one's the easiest one on my voice, so I suppose I'll do this. You guys, are you all in? We have a brand new track. You got to do exclamation point play if you'd like to. And besides that, let's get started. You can join anytime during these 10 seconds, as long as you join while they are counting down. Gorgeous Ghosty, thank you for coming in. Lab, you made it. Well done. Space, you made it too. I'm so happy y'all made it. Oh no, Obtuse, I'm so sorry, darling. I think we missed you. And Poogie, I'm sorry we missed you too, darling. I'm so sorry. It's all right. You'll get in the new one. You'll get in the next one. Next, my Toe Slice Jam Slice. Welcome on in. Some uppies for you. Yee! Good next. Thank you, darling. Are we going to the drive-in? We certainly are. I'm going to buy y'all a little bit of I'm going to get you some Sonic milkshakes. How's them sound? Texan Tao. Southern Tao, but close enough, you know? Is the boost working? Ghosty! Let's go, gorgeous Ghosty. Oh, wait a second. I'm pretty sure that Ghosty should be in the first place here. I think it's just because as the crow flies, maybe you're closest over here. There's Ghosty. All right. I'm getting curly fries. Trout, it would be my pleasure to treat you to some curly fries. Proof just sped right past y'all. Oh, shit. Boost plus ultra. Wouldn't that be funny if that were... Oh, my God. You're going through the car wash. Or marble wash. Steamy in here, ain't it? Oh, let's see. Not in this one because Twitch kept crashing on me. Rebooted 4 times since last race. Oh, shit, Cyber. Are you having that issue with any other channels, or is it just us? Precious Proof do be in the lead. Oh, but you better watch out. You got Lav and Ghosty on your tail as well. Ah, you better watch out. They're coming on. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Ghosty. Oh, it could be anyone's race now. Look at this. Who knows? Oh, it looks like Ozzy. Oh, no, there goes Ghosty. Surprise, motherfucker. Boost fast enough to get in the lead without dying. Yeah, there you go. I like that one. That should be a secret command. I've been thwarted. No. Goes to you, but GG's. GG's indeed deeds. Well done, y'all. Well done, gorgeous Ghosty, with your gold gold medal. And they've got Lav with the silver and Ozzy with the bronze. Excellent work, you guys. You guys, thank you so much for that. Our level 8 hype train. That meant the world to me. I really do appreciate the absolutely astounding support y'all have given. Today and every day. Like I said, I really appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. You are so sweet. Also, gorgeous Ghosty, yep, congrats. Lav, Ozzy. Oh, I was 4th, but I don't get nothing for that. Maybe a little ribbon or something, you know. Choo-choo! Exactly. Thank you, guys. Thank you ever so much. You are absolutely incredible, you lot of wonderful and amazing people. Next, thank you so much for the 80 stream streak. 80 is amazing. You're real close to the honey as well. That's amazing. Thank you so much for the support and dedication, darling. Appreciate you keeping up with your streak. Let's do Taking Flight. You can go so fast in this one. Community game night is so fun. I've been missing out. Yeah, Alex, and we're so happy that you're here for this one. Keep it in mind, you guys did vote at the beginning. You guys can do a maximum of 2 hours of any single game. So if you want to keep playing marbles, we can. I'm gonna put that poll up in about 15 minutes when we go on another break. But if you do choose to do this one, that'll be the last time for today that you can play marbles, and then we will have to pick something else. Alrighty. I think that's fair because this ain't gonna be like a 10-hour stream or nothing, so we won't have time for absolutely everything. But yeah, time for solitaire game night. No, I wouldn't make you do solitaire. That's too solitary. All right, you ready? We're starting. I want the race car version. I can put that. I can actually put that on there, but I will wait to put that on there until you guys run out of marbles. Alrighty, and now the timer's up, so I'm back to my normal voice. Jet, you are in the lead. I can do solitaire, just not spider solitaire, because fair enough. Incredible Iridius, thank you so much for the care package. Solitaire? Have you played Solitaire, lovely Jet? That used to be my favorite thing to play on this really ancient HP laptop that my mom had. I used to write all of my edgy teenage stories on it. I don't even think it didn't have Wi-Fi or anything. But it did have Solitaire and it did have Snake. And God, I loved those fucking games, man. You know, jet planes are one of the fastest planes available. I believe that. I'm kidding. Spider Solitaire is rather easy for me. Oh, that's good. That's good, Ozzy. I'm happy to hear that. Just can't have a spider on, like, the back of the cards. Edgy stories with Tal. I love that you're all curled up for it, Precious Politely. Space pinball was where it was at. Oh, I did love some space pinball. Look at this. There are no ground rules being followed. Sorry. You're going so fast. You're going to fly. You're taking off. Is this a long song? No, actually, Cutie Cat. We've the new Songify app allows me to tell it when to terminate a song or like not allow someone to request a song. And I do. No! Oh, shit. Oh, no. We lost some pals there. We lost quite a few pals there. But I've told it to terminate anything that's over 6 minutes. This one is under 5. I used to go to a friend's house to play that space pinball. That's very fun. Strat, you just won! Followed by Cutie Cat and Yummy. Strat, congrats on first. Cutie Cat, congrats on second. Yummy on third. Well done. Jet is becoming a jet. It's Twill. It's Twill. Well done, my darlings. Well done. Who did that? Well, you were going too fast, and I think you fell off the runway a little bit. I feel like I've heard this ethereal sound earlier, just confused. Yeah, I think that Sigur Rós may have gotten another song that was requested a few minutes ago, but it is a different song. Just from the same artist. Yeah, Strat, Cat, Yummy. Well done, Cutie Pies. Well done. Let's see what else what other shenanigans we can get up to. Oh! Love is in the air, from me to you. Let's do that one. I do love this song. You guys join me in love. Join me in love, cuties. Tao, would you have any suggestions on softwares to rig models in? Like a live 2D model? Definitely live 2D. Cubism live 2D is probably the one I'd recommend. There's also Spline. Is it Spline or Spine or Spline 2D? I've never used that one though, so I don't know if that works for anything for like live models. Strat, Cat, Yummy sounds like a great trio. It does actually, Strat. Yeah, those are the heroes. The heroes of the day. All right, you guys, please do join if you haven't yet. You got just a couple seconds left. Oh, Jet, you made it in by a hair. Storm! Incoming storm. Oh, boing, 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 boing. Whee! Oh, Storm, Yummy is hot on your tail. Ah, this is Aussie. Yummy just passed you. Oh, shit, there goes Yummy. Oh. Strat Cat Yummy is the name of my next album. I love that. Damn, Storm, you have the coolest marble. I know, doesn't Storm have a sick marble? Oh, oh, good, I'm so glad you made it. I thought you were gonna fall off. Yummy, ooh, neck and neck with Nyx. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? It looks like Yummy is in the lead, but not surely, because Trout has just passed Yummy. The song went with the start of the game. I just thought that too, Nyx. I was like, ooh, yeah, banger for marbles. Poogie! Poogie is on their way. Uh-oh. Is there anyone ahead of you? Oh, yes, it looks like Trout is on their way as well. Oh, expertly done. Thread the needle. Whee! Make the landing. Yeah, you did it. Well done, terrific Trout. Well done. Poogie took a shortcut? I think that Trout took the shortcut. I think Poogie accidentally went over. Oh, Lav, hot on Trout's tail. Oh, we lost Maid. Oh. We lost Ryo and Alec as well. No, I'm so sorry. I think that would be a shortcut right there. I don't know if anyone's gonna hit that though. Oh! I almost beat you, Trout, but no, I did not. I did multiplayer of Pokemon Legends ZA for the first time today with my IRL friend. We traded to evolve the Pokemon that required trading, and then we battled a few times. He had a legendary, so I didn't know I was gonna wreck him so hard. Wow, good job, Poogie. Well done. Also, Terrific Trout, excellent work. You are first place. Lovely Lav in second. I got my wonderful third place. Strat in fourth. Excellent, excellent. They fell out of love. Oh. How is Storm doing? Storm is incoming. The storm has come. Wink. Sigh, I'm a moron. My hand got itchy, so obviously I scratched it without looking. Winston wondered, why did that hurt? And then I looked and I remembered, oh no, Cyber! No, is that cut still healing too, sweetheart? Owie, are you okay? Brace the storm. Holy crap, I finished one? You did! You finished one! Well done! You're in 10th, but you still finished one. Well done. Look at all of us, politely lined up, awaiting the next. Terrific trout, lovely lav, and myself. Ooh, we got a challenge complete. I got 25 marble coins. Yay! All right, let's do another, maybe 2 more races, and then we'll go on a quick break. And we'll do another poll to see what else you want to play, or if you want to play some more marbles. Speaking of marbles and duty, I can see everyone dying from this one, but it's okay. We're going to space, everyone. We're going to space! Are you excited? Shit, there's the sun. Run away from the sun! Oh my god, where is... Oh, there you go. Capitalism! Yes, indeed, precious politely. Who is this cover? Sounds like oh, it's Anna Pantsu. Capitalism! This is Anna Pantsu. Capitalism! Capitalism! Be sure to join Cutie Pie's got 10 seconds. Yummy. 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 Wee. Ooh, look at the space stream, slipstream. Jet's in the lead. Ryo, Cat, Poogie, Space. Woo! Oh, Jet is indeed staying in the lead. My territory. It's true, Space. You can win. I have faith in you. You are right back there. You're like in what, 5th? Yeah, you're 5th. You're almost there. If Jet gets interrupted, you may very well be our next, because you're actually moved up to 3rd, Space. I'm getting my revenge. I am at home field, so there's a good chance I may fly out to meet friends in space. As long as you're safe, Strat. I vibe with the song. I like this song too. Oh, Cat's in 1st. Cat is in 1st. Jet, Space just came to, wait, hold on. What? Oh, there's Space. Space is trying to catch up with Cutie Cat. Watch out, Cat, run away. Hold on, I'm trying to get to Cat. There we go. Oh, wee! Into the wormhole. Space is on your tail. I mean, kind of far behind, but oh, incoming. Shit, Space is on the way. Space is on the way. I can't even look up vertically. Space should win in space. I concur. I think that's only fair. I'm enjoying country songs, so feel free to suggest some more. Oh, are you enjoying country, Strat? I'm so glad you're enjoying country. I love the look of this. It is actually very cool. Oh, Cat just made the landing. Space dead too? Oh, wait a second. Space! Wait, is Space in 1st? Hold up. Oh no. Cutie Cat is, oh, this is a long one. Where's, oh, Infernus just intercepted. Infernus inserted themselves between Space and Cat. Not if I can help it. Oh, Infernus! Space is coming up. Oh! Space has home advantage. It's true. Oh, there goes Cat. Oh, but here comes Infernus. Infernus is like mere meters behind you. You're almost there. Oh, Infernus! Ah! Oh, there goes Proof. Oh shit! Oh my god! From I did not even realize. The Bay Harbor Pussy Bandit. Welcome in, hun. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. Hell here. Let me catch up with Space. You're in 1st. Space. Oh my god. Space. I think that. Oh no! No! off the track. Oh no! Oh no! We lost proof too. In fairness, you're our only hope. Oh no! Cat's coming up. Cat's coming up hot. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Can you jump? Can you will yourself to jump? Or are there like little slipstreams that are making you jump? Oh, Cat, you're closing in on the what's it called? The record ball. I don't know what's happening. You won! That's what's happening. Congratulations! How did I die in my map? I don't know, Space. Rigged. My beautiful gold medal. No, you did get a bronze though, hon. You did get a bronze. Congratulations. Congratulations. Well done to Cutie Cat on gold, Infernus on silver, and Jet on bronze. Excellent job, you guys. Excellent job. All I can think is, I'm in space. I think I fell off the space map too. I think you did. I think you might have. Yeah, most people did. More than half. But we still got 9. We still got 9 precious pals on there. So much death. So much death. Okay, we're gonna do one more of these and then we'll go on a very quick 3-minute break and then you can vote on whether you want to do another round or not, okay? Let's see here. Oh, waterfall! Waterfall's very pretty. This one's cool. You might die, but it's worth it. It's pretty. As promised, I went out to meet friends. Ah, you did promise. It is true. Look at this beautiful water. Ooh, it's flowing. Join my darlings, exclamation point apply. Some of you may die, but that is a price I am willing to pay, or whatever it said. Wait, that is a cost I'm willing to, how does that go? Sorry, Jazzy, I thought, but it will be pretty. It will be pretty, trust. You might die, but at least you die with a view. True that. Look at them water physics. Let's go for a dive. Yuck, I hate water. Okay, everybody ready? You guys got 10 seconds, go ahead. I'm like a shark. Come here. Maid. Nom nom. I ate you. I ate you, maid. There goes Strat. Oh. Space is like, I am determined. I lost last time. I will not lose this time. Wait, there goes Cyber. Oh, Shadow in the lead. Just jump straight out of there. That is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. That's the one. Thank you, Cat. That's the one. Tau pretty versus politely pretty. I'm in the water. I love the water. I hate the water. Oh, Shadow. Pretty lady. Pretty lady. Oh, you just got bumped. That must have been one of my relatives. One of my seafaring relatives. We are all pretty. It's true. Pretty lady. I like swim. I like exclamation point swim, Raya. Yummy. How is Shadow jumping? I don't know, actually. I think there might be like a little... Oh! I think that was the... that was crazy. that was the record ball, I think. Oh, there goes, wait, obtuse! Are you gonna be sucked into the hole or will you go through the finish? Oh, you almost made the finish. Oh, shit. Oh, here we go. Lav, are you gonna make the finish? Nope. Oh, Cat, you're first again. Oh, and Shadow, you made it. Strat in third. Shadow, okay, we got Cat first. Shadow 2, Strat 3. Well done. Where did obtuse come from? I don't know. I think it's all... I love that everyone eventually gets like through there. I don't know if anyone actually dies here. Or do we... What is down there? Wait, that's very scary. What the fuck was that? Did you see like a hand? What is that? Ew! Oh, it's okay. I was like, what is it? I still don't really know what it is. A dragon? A skull? It's creepy. I don't like it. Think I got taken out by the Falls 07. No! I'm sorry, hon. Octopus? Squid? Maybe that's a squid? It's very yucky. Oh my god! Holy shit! What the fuck? Then you get fire? What? Anyway, Cutie Cat, congrats on gold. Swedish Shadow, congrats on silver, and Strat on bronze. Time for a poll and a break, indeed. Cutie Pies, this is your reminder that every hour we go on a 3-minute break. It's not too long, but it's long enough that if you cannot afford to or do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about missing out on content, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer and I also run those ads. I'm also going to be putting up a poll for you guys to vote on in the meantime. Next, we should keep playing marbles, play Gartic Phone, play King of the Castle, play Choice Chamber, play Fall Guys. Before I hit start poll on this, I want to remind you guys voted at the beginning of stream to have a maximum of 2 hours playing any one game. So we can actually vote for marbles this time, but if you want to play it again for another hour, we won't be able to play it again after. Okay? I'm going to start that poll now, and then we're going to go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is LCM Meds Reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Amazing Alec, you're heading out, darling. All good, sweetie pie, and please don't feel any pressure to commission, but I always appreciate the support. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Sweeties, the poll is open. Please do vote, and I'll see you in 3. Mwah. It seems you've been detected. No, not me. Not me, certainly not. Rawr. Oh, cute. Rawr. 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 No. Rawr. Oh, they're so cute. I found a new favorite game called The First Descendant. It's cross-platform, free-to-play, next-gen, third-person looter shooter powered by Unreal Engine 5. That's awesome, Ram. I think I've heard of it, maybe, but I hope that you're enjoying it, sweetheart. Also, amazing Aston over on YouTube. Welcome in, darling. Trout. Oh my God. Thank you, fucking holy shit. Maybe-ish. We just go shirtless here. It goes past 40 once we hit Feb to, it's too hot to deal with. Yeah, I bet. In fairness, thank you so much for the British accent. Darling Eclipse, please don't run away. I promise this only lasts for 5 minutes. Hold tight, okay, darling? You are challenged by George's the Gourmet. Multiple George, eh? It's -15, Murder? We will? The timing on that literally during like the 1 section, like literally 1 second where there was like a downtime between dialogue and music. Murder? Will? SP cost of nuke skills. I could put some more nuke skills on here. Yeah, let's get more nukes. Why not? Please, I'll give you heart. Please. Mere moments ago, glimpsed a figure clad in white set forth from the waking sand. Sorry, my gut is, Bereth Vine dinner. Would be best received, but few places were as expansive and well-developed as this one. While it was his first time here in person, we knew of the town's... Jesus Christ. Hello, my darlings. Welcome back. Wait, why do I sound like... Why do I have an echo? Hold on. Do I sound different to you guys? I feel like I sound different to you guys. Where's the button? Why is it not pink? I don't understand how this works. Hear this? Oh, fuck, that was loud. Sorry. Oh my god. Okay, I fixed it. All good. Sound a little bit lower in pitch. Is that not just because I'm talking lower, maybe? But awesome Aussie, welcome back, you beautiful beings. Some Abbies. Good Aussie, yeah! Outstanding up to stand, lovely Abbies. Good laugh. Sorry, the dog's excited about nothing. Terrific Trout, welcome back. Nix Matos Jam Slice, welcome back, Uppies. Yee! Good Nix. Welcome back, Sudastrat. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Welcome back, Sudasaru. Welcome back, Sweet So Jazzy. A smidge? Yeah, I hear myself more. I'm not sure why. I'm wondering if I fucked up the... I don't know how I would have fucked it up, but maybe I did. Who knows? Let's see. Oh, you want me to sing something? Okay, how about I sing while we play marbles? Because you guys have voted for marbles, it looks like. So this will be your last time to play marbles. Last hour to play marbles. We have another hour of marbles, don't worry. Yes, Coda says hello. Alrighty, let me see. Let's hit, you know what? We're in spacey mood. Let's go to the space station. Mine not the fan arts. Oh, I would love to have a look. But first, let me see here. Everything stays. Like Talcula fighting the Pouch Pals. That's true! Everything stays. 1 second. I will sing this for you real quick, honey bun. After I get you guys started on this. And you adjust to the pitch according to how the marbles perform. Yay, the marbles are doing so great! Oh no, the marbles are doing poorly. Like that. Feel free to join in, cutie pies. I'm starting it in 10 seconds. Please make sure you exclamation point play if you would like to. Go! All right. While we follow you, I am going to sing for beautiful Bublin. Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter when you turn it around. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Sorry, 1 second. I'll do the next verse in a moment. I'm gonna close the door. Hold on. He's I think he's just excited because his father is doing some gardening. And so he's like, fuck, I can't be out there? No. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is raising, the water's gotten higher as the shore washes out. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing, the moon controls the tide, it can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. There you go. I hope that was okay, cutie patootie. Thank you very much for the request. And now we'll listen to people who actually sing. Thank you very much, my adorable little bubblins. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Ozzy. Thank you very much. Oh, cutie core, you heading out, darling. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the yay, terrific chat. Thank you, Saru and sweetest Sir Jazzy and Ozzy and Nick and bubblins. Thank you guys. You're very kind. Also, I will have a look at the fan art real quick. Sadie, that is so fucking funny. I don't know if I can add that because I'm terrified of having me randomly scream when it does that, when it cycles through that in the fan art. But that is so funny. I love that. You guys, if you haven't checked Sadie's new fan art of me screaming, you are missing out. It's very funny. Thank you so much, Hud. I'm waiting to have my PFP updated with your chibi version of it. Oh, let's go! I can't wait to do that for you, sweetest Strat. Also, Maid! Congrats on second, sweetest Sadu on third, and Shadow, of course, on first. I ask again, Tau album when? When I find someone who wants to do the mixing for that one. That's make me sound remotely decent. Good luck. GG's indeed. Well done, cuties. Well done. Did anyone get obliterated by these fucking lasers? Ooh, yummy Strat. Oh, Strat. Oh, Strat. Oh, wait a second. Oh, shit. Oh, Strat, are you gonna be next, or is Yami gonna be? Oh, Strat won that twofer right there. That twofer. I saw my live flash before my model's eyes. I forgot my PFP. Is it Pikachu? It is. It is. It's very cute, Pikachu. Well done to Shadow on gold, Maid on silver, and Sedu on bronze. Give me just a sec, cutie pie. All right, I'm back. Excellent job, my cutie pies. My marble loaded in. I think I'm a bear, dog. I'm something. You're cute. You're cute. Nate says hello to you, my darlings. And hum. Ooh, under falling waters. I hate water, but my marble may like it. Ooh, look at the bubbles. The bubbles? Bubbles? Where are you guys? Where are you spawning in? Oh, in front of me. Walking hand in hand as we finish in joint last place. It's okay. It's only temporary. I might need to head out after this one. I've got work again. Oh, good, lovely Lav. All good. I hope you have a great one at work, darling. You guys feel free to join in for the next 7 seconds or so. Just don't lose your marbles, everyone. Yeah. Oh, hi there, Radical Ram. Welcome on in. How are you doing? It's very good to see you. Welcome. I hope your Saturday is going well. Ooh, look at these sparkly rocks. This looks cool, doesn't it? Hi there, Magnificent Mario. How are you? Good to see ya. Ooh, it's too close to call right now. But let's see where we go as we descend down some of these waterfalls. You assume we have marbles to lose. Aha! My mistake. I'm just kidding. How do I join? Mario, at the start of each track, you can do !play, and then it counts down 10. And you can still join during those 10 seconds. But Mario, basically, each of these lasts about, I want to say like anywhere between 2 and 5 minutes, and then you can join in on the next one, okay? Just make sure that you wait until you see like, because it'll appear on the screen. It'll say !play to join or something like that. Oh, Ozzy! Oh, Ozzy! Oh, Ozzy's going to Atlantis, baby. Whee! Whoa, this is crazy. Oh. I'm glad you're doing better than yesterday, lovely Ram. That makes me very happy to hear. It's like that long slide at fairs where you sit on a potato sack. Oh my god, I forgot about this. I loved those though as a kid. That was so much fun. Oh, Ozzy deftly avoiding those random whatever those are. Whee! Mario, how are you doing? Yourself out there. Ooh, oop, oop, ah, oop, ah, beep. Oh, Ozzy. Ooh, it's neck and neck with Trout. Trout may. Oh, nope. Ozzy's rushing through it. Ozzy's rushing through it. I'm glad you're doing well, Magnificent Mario. Makes me very happy to hear. Ozzy, I think you are getting first at this rate. Oh, that is a, oh shit, no, Cyber snuck it from you and then disappeared. But was that victory worth your life, Cyber? Because Cyber, you got first, Ozzy second, and Trout in third. Well done, cuties. Trout, I like that you're like a black hole of a ball. A black hole of a marble. What? I stepped away for a sec. You're back. Welcome back, cutie cat. I realized I forgot you love Gundam IBO. I don't recall if I told you I got a Barbados. Oh, Gundam Lupus Rex. That's very cool. I don't think you did tell me that. That's awesome. I think you finished that at the same time again, Strat. You guys can keep on holding each other's hands. Ramu died. No. I'm sorry, sweetie. I'll try and find one that people don't die as much on, but Cyber, congrats on first, Ozzy on second, and Trout on third. Let's see what we got next. Winning is worthless without the risk. The boss killed you this time. No, I'm sorry, cutie pies. Good attempt though. You'll do better next time. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. We got convergence. This is to say the corn. This is the corn map. It says I'm a dachshund. Looks like a black pepper grain. That's funny. All right, so for example, Mario, this is where, see how it says exclamation point play? So make sure you do that now. So exclamation point play will let you play. And I'll give you guys a few extra seconds to make sure that everyone is in. Keeping in mind that even when it starts to count down from 10, you can still join during those 10 seconds, but I'll give you another few seconds. And now I will hit start and you can still join for 10 seconds. So make sure that you get in there during these 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Keeping in mind also, there was a slight delay in what you guys are seeing and what is actually happening. So Infernos is the last one who got in there, which is good because it looks like no one else attempted to. So I think we've got everybody. No, Strat! Oh, wait, no, Strat, you're, oh, okay, phew. God, you guys are giving me a little heart attack. Sorry. Looks like you are meant to fall all the way down there and then go all the way back up. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Here come the pals. I'm waiting. Oh, wait, I see me. I see, oh, there we go. Look at me go. Whee! Poogie, you're hot on my tail. Oh, Poogie's gone to first. Absolutely blown past me. Whee! There goes precious Poogie. How do you pronounce dachshund? I pronounce it dachshund. Some people say Dutch hound, but I say dachshund. I tried to, and I put in the command. Well, then Mario, you should be on here somewhere. I'll have a look once we finish. And if you aren't on here, I'll specifically look for you the next time, and we'll see if we can troubleshoot a little bit. Mario put it in early. Oh, yeah, you gotta wait until it shows up and it says play, exclamation point play, because if you do it any sooner, then I think it times you out for a bit. It just doesn't want people to spam, I think, so just gotta wait. I fucking died? Boo. Maybe wait for the game, for when the game is on screen. Yeah, exactly. Definitely do that. Precious Poogie is slowly but surely making their way through here. Oh, sorry, we have done this one, but there's a few people who are in here now who hadn't been here for that one, so. Oh no, Ram, you died! I'm so sorry. I think this one does have a few moments where you can die, unfortunately. 07. Oh, we have Cat sneaking in from behind. Or do what I do, just wait until someone else types it first. You could do that too. Yeah, that's a good strategy as well. But as you can see, these are short little games, so you just wait for a few more minutes and then you'll be able to join in. Looks like Mate is in second because Cutie Cat is our winner, and Storm hit that bronze. Let's go. Well, I'm dead. Oh no! Sorry, Poogie. Hi there, precious panda. Welcome on in. How are you, darling? I love that emote. That's very cute. How are you doing? Excellent work, cutie pies. Excellent work. How are we doing up here? Let me have a look at who's in oncoming. Cyber, we will wait for you, my dear. We will wait for you. And I will wait for summer. GG's. I can't stop fat fingers. Go, Cyber, go. Go, Cyber, go. I have to head out now. I'll be back in 2 hours minimum, 3 hours max. Well, then we will see you, lovely lab, because we will be going for a little over 3 more hours. Cutie Cat, thank you so much for participating and getting that gold medal and made for the silver and storm for the bronze. Have a great one at work, lovely lav. Watch that heart rate, okay, sweetheart? More pouch guests, yeah! Oh, the dojo, this one's really cool. Okay. All right, so don't type it yet, okay? Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait until someone, okay, now you can type exclamation point play and you should be able to get in. There you go. Let's see if we see Mario type it. Mario, let me see if you're in here. Mario should be... Where is Mario? Oh, there you are. Mario. There we go. Perfect. Okay, cool. I was like, wait a second. You typed it at the right time. That's okay. Yep, you're in here now, sweetheart. That is the good strat. All right, you guys. I'll give you another 10 seconds starting now. Please make sure that you continue to do exclamation point play if you would like to play. Went right past him, I did. Whee! Wow, where is everybody? The dojo is actually very cool. This is a really cool map. Oh, everyone's taking off, going their own directions through the rafters. I don't even know who might be in first right now. Ram! Ram is technically in first. Oh, Ram is following the lead of the record-holding ball. Oh no! Ram, you've been passed by me and Maid. I'm so sorry. Oh wait, no, Infernus. Infernus. Oh, wait. Oh, obtuse. Down we go. Infernus. Oh, Infernus just passed. Oh, but not too aggressively. We got Infernus in the lead, but not by too much. Oh, boing! Oh no, we lost both of our leads. Ah, shit. Maid taking it nice and slow. That is the way it seems. You have not fallen off. Well done. Ooh. Oh, Yami! Oh no, we lost Poogie again! Sir Jazzy, expertly weaving through the bamboo forest. Oh, Strat is hot on your tail though, beware. Whee! Oh, there goes Sweetest Strat! Ooh, ooh! Ha ha! Oh no, we lost Cutie Cat. Bob and weave! Oh, Shadow, we lost you too! No! Uh-oh, Strat, you might lose this one. You've exceeded the curve. We need to go. Oh no. Patience is a virtue and I don't possess it, but you clearly do. Well done. Oop, I died. Oh, Ram, I'm sorry, honey. Oh, Strat, you are in a pretty discernible lead, but Jazzy is coming up on the back end there. If you don't navigate this very easily, you might lose it to Sweetest Sir Jazzy. Oh, there goes Jazzy! Jazzy has barreled past you. Barreled is a little bit strong. Oh, Strat, you just snuck around Sedu and Jazzy. Incoming. Where am I even going? Let's see. It doesn't look like you may either have died or... Strat! Congrats on first! Sweetest Sir Jazzy is up here. Yep. Mario, you're in 6th. Let's go see where you are. You are navigating the peg forest. Let's see. Maid, you have definitely made an impact with your bronze medal, and Aussie with the 4th, 5th place for Sedu. This is so fun, Tao. Thank you for the stream. I'm enjoying hanging out here with you in the pals so much. I'm so glad. I always have such a great time with you, cutie pies. I love having these community streams. They're such a blast. Stratos, riding the edge, takes it. Damn. Participation medal, I'll take it. Well done. Hey, Mario, you didn't die. Good job. I died. A lot of precious pals did die. I'm so sorry, Rip. Thank you for the bleed prodigal, Rim. Let's try again. Let me see if I can get through this without dying. What haven't we tried? There's a few of these we haven't tried. The twisting tumble might be fun. Oh, Haunted Hills. Haunted Hills is one of my favorites. That one's very fun. That's me to the game. That's fair. Thank you for the care package, awesome. Ow, fuck. Sorry, awesome Aussie. That was a surprisingly dangerous check. It was. When your string is in a knot, patience will untie it. Patience can do lots of things. Have you ever tried it? H.R. Wells's mom. Is that actually H.R. Wells's mom? Hey, my love! Aussie eye patch, welcome in. Are you playing marbles? I hope you win, mi amor. I hope you win, mi amor. Everyone, please feel free to join in, cutie pies. I'll give you another 10 seconds starting now. Boop. Please join. You only got 10 seconds left to join. I'm gonna put you into the boiling water. No insider trading, I promise, pals. Mi amor. You're not playing games while you drive, are you? I'm just kidding. You're a good driver. I know you wouldn't do that, my love. Calling it. Tau and Nath 1-2. Actually, looks like Ram has been carried away. Will you die or will you be lucky? That's it. You're going in the soup. Hey there, sweetest Spice Cat. No, you're waiting at the pharmacy. Oh, excellent. Well, stick around. Oh, shit, my phone just died. I did not even see it. I did not even see it. I'm like, why am I frozen? Oh, my phone's dead. Bear with me. Hold on. You know what? I'm gonna do you a favor, and I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna pull up my my PNG, so I'm not just like scaring you guys. Hold on a second. Where is my? I don't have it. Oh, it's not on this. It's not on this fucking thing. Damn. It's okay. I will return as soon as my phone charges a little bit. Poogie, you are in first, but don't get complacent. Hold on. It's supposedly charging. Nath is fine. Hello, Nath. I mean, Aussie, I imagine you can call him Nath. He goes by Nath everywhere. I'm a ghost. I am a ghost. Ooh. Actually, I chose the exact right map for this, I think. Because I am invisible. Obtuse! Did we lose Nath already? Let's see. Oh, we got Aussie. Oh, nope. Oh, Nath, you are falling behind me, amor. All right, give me just a second. My phone's at 1%, so I'm just gonna let it charge for probably a little bit here. Otaku, welcome in. Tau has been promoted to a disembodied voice actress. Time to play your cards now. Strats in first. Oh, did we lose? I think we lost Nath. Look at you leading everyone through the haunted house, sweetest strat. Let's go. Let's go. Cyber, are you targeting me, amor? Maybe the real Tau. We're the friends we made along the way. Perhaps this is true. Oh, what an upset. Hey, I'm in first place. I swear it is not intentional. Swedish Shadow, congrats on second. Poogie on third. If I could, I'd redeem the PNG model. Yes, this is, I just don't have it on this on the screen. I probably should there. Let's see, did we, oh, Ozzy, you made it, or sorry, Nath. Nath, you made it in 12th. Ozzy, you made it at 6th. Well done, well done. I was half right. Tau won. Uh-oh, hold on, my phone is, my phone just restarted. Shit. Bear with me. Bear with me. I want it to, just not, just turn off. Just turn off, it's okay. Well done, Poogie, on your bronze and Shadow on your silver. Yeah, you didn't play your cards, wink wink. Marble adventure. A marvelous adventure for my precious pals. Come on through and join, my darlings. Come on through and join. Look at this path thing here. I'm hoping no one will die because these are some nice sharp preventables here, but we'll see. I installed the Live 2D trial as it was suggested for beginners, and I have gotten semi-cozy in bed and relaxing with you. Sounds good, sweetest space. Sounds great. I wish that I could give you some tips on that. I did make my very first model in it, but I haven't actually touched it since then, so I think I've probably forgotten a lot of stuff. You guys, please do exclamation point play if you would like to play. You got 10 more seconds from the time that you hear this, and we're starting. As long as there is a number on the screen, you can still join, but keeping in mind that there is a slight delay. Oh, in fairness, you got in there just in time, I think, and you're the last one who made it. All right, perfect. Let's see. Oh, there goes Cyber. Oh my gosh, look it. We're like a bunch of little, what's that Pokemon that keeps on annoying me? It's like the centipede Pokemon. When they're all grouped together, it looks like that. Oh, shit, that was not safe. Sorry, this is not safe. I'm so sorry, Sweetest Space. I did not realize you would explode on this map. I am so sorry. Caterpie, no, it's a newer one. It's, I think it evolves into like, it's got like, it looks like it has little helmets. It looks like it has little helmets. All right, give me just a second. While Cyber is very much in the lead, let me see. It's still at 1% charge. My phone's just hot. I didn't notice it die. I'm sorry, phone. I'm so sorry. All right, I've turned low power on. Let me see if I can. Man, it doesn't want to go beyond 1%. Yikes. Phalanx, that's it, Storm. That's the one. Thank you. That's it, Phalanx. Oh, oh shit. Oh, I think that Nath got knocked off. Nope, nope. Oh, nope, now he's dead. Sorry, my love. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I love you. But Phalanx is so adorable. It's okay. Oh, God, my phone is literally not starting up. Sorry, guys, hold on. I will actually go and grab the, I will actually go and grab the PNG. Give me just a sec. I'm not sure why my phone won't charge past 1%. Eek, yikes, scary. Hold on. All right, 1 second. Okay. Ta-da? Ta-da! Hi, okay, at least you're having me in this form now. Oh shit, Cyber's way ahead of everyone. Cyber already won, but like now we've got some people circling the donut. Did your phone kick the bucket? God, I hope not, but I am really worried about that. I'm not gonna be able to afford a new phone. Shit, it's still at only 1% and it keeps on restarting because it just won't charge past 1. Hold on. Maybe if I just leave it alone for a few minutes. Cyber! Congratulations. Well done. Cyber in first! I was so worried about my fucking phone, I didn't even notice I got second! An amazing Aussie. Well done on third. Cutie Pie, well done on third. Rest in peace to our beloved pouch pals who are no longer with us. You made it! You did, Ram! Congratulations! Wait, this song, the Japanese Raise Up Your Bat song? This is Raise Up Your Bat. That's correct, yeah. All right. Next map. Let's see here. Good Mad City. We did that one. Oh, Devil's Chaos. Okay. Just to be clear, I'm pretty sure that literally 90% of pals die on this one. I apologize. I swear I'm not doing it out of the badness of my heart. PNG reveal! Ah! Just didn't expect to hear this cover of it. Yeah! Oh, wow. Look at this place. This is dark and dastardly. Feel free to exclamation point play, darlings, if you would like to participate. I am no longer a marble rival. I am now a marble watch. Oh, you're on Marble Watch, are you? Oh, wait, no. Overwatch and marbles? Has anyone been having loading problems using the Twitch app? I think that some people were mentioning that at the beginning, which I'm sorry about. I wish that Twitch would do something about their shitty app. Also, you guys, we are starting. Please feel free to join. You got 9 seconds. Probably less than that by the time that you hear me. You're gonna go make dinner. Tell me my result, please. Will do. Radical Ram, will do. Enjoy making dinner, Sweetie Pie. We'll see you soon. Oh, whoa! Somebody just plummeted. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can catch some of you. Wow! Okay, Space, Poogie, and Setu are in the top 3. Space is determined to get a first place here, it looks like. Ooh, Space, well done. Oh, you have the, Ram is in second. Ram is in second. But Space is doing their best to, yep. Ooh. Gaining some speed, going around this here corner. We who are about to die, salute you. Oh, Shadow is on your tail, Sweetest Space. Shadow is on your tail. Go, Space, go. Go, Space, go. Oh, angry things. I'm so glad you didn't get hit by them. I think that those might blow up. I'm not sure. Well, we got Space in the lead, very much so. In the tube. You're in the intestines. Yuck. Go space, go. Go space, go. Oh no, Shadow! We lost Shadow to the ether. There goes space. Oh, I hope you don't fall off. Ooh, that looks like a pretty good angle. That looks like a pretty good angle. We lost Sedu. Sweetest Sedu, I'm sorry for your death. Oh, there goes space. Oh, don't. Oh, oh. Oh my God, that's really close. Okay, we lost Storm as well. Shit. Sweetest Space, you are really... Oh, we lost Strat. You are really expertly navigating this course. Let's see if you continue. Yikes. Magic School Bus seem intensifies. Next! No, we lost our Nyx too. I got yeeted, but at least I went out with a bang. You certainly did. Let me check on our second place. Ram, you're still in second. Well done. Sweetest Space is not even, it's just not even close. Holy, Space was like, I want to win, and I will. This is like putt-putt with no control. It actually is very much like putt-putt with no control. Yummy! We lost Yummy. But Sweetest Space, you have a definitive victory. Well done! Let's go check on your, oh wait, did we lose? No! Ram somehow got like totally overblown. It looks like Obtuse is in second though. Wilhelm stream. I can't do it, but yes. This is, yeah, congrats to you, lovely Space. Expertly navigated, even if it was through RNG. Well done. Oh no! Obtuse, you have oh, there goes, no! Oh, Maid and Trout. Maid and Trout are overtaking you. It looks like, might be Maid. Maid is slowly building up momentum. Space beat the record. Oh, let's go. That's true, actually. Space did beat the record. That's fucking insane. Well done. In today's Magic Bus adventure, we're going through Satan's butthole. Obtuse, congrats on third. We have Ram in fourth. Okay. Whenever Ram comes back, please let him know that he got fourth place, which is pretty good because everyone else fucking died, including me and Ozzy and Trout and Cyber and Infernus and Poogie and Sweetest Jazzy and Yummy and Nyx and Strat and Storm and Sedu and Shadow and Ryo. But Space with the gold medal and Maid with the silver, Obtuse with the bronze, and Ram with the ribbon. I beat a record! What did I beat? You beat the record for that course, I believe. The course that we, the record for where we, our community. Okay, my phone is at 8%. Let me see if I can get this to work now. I will get you started on another one of these though. Let's see, how about, what's this one? Splashy attack! Let's do that one. I survived the intestine! You sure did, cutie pie. Well done. All right. Feel free to join in, sweethearts, whenever you wish. That is now live, and let me see if I can bring back. Oh. Okay, hi, I'm back. Yay, fuck, I will never unplug my phone again. All right, cutie pies, please do exclamation point play if you would like to play, and let's get on. Welcome back, thank you, Yummy. It's so good to be back in the flesh, in the virtual flesh. Frostbite Smitten, hello, sweetheart. Oh my God, I love that cute little rainbow emote. How are you doing? Welcome on in. I recently discovered there's an area within Satan's butthole called Satan's underwear drawer. That's an odd, that doesn't seem like the realm that should be in. Holy shit, Frostbite is like excelling. Just came in and was like, you know what? Welcome back. I need to make a move. I will be back in a bit. All good, sweetest Strat. We'll see you soon. Thank you so much for coming on in. Oh, it's just a big globule of little marbles. Whee! My night is going well so far. How is yours? Also, hello, fabulous Frostbite Smitten. It's a pleasure to meet you, darling. My night is going great. Thank you for asking. I'm glad to see you here. I hope that you enjoy your time with us. Oh, and sweetie, thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now officially a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here. Seru overtook Frostbite. Ooh. But these spindly things, you can never tell. You can never tell who's gonna win. Nice Demon Hunter's avatar. Oh, do you have a Demon Hunter's avatar? I have to see. Hold on. You're 5. Wait, hold on. Frostbite is in 4. No, wait. I keep on. 9. 4, 3. Oh, hell yeah. Cute. I love that. That's awesome, hun. Oh, Yami, you are in first. Keep up the good work. I love the measurement of a globberment. A globberment? Am I first? Nani? No, but Cutie Space Cat is. Followed closely behind by Ryo. Ooh, these are kind of cool. Ooh. They remind me of like the dune worms or whatever. There is also, in my opinion, my favorite name for a cave within said butthole called the birth canal. Hilarious. Wait, is the birth canal the one where that guy died? That's so sad. Oh, Strat! Expertly navigated! Ooh, neck and neck with space. My marble is Kamarashi. As soon as you move to it, it goes slow. Oh, Kamarashi. I can't fucking read, sorry. Kamarashi! You watched K-pop Demon Hunters last year? Loved it? Let's go. Yeah, it is such a banger of a show. Are you an anime fan as well, Frostbite? Go, Strat, go! You're in first, hun! Ooh, nicely navigated that first one. A little bit stuck on the second and third. That's all right. That's all right. Ooh, let's see if you can get through this. Frostbite is on your tail. Frostbite is on your tail. K-pop Demon Hunters is great, isn't it? Oh, there goes Stride. Splash into the finish zone. Frostbite, you may very well make it. Oh no, Ozzy's gonna. Ozzy, what an upset. You have made it as second. Oh no, you over propelled. Oh, Storm is actually second as it turns out. And Space is third. Yami for fourth. Infernus for fifth. Me for sixth and Frostbite for seventh. Obtuse for eighth. Rio for 9th and Shadow for 10. Well done! The wavy pixel things were like the big science museum boards. You press your, oh my god, you press your hands or face onto and leave a shape imprint. That's so true. Too much gas. It's all right, Ozzy. We appreciate the zest. I also love Full Metal Alchemist and FMA Brotherhood. Excellent choices, Frostbite. Excellent choices. How good. Oh, that's awesome. I think you're going to fit in beautifully here, sweetheart. Thank you so much for coming on in. Strat, congrats on your gold medal. Storm on your silver and Sweetest Space on your bronze. Storm, thank you for the fort. Let's see. What's another one we haven't done yet? Oh, Vaz Lab. Oh, this one's kind of cool, I think. It's pretty trippy, if I remember correctly. All right. Oh, I didn't even realize that it had like a short bit there. Okay, now you can hit exclamation point play. If you make sure that if you started early, let me know, and I can wait a little bit until you get untimed out, and then it will let you. This marble map is your favorite. Oh, Frostbite! I'm so glad you're here for it, then, hun. That's awesome. How serendipitous. What is this song? Oh my god, this is 99 words for boobs. I am gonna skip it. All right, you guys, you got 10 seconds. You got, starting now, 10 seconds, go. Must focus on starting driving. Absolutely, terrific Trout. Drive safe, okay, sweetheart. We'll see you soon. Nix, you made it. Gotta get going. All good, sweetest So Jazzy. Thank you so much for joining us, honey bun. I really appreciate it. We'll see you soon, okay? Thank you so much for coming in. Have a good time with whatever you happen to be going off to do. Oh, you're being poured. My precious pals are being poured. Oh, here we go. I'm going in the hole. Whee! Oh my. Wait. Ooh, Infernus leading the pack. Oh wait, actually I think Nyx is leading the pack. Oh, it's close. Actually, everyone's kind of spinning. Wait, looks like we actually have Setu and Maid in the lead. Setu is dangerously bouncing around. Arctic, hello there, amazing Arctic. Welcome on in. How are you doing, hon? It's so good to see you. Yeah, things have been good, sweetie pie. How are you? Oh, Setu, you are on some smooth metal. Oh, look at the creepy smileys. Creepy little smileys. Setu, you better turn back around and go in that. Oh, Strat! Look at you go! That's straight swoosh. Oh my goodness. There goes Strat. There goes Strat. Zoomy, zoomy, zoomy Strat. Oh, bouncing Strat. Huh? Ooh, why are you levitating? Oh no, I'm scared for you. Oh no, this is fine. You gotta get, what, do we get poured back in? Wait, where are we? Oh, yes, okay, you get poured back in. Ooh. Oh, Setu just got propelled. Okay. Oh, wait, I'm in first now. Let's go. Nope, I'm dead. I kid. Storm, you're in first now. It's up to you. Whoa, this is, wow. Oh, yes. Finish. Oh, wait, Setu. Setu actually got first. Storm got second. I think it must have been real close. And Sweet Maid, you got third. Well done. Strat is here for fourth place, it looks like. Yep. And Cyber, are you gonna make it? Are you gonna make it for fifth? Everyone else died. Aussie Petrol dead once again. Let's go, Sita Setu. Congratulations on your gold medal. Storm on your silver, Maid on your bronze. We are officially test tube babies. It seems like it. Test tube pals. Let's see, what's another one we haven't done? The gauntlet. Let's do the gauntlet. I don't know if we've done that one today. Unexpected win. So unexpected, I didn't even see it happen. Oh, this is bright. This is bright. Think we have time for one or two, probably. Yeah, probably. I actually reckon we probably got 3 in us before we got to go on another break and then let you guys vote on something else. I will join too. Make sure you do ! Play, cutie pies. Salmon, welcome in. How are you? Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Welcome, welcome. Mute! Hi there, Magnificent Mute. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. All right, you guys got 10 seconds from now, from the time that you hear this, because there's going to be a slight lag. You better just do ! Play while these numbers on screen. Stella! Hi there, see the Stella. Welcome in, Raiders. If you guys need a raid run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. Welcome, welcome, you guys. This is Stella, who hath graced us with their presence fresh from a valiant Megabonk quest. Megabonk is so much fun. We had a great time with that. This aspiring editor and gamer extraordinaire doth slay in competitive realms, yet also ventures into the land of ponies and chill vibes. Their journey to greatness is but beginning. So peep their streams and join the royal court. Welcome in, Kyoko. Welcome in, cutie Kyoko. How are you? It's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome in, Raiders. What a pleasure to have you all. Hi there, everybody. Would you like to let us know, Stella, when your next stream will be and what you will be streaming? Mute. Wow. Boom. Welcome in, everyone. I'd love to introduce myself if that's okay while you let us know when your next stream is, lovely Stella. Hi there, everybody. I am Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. What a pleasure it is to have you. I'm also an artist. If you come on in on Fridays, you will see us doing some art. You guys get to decide what we work on and request music, which you're actually listening to right now. This is leftover from yesterday's art stream. On Sundays, we play Persona 5 Royal. It's my very first time playing it, so please don't spoil anything. But if you'd like to see a newbie play it, come on in tomorrow. On Mondays, we play Final Fantasy 14, also for the very first time. I'm very excited because I get to play it with you guys, though. Please no spoilers, however. And then on Tuesdays we are playing Pokemon ZA. I think that this coming week might be our final Pokemon ZA stream. We shall see what you guys vote on. But I will tell you that we are planning on playing Monster Hunter Stories 3 when that comes out, and also Blood of Dawnwalker when that comes out, Witcher 4 when that comes out. My favorite game ever is Witcher 3, so I have to play 4, otherwise I don't get to keep that title. Cutie Kyoko, darling, thank you so very much for the follow, honey. Welcome to the pouch. You are now officially a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Stella, thank you. Hope you're doing good. Yes, they're doing great, sweetheart. My next stream is probably tomorrow. Do you know what you will be playing tomorrow? I heard Persona 5, Final Fantasy 14, and Monster Hunter. Gotta follow. Let's go, Cutie Kyoko. I am so grateful to have you. Yes, we are playing all of those wonderful, wonderful games. I am so grateful that you have decided to join us. Kyoko, thank you so much for, Stella, thank you so much for bringing your lovely community in. And it sounds like Stella's going to be streaming again tomorrow. Let us know what you are playing if you would like to. I am on the downloadable content part of ZA. We haven't quite gotten there yet. I am going to let you guys vote on whether you want me to keep on playing Pokemon ZA, the DLC, or if you want to do some demos. Oh, Salmon! I'm so sorry, Salmon. I missed your win there. My bad. My apologies. Congratulations on first, Frostbite on second, and Mute on third. Hopefully BioShock, because I've been wanting to play that one. Oh, nice, Stella. We did play BioShock at one point, but I'm so horror averse that it scared the shit out of me. You love FF14. Amazing. Frostbite, please feel free to come on in for any of our dungeons, raids, hanging out, trials. It's up to you, sweetheart. Gonna go silent. I need to have lunch. Absolutely, sweetest Strat. We'll see you soon, darling. Salmon, congratulations, Cutie Pie, on your gold medal. Frostbite on your silver, and Mute on your bronze. I just joined and won. Would you look at that? Look at that, sweetest Salmon. Talk about epic. Well done. And you've returned with foods. What did you get, lovely Ram? Speaking of Monster Hunter Stories 3, I'm avoiding spoilers for it. That's all right. We are also avoiding spoilers for it, sweetheart. But yes, thank you so very much for the raid, sweetest Stella. You guys please check out lovely Stella, who will be playing possibly BioShock tomorrow. And I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for him, Cutie Pie. But yeah, have a good one. Portal Purgatory. Let's drive you guys crazy with Portal Purgatory. All right, feel free to exclamation point play, darlings. Thank you. Going to raid and dash. Have a good stream. Absolutely, sweetest Stella. Absolutely. Go take good care of yourself. I promise to take good care of everyone here. And we'll see you later, sweetest Stella. Ham, cheese, and pickle toasted sandwich and a mango protein shake. Can you cook for me, Ram? That sounds bomb. That sounds real good. That sounds really nice. Especially the mango protein. Yum, 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 yum. Bad spelling is not my friend. That's okay, Mew. You're all good. All right, you guys, you got 10 seconds from the time that you hear my voice, because this is going to be a slight delay. Please continue to... There you go. I think Nyx may be our final one who makes it in. Yep, it is just Nyx. Okay. Whee! Let's see. Oh, Frostbite is rushing down. Yami is too, though. Oh! Here they come. Here the pals come. Whee! Oh, Yami. Oh, nope. Mute's in first. But it's by a narrow margin. Boink, boink, boink. Oh, I think that Mute just got stopped there. We got Yami and Infernus neck and neck. Ooh, with the record-holding marble. Don't worry, she reads my writing. You will be fine. Yeah, don't worry, Magnificent Mute. I'm happy to ask you if I can't understand it, but I think that you're pretty good. Don't you worry. Warp to finish, Aussie. Okay, Infernus has concreted their lead. This music is quite fitting, I reckon. Oh wow, look at that. Oh wow, look at that. Expertly done. Oh wait. Oh no, you just got turned back. Oh shit, I don't even know who's in first now. Oh no, oh fuck, that's right, this one's very frustrating. I forgot how, oh, Frostbite, you have a very cool trail behind you. What is fucking going on? Oh my god, I think my best bet may actually be to go over here and watch and see. Oh no, Strat just got murdered. Let's see, I think my best bet may be to come over here and, oh, Yami! Wait, Yami just got in the finish. Oh my god. Okay. I don't know how that works. Oh, Infernus, are you gonna pass it or? Oh, no, you're so close. I could have sworn that you were gonna make it. Oh god, this is such a fucked up. You got portal murdered. No. So did I. So did Salmon. No. Oh, such epic music for this. Oh no, Ram died. Storm died. Okay, everyone's dying except you, Yami. You are a kingdom of one. Frostbite! Oh, Frostbite, no! We only have 2 people left. Ozzy and Mute. Nope, just kidding. It's just Yami. Yami is our sole survivor. I think I landed too hard. 600 men. The portals are evil, dude. They are. Yami, congrats on first, second, third, all the way through Infinity Place. You won. You won. You are the sole survivor. All right, we'll do one more and then we're going to go on another break. For those of you who have just joined, today is a community game day, community stream day, which means that all the games that we play today, you guys can directly interact with. This is like the minimal that you can interact with it, just saying play and then letting RNG play out, basically. You want to do, let's see, how about... I want one that isn't gonna murder everybody. Robotic roadway, maybe? I don't know, we'll see. It looks like there's a lot of surface area there, so I'm hoping people won't die. But yes, when we go on our next break, I will let you guys vote on what game you would like to play next. Like I said, it will, whatever it is, it will involve you guys in some capacity. And I am actually going to describe, I'm going to re-describe what those games are, because I know that we've got some wonderful new pals here. And I want you to all feel very included. Please feel free to exclamation point play, darlings. You got 10 seconds from the time that you hear my voice, probably, right about now. As long as the numbers are on screen, you can still do exclamation point play. VX, thank you for contributing to the Discord Community Game Night Challenge, darling. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I have a vague memory that I join in or near a community stream, but I'm not sure if it was real or basically deja vu. It could have been a community stream, sweetheart. It could have been a community stream. I wouldn't be surprised by that. Salmon's in the lead, but it's very close. We got VX and Infernus taking the right path. Let's see. And not right is incorrect. I just mean the right as opposed to left. Thank you for the care package, Kitty Krypton. Welcome in.
Butt,
I will go for your butt. Definitely. How are you? I'm getting hungry. Okay. God, this music is so epic. Let's see. Oh, Infernus! Oh, it's actually very... Oh, it's... I don't even know what's going on over there. I'm excited to see... Okay, wait. Who comes through the hole first? Okay, Strat is actually in first, followed by me, and VX, and Infernus, Storm, Yummy. Let's see what they're up to. Strat is... going back and forth and back and forth. Oh no, we lost Maid! I'm in first. Ryo, thank you so much for contributing to the Discord Community Game Night, darling. Appreciate it. You got yeeted again! You're getting EP. Oh, sweetest space. Do you need to get some rest, honey bun? I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Oh shit, there's like an invisible... Uh-oh, I think I'm going off the path here. Oh, Salmon, are you on my tail? Are we both going to survive? Because, oh no, we just lost Ozzy. Salmon, Storm. Oh, Salmon just got like thrust ahead. That is crazy. Well done, Salmon. Whoa, Storm. Whoa, I mean, that was an epic way to go out, but you did unfortunately go out. Petrol dead once more again. Ah! Meep, 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 meep. Salmon, that reminds me, if you do exclamation point meep, it's a command that will result in a little meep. Oh, Infernus. Will Infernus be our first place winner? Meep. There you go. Oh, followed by Salmon, or will it be me? It's Salmon! Salmon comes in with a silver. Well done.
Pretty
I'll probably get off
lady.
when we go to break. Sounds good.
Pretty lady.
Thank you for the gold Infernus, the silver Salmon, the bronze myself, and
Wow,
Yami.
they made the save icon in real life.
Wow, they did! It's your request from yesterday. It is indeed magnificent.
Pretty
I like how
lady.
stimulating this map is. It is quite stimulating. Excellent work. We have Frostbite. Frostbite will wait for you, sweetheart. You're almost here. You're almost here. I believe in you. Incoming. We got a frostbite incoming. Come along, little frostbite. Come along, little frostbite. Whee! Yay! Well done, darling. Well done. Congrats on Golden Furnace, on Silver Salmon, and on Bronze to me. Participation medals and ribbons go to Yummy and Frostbite. And flowers to the dead. All right, cuties, we got to go on a very quick break. But before we do, I'm going to introduce you guys to some of our other options for today. Firstly, I'm going to tell you, for those of you who are new here, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that if you do not have a sub, cannot afford one, or do not wish to get one, that's fine. You don't have to miss any content, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run the ads, and then I suggest you also walk away from the computer because it's healthy for you to move around. Now, we are going to do that. Like I said, it's only 3 minutes, but before we do, let me give you a little reminder on some of our options. So, hold on. Let me see. I forgot how to do this. What do I do? Oh, yeah. Multiplayer. This will help me remember. So the options that you're going to have when we do this vote are going to be an hour of, we got King of the Castle. For those of you who don't know, this is an intrigue one. I also get an opportunity to voice act in this one. Take your rightful place on the throne in this multiplayer only party game for 4+ players. Rule the kingdom with an iron fist or silver tongue as you steer through bloodshed, intrigue, and madcap disaster. Most of it's very funny, and I play with you guys. I don't play with other people. I play with you guys. You guys basically take on the role of my dissenters, and I've never won once against you, but if you would like to, we can vote for King of the Castle, so that's what that one is. We also have hold on, Choice Chamber. This one's fun. This one does involve me just playing, but every like 30 seconds to a minute, I get to a new chamber. And every time that happens, you guys actually vote on what happens to me. You can either really fuck me over, or you can be very kind and help me get through it if I can. It's a real-time crowdsourced, procedurally generated game where my fate is in your hands. So if you say hello on here. When we play this, you basically get included in the vote, and then it will have you decide, like, how about what weapon should Tau have? You can type sword, bow, hammer, whatever the most is what I get. And it's that kind of thing constantly. So it's like, how many enemies should there be? Should platforms be invisible? Should Tau slow down or be sped up? Or how tough should the enemies be? Stuff like that. So that's what Choice Chamber is, okay? Let's see. We also have Fall Guys. Surely you guys know what that is. It is free, but it does require you to download something. But it is free. It's a cross-platform, massively multiplayer party royale game. Everyone can play at the same time. That one's very interactive, obviously. We also do like to play a Gartic Phone as well. So if you would like to play Gartic Phone, we can do that once Strat gets back. I will put that on the list because he'll probably be back shortly with after his lunch. But let me put these on the list. What to play next? We have, let's see, Choice Chamber. That's the one where you guys get to vote on things that happen to me. We have King of the Castle. That's the intrigue one. That's quite fun. We have Fall Guys. It's free, but it does require you to download something. Oh, we also have Slipstream. Let me see if I can find that one for you. Slipstream is another multiplayer one. I think you do have to download something for that. Also free, though. Slipstream is a very cute one. Let me see if I can find it. 1 second. There we go. Slipstream Rogue Space. This is a cute one. You get to be a cute animal, and we run a space station together. So I will put that one on here as well. Slipstream Rogue Space is another one. And of course, we have Gartic Phone. Please do vote, cutie pies. You will have 5 minutes during the time that we are on this break. And when we get back, whatever has the most votes, we will play. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I am also going to set you guys up with a boss battle over on Stream Avatars. You don't have to own that one. You can just take heed of the prompts that appear on screen if you would like to participate in that. I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon. Mwah. Oh, no, wrong one. No, do bubble beep. No, fuck. I pressed breaking clip instead. Oh, well, it's dead. Oh, it's not dead. No, but now it will be. Thank They should let me do the sound effects for Pokemon. Bumblebee, bleh! Maybe-ish. We just go shirtless here. It goes past 40 once we hit Feb to, it's too hot to deal with. Yeah, I bet. In fairness, thank you so much for the British accent. Darling Eclipse, please don't run away. I promise this only lasts for 5 minutes. Hold tight, okay, darling? You are challenged by George's the Gourmet. Multiple George, eh? It's -15, Rawr. Oh, cute. Rawr. 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 No. Rawr. Oh, they're so cute.
Shadow identified.
Ah! Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, we're stuck. No, I'm invisible. It seems you've been detected. No, not me. Not me, certainly not. It's extra funny when you say capitalism. Maybe I should make that another command. We have so many commands. Capitalism. Please, hearts. I'll give you hearts, please. Oh no, wrong one! No, do Bumblebee! No, fuck! I pressed Breaking Clip instead. Oh well, it's dead. Oh, it's not dead! No, but now it will be. They should let me do the sound effects for Pokemon. Bumblebee! My lady. That's how you say pretty lady with water or liquid. Ordinarily, I'm the one that helps you out with Persona. You're totally flipping us off. No, I'm not. I would never do that to you. No, I would not do that to you. That would be mean, and I would never be mean to my precious pals. Let me see here.
Get the hell out of my face!
Murder? We will? To me in the best way that I know how, with a little video.
Vtuber, self-introduction Q&A.
Raw, darling.
3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger. Murder! But affectionate. So, murder? We will? Hanging in there as best as I can. I'm so proud of you, fabulous Frostbite. Keep on keeping on, sweetheart. Well, it isn't my precious pals. It's time for the queen. Capitalism! Hi, Awesome Ozzy. How are you, darling? It's great to see you. Hello, motherfucker. Radical Ram. Hi. Upbeat for Ozzy. Yee. Good, Ozzy. Nix, Mato Slice Down Slice. Welcome back. Uppies. Good, Nix. Welcome back, Magnificent Maid. Welcome back, Sweetest Sedu. Welcome back, Yummy Yummy. All right, looks like you guys have overwhelmingly voted for King of the Castle. I will leave I'll put the music on for this one. Thank you for the scream, Infernos. I will put the music on for this one because I feel like it's relevant. And there were like some sound cues and stuff. All right, I am connected. We are gonna do a new dynasty because we haven't done. It's me, How. Palace. We'll go with she/her this time. I like to flip flop. Radical Ram, welcome back, sweetheart. Uppies. Yee, good Ram. Gotta look for a bit. Oh, good, Awesome Aussie, no worries. That's the great thing about this one is that you guys should actually be able to, you know what? I'm gonna actually put a poll up to decide which of these you would like. And I'll just go based on what percentages. Which regions? We have Barons of March, We have chiefs of north. We have counts of east. We have grandees of south. I can't type. And last but not least, of course, we have the patricians of the coast. All right, I'll give you guys 2 minutes for that one while we read through them. The barons are a brash rural lord, famous for their belligerence and fondness for hunting. Huzzah! The chiefs are honorable warriors, renowned for their pagan religion and prowess in combat. The counts are ruthless aristocrats steeped in secrecy. Allegations of forbidden rituals are unproven. The grandees are impassioned duelists, known for their strict adherence to honor, etiquette, and the ninth god. The patricians are wealthy seafaring merchants noted for their clearness, skill in negotiation, and ornate masks. Please do vote. Whatever the top 3 are is what we will proceed with, okay? Lovely Layla! Welcome in, darling. Thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Absolutely outstanding. Thank you, lovely. Thank you so very much. Very, very well done. Thank you for your support. Patricia, hi, sweetest Strat. Welcome back. How was your lunch, eh? It looks like we have Chiefs of the North. Looks like that's definitely one of them. Oh, no, wait. We have Patricians of the Coast as well. And it looks like we may have Counts of the East, but it is very close. We have 1 for Barons of March and 2 for Counts of East. Okay, Counts of East, I think, is what we'll do. I will let it run down, but we'll make sure that you guys are happy with that. Cutie Cryptid, how are you? I'm Team Green and Patricia. Patricia will appreciate that when she comes in. All right, I think unless we get like a massive vote on Barons or Grandees, I think that's everybody. I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say that's it. Okay, let us begin. You guys, here you go. So please make sure that you type !join in Twitch chat to join the game as a noble. If you own the game, you can actually type !join and then the region. So chiefs, counts, patricians in Twitch chat to join the specific region. Yeah, so you could do !join counts if you have the game. If you don't, just do !join and you will still get to participate. It's just gonna randomly assign you, okay? Aha! I can tell that Cutie Cryptid owns the game. Very handsome indeed. Loading it up sounds good, lovely in fairness. And that's the other wonderful thing about this game. You can join in as a noble anytime. You don't have to just come in now. You can come in at any point. Alrighty, this is great. We have like an equal spread of everybody. I will wait for Infernus to join up. I do. I picked it up for customization when a buddy streamed it. Oh, nice, Cryptid. I love that. I love that. By the way, you guys, I am a voice actor, so if there is a specific voice you would like me to use for your character when they come up, let me know. I have very limited accents, but yeah. DM me if need be. I have work to do at the moment, so we'll be AFK. All good, sweetest Strat. We'll see you soon, honey. Thank you so much for coming in. And best of luck with work. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm doing great, honey. Holy moly, I get to be a noble? Who want to do an arranged marriage enemies to lovers? Let's go. All right, perfect. We got anybody else who have fun with my voice? Let's go, Cryptid. Thank you. I don't mind if I do. You'll work on it later? All good, honey. All right, we will begin the game, but again, you can always... Oh my gosh! Hi, sweetest Save! Welcome in! Oh my goodness, welcome, welcome. Anyone from Save's chat want to join us? Welcome in, Save. How are you? You guys, we are doing a community game stream today.
Icon in real life!
That is the Save icon in real life. Hello, Save icon in real life. You guys, this is a dear friend of mine. This is SaveFile17, who hath graced us with their presence, fresh from the Hearthstone arena. With over 50 appearances on the leaderboards, this streamer be slaying it. Their recent broadcasts feature physical pack openings and even some lewd anime girls. Fear not, for they also provide wholesome nerd talk and support for their community. Truly a regal experience fit for a monarch. 100%. How are you, sweetest Save? Thank you ever so much for the raid, darling. I really do appreciate it. That is so kind of you. How was your stream, if I may ask? And while you let us know that, please also let us know when your next stream is, because my precious pals should be following you. If you are not following him, please do follow him. He's such a darling person and such an amazing Hearthstone player and just an amazing guy. In the meantime, here is a quick intro video for your lovely community.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Ready and go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! But yes, welcome in to Save's amazing community. And you guys, Save will be streaming in about 12-ish hours, assuming he wakes up on time. And I highly recommend you go give him a watch. Again, even if you're not into like Hearthstone, truly, he is a gem of a human being. So very lovely, so funny, very excellent memory, very smart guy too. And he can talk to you about, like, regale you about all sorts of awesome nerdy stuff. If you like Star Wars, if you like Star Trek, if you like card openings, if you like anime, like he's all about it. So please go check him out, show him some support, because he's genuinely one of the sweetest people I have ever met on Twitch. And he's not even a VTuber, he's just an absolute darling of a person. Steam was acceptable. Acceptable hot save. Opened up the rarest Disney Lorcana card I've gotten so far. That's awesome. Is that the one that I saw? Was that the I think it was like green and I don't know, very busy, but it looked very cool. It looked very cool. I hope it's going well here. Yeah, we're doing great. Sleety Pie, would you like to join us, Save? Or do you need to go to bed, maybe? Maybe you gotta go to bed. A gravelly smoker voice. A gravelly smoker voice for your character. I can do that for you. Hi there, Terrific Trixie. How are you? It's good to see you, darling. But yes, welcome in. It is a pleasure to have you guys. Volfex, welcome in as well. My voice sounds so gross because of the allergies right now. Oh, I'm sorry. Prepare to be bombarded by Tau compliments for 2 minutes. It's true though, honestly, you guys. Save is such a good person, like so sweet. Very lovely guy. Please go follow him. Please go follow him. He's got a very soothing voice as well. It's very pleasant to just like lurk in on him. If you're ever looking for like background noise, even if you're not interested in Hearthstone, he is perfect for that. It is a fairly busy looking card. Has Hercules on it. Oh, is that what it was? Okay, I only saw it for like a few seconds. I've been lurking in your chat. I should actually probably not lurk in my own. That seems sus. Can I join? Of course you can. Actually, this is for any of Save's lovely community as well, any lurkers. If you would like to join our game, you can do so, totally free. You don't have to download anything. !join. Will get you there. If you already own it, you can choose your specific region. If you do not own it, you can still join. Freak, yeah, I get to lurk. Yeah, you do, lovely Layla. But yes, thank you so very much, Save. How rare is that card? Thank you so much again for the raid. It really does mean the world. We're trying to get the average CCV up, and it means so much, and it helps enormously when we get raids. So thank you so very much. Is it participation required, or just like a name on screen thing? It's a participation required thing generally. Yeah, this one you're basically versing me, Save, and I'm terrible at this game, but it's really fun anyway. It basically involves me being the queen of the kingdom, and then you guys are the nobles from these 3 different regions that I rule over, and you guys want to overthrow me, and you get to kind of vote on different bills that will enable you to do so. It's a fun time. It's quite fun. You don't have to join now if you want to sit it out and check it out first, and just see what you think. Blaze, welcome in. Thank you for joining. Also, Aura and Alloy, welcome in. How are you guys? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, cutie pies. You guys, this is Aura and Alloy, a delightful duo of variety streamers who have graced us with their presence. From building homes in Terraria to racing in Sonic and exploring galaxies far, far away, their streams are a royal treat. With a heart for charity and love for all things gaming, they truly embody the spirit of camaraderie. Long may they reign in the realm of Twitch. Welcome on in, Aura and Alloy. How was your Alloy, how was your stream? When is your next one, by the way? All right, we will jump into this, but like I said, at any point you can just do exclamation point join. I'm probably gonna lurk till I fall asleep, Tao, as you should. Terrific, Trixie. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I might remove our little pal down here so you guys can see it better. Oopsie. Not my frame. It might be okay. It might be okay. We'll see. If you guys have any complaints, I will fix it. Now we gotta decide where to go. Let's start from the north and then we'll move our way down. How's that sound? I see. Maybe can join a future round. How rare was that card? I've seen various estimates between that rarity level being between 1 in 40 and 1 in 98 card packs. That's amazing, Save. That's fucking sick. Congratulations. A lucky man indeed. A lucky man indeed. Wait, how's this work? I forgot how to do this. Hello? 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 Do I clicky? Do I clicky? Oh, no, sorry. There, coronation. Your Majesty, I have scheduled your coronation to take place in a week's time. Shouldn't I be giving the orders now? Of course, Your Majesty. But to delay any longer would make the nobles restless. And when nobles get restless, they take their daggers and look for the nearest bag. Very well. What must I do? As is tradition, the council will decide what happens at your coronation. What? But it's my coronation! This isn't an absolute monarchy, Your Majesty. Everything has to be run past a council vote. Even this. Shall we call the nobles in? All right, you guys, here you go. So this is I get to decide whether I want to mark a preferred voting option and then that will get an extra vote, or I can take a voting option off the table. What don't I want to deal with? Let's see here. I'm gonna say, please do not throw me into the river. Please do not throw me into the river. Go. You guys have 30 seconds. Just type exclamation point vote and then whatever letter you want. So you have letter A, host a lavish parade with jugglers and fountains of wine. B, proceed with a religious ceremony that honors the 9th god. Or D, troops shall bear the queen through the streets atop a shield. And you'll do exclamation point vote, space, and then your chosen letter. Oh, we have a lot of people who wish to host a lavish parade. You're gonna make me poor, but that's all right. I appreciate the thought. Excellent. Well done. All right, voting has closed. You have voted. 7 nobles have voted to host a lavish parade with jugglers and fountains of wine. The coronation, oh, sorry, this wasn't him. The coronation is a great success. Jugglers, wine, fireworks, and feasts. It has an impact on your treasury, of course, but what doesn't? Council introduction. Now that you're the queen, your first duty is to meet with the Council of Nobles. Your nobles hail from all across the kingdom, the wintry north, the desolate east, and of course, the wealthy coast. I will introduce myself to the chiefs first. Hopefully I get to introduce myself to everybody at some point. Okay, Infernus, what voice would you like me to give you, Infernus? Strat, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. It is better than drowning me in the river. Thank you so much for not drowning me in the river. I appreciate that. The deep voice? Okay, sounds good. Also, Akira, welcome in. How are you? Volfex, thank you for the care package, by the way. Do you want a deep voice? Do you want a deep voice? What they said. Okay. Good luck in the days ahead, Your Majesty. You'll need it, dealing with us a lot. Time to deal with the Counts of the East. Ryo, what voice would you like? You're fasting. Oh, fair enough, Akira. Ramadan? You'll be broke, but we want what's best for you. You're not gonna like me very much if I can't pay for things. Yeah? Oh, very good. Okay, well, Akira, I hope that you're still consuming like hydrating fruits and stuff after dusk. Thanks for the intro, Tao. Since you asked, next stream will be tomorrow with some more Star Wars: The Old Republic around 7 a.m. PST. Awesome, Alloy. Well, thank you so much for bringing everyone in, sweetheart. I appreciate it. You guys, please check out lovely Alloy, or an Alloy that is, who will be doing some Star Wars tomorrow, 7 a.m. Thank you for coming in. Ryo may not have a preference, so I will just continue. I will give you sorry, dog. An honor to finally make your acquaintance, Your Majesty. May you escape the doom that befell your predecessor. And now I will introduce myself to the patricians of the coast. Akira, what voice would you like? There's too much sweets, drinks, and foods. I bet. Whatever I want to do? Okay, you get like a majestic noble voice. Sorry, puppy is Bork. I played a very normal amount of Star Wars: The Old Republic. I definitely didn't level 8. 16 characters, 16 characters save. How many hours do you reckon you spent on that? Sweet girl, okay. A pleasure, Your Serene Highness. I hope to see our kingdom prosper and grow wealthy under your reign. And with that, the introductions are done. The council hall immediately fills with raised voices as the nobles argue with each other and demand your favor. You sigh and sit back. Is this what the council is like? No wonder your father told you to avoid the throne at all costs. I'm sorry about my dog. He will stop shortly. Path to victory. Your Majesty, when you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you? As a mother of the nation. Interesting. Are you concerned for the welfare of the commoners, or are you just hoping for a favorable passage in the history books? I suggest over the next few years you focus on improving the kingdom's overall farming as much as possible. Once you have an heir, I will return to discuss how your ambition is progressing. Good luck, Your Majesty. Probably the minimum amount of time would be 480 hours. And since MMOs are not built around a minimum amount of time, I'm sure it's much more than that. Save, that's incredible though. I'm very impressed, honestly. I'm glad you like it so much. Sounds like lovely Alloy, maybe a go for you. That's awesome. When's the last time you played it, Save? You're gonna sleep. Sorry to my clan and Tao. Voice, something like Marian Kitagawa from Dress Up Darling. Then again, if you don't know, I won't know. That's fair. I also don't know her voice. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Is it like a pretty classic, is it a pretty classic anime girl voice? I got addicted to Arknight Enfield recently. Spent 9 hours average. Damn. Is that the whole season? Was that it? I think so. Frida of the Serushida clan, notorious northern orator, stands precariously on a longhouse crossbeam, droning as if in a trance. Chiefs of the North, we all know I should be on the throne, not this imposter Queen Tao. How do we make that happen? Oh, this is open to Chiefs of the North only. Please do vote. What scheme should the chiefs pursue to overthrow the new queen and place their preferred claimant, Frida, on the throne? A, intimidation. B, prophecy, or C, hornblower. Remember, exclamation point, vote, and then your letter. So exclamation point, vote, C, exclamation point, vote, B, exclamation point, vote, A. Up to you. What would you like? I forgot where I am. Oh, that's fair, Lila. Do you guys have, there should be an overlay. Can you see that? The Yaru type of voice? Okay, great. I will do that. Marian looks, sounds just like Amelie. Did she voice her? All right, voting has concluded. Hornblower, you wish to lower all faith. The chiefs plan to dig up Oddhild's legendary horn and use it to take over the kingdom. First, they must win the favor of the gods by diminishing the kingdom's belief in the ninth. To advance their scheme, the chiefs must lower the combined total of... Ooh, thanks, my love. Nate brought me a burrito. I'm gonna have to take bites in between. When's the last time you played? Oh, it's been a good long while, sometime before 2019, but it came out in 2011, and I played a lot during the first 5 years. Nice, nice. We're already doing it. Woot. Oh no. Nath, everyone says hi. He says hi. Trust. Very good burrito. Not gonna lie, I thought we were helping Tau rule. I would love it if you would do that. I could use that handicap. I'm very bad at this game. To advance their scheme, the Chiefs must lower the combined total of all regions' faith to 12 or less in 4 seasons. Justin of the Yamio 1 family, eccentric coastal prodigy, scribbles with a well-used quill on a hardwood desk, muttering in frustration. Fellow patricians of the coast, my claim to the throne is far more legitimate than that of Queen Tau. Something must be done. All right, voting is open to patricians only. What scheme would you guys like? Remember, exclamation point vote and then your chosen letter. 2019. You should play it again. You should totally play it again and revisit it. Sam, that'd be cool. You already lowered my treasury by $1,000. Fuck. Take our money. I'm fucked. Making me hungry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll try and mute whenever we do polls so that I can just go nom nom. The patricians plan to sink the queen under an ocean of debt. To advance their scheme, the patricians must lower the treasury to 1,500. You mean 500 less from where it is now? This is gonna be such a quick game. Fuck. In 3 seasons. Y'all are scheming, sheesh, right? Kaja of the Layla Love 10 dynasty, legendary former hermit, leans delicately on a podium, whispering carefully. My fellow counts, in ancient times, the East was its own proud kingdom. We can bring back those days of glory, but not while the false Queen Tau wears the crown. All right, go for it, counts. Your turn. Please vote. I love that my counts are going against what the patricians. Very sneaky. Oh, wait. Never mind. I thought it would be a tie and they'd have to like vote additionally, but I guess not. The counts plan to make a bargain with a wizard. These immortal spellcasters seldom get involved in political squabbles, but perhaps if the queen was considered a threat to their autonomy. To advance their scheme, the counts must raise authority to 5 or more in 2 seasons. Saved! It was always an impressive game for having all 8 character classes have unique actors, and male/female. So 16 fully voiced main characters. That is very cool save. Was that the one with, Star Wars? I played Knights of the Old Republic. That's not the same game, is it? I think I played it on, like, Xbox or something. Is that me? I'm hot. Those who won the game carry more weight. Oh, really? I didn't realize that. That's interesting. Your Majesty, these upstarts are saying they have a right to your throne. No doubt the nobles are already scheming to crown their region's preferred claimant. By royal decree, we can tweak the laws governing how the council votes. Oh, right. Okay. Let me see. Nobles vote for the monarch's choice. They gain 500 personal wealth. How nobles choose to vote is hidden. +1 stability if more than 50% of nobles vote for any one option. Stability. Maybe that one. At least I can maintain stability. Fuck. The Old Republic is set 300 years later, but ties into that game in various ways. Oh, okay, I remember having such a big crush when I was like a kid on, what is her name? She was a Jedi, kind of like, I seem to remember her having like kind of sandy brown hair and like a matching tunic. It was like a brown earthy color. She was Bastila. I loved her, dude. Hot. I loved her. Oh, if you get to voice my character, you know what I want. Mafia Golshi. You got it. I'll do that for you. An invitation. Bastila, I was right there with you. Yeah. Yes. Let's go, Cryptid. Chief Space Cat. Oh, Space, what name did you want? I mean, what name? Sorry, what voice did you want, Space? Oh wait, Space went to bed, didn't they? Your Majesty, this year we will be holding the winter feast in my clan hall. It would be an honor if you could attend. The winter feast, what's that? 10 days of drinking, eating, fighting, competing, drinking, singing, stamping, drinking, and drinking, Your Majesty. All will take place at the coldest time of the year, as the snows bury us in. But you won't need to wrap up warm. That's what the whiskey is for. I look forward to it. I'll join you. Ha! I can't wait. Winterfeast is a special time of year. You'll see. Uh-oh. I'm too trusting. I'm just like, hey, yeah. That's a lot of drinking. It is. Satil is better than Bastila? I don't remember Satil. The Old Republic has Satil Shan, her great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaughter, and is voiced by the same actress. Oh, I love that. That's awesome. That's so good. Your Majesty, as part of the Loyalist faction, we'll be by your side to gift you actual steaming-free advisories. Dial. I would love that. I would love that. Did we mention drinking? If you need it, dial. Yes, I need it. I need it. I desperately need it. Sounds like an average evening in Oz. That's actually true, Ram. That is true. One evening, you're sitting up in bed, reading some paperwork, when a filth-encrusted peasant wanders into your bedchamber, bold as brass. Hello, you Midge. Glad I finally found ya. This bloody place is a maze. Mind if I take a seat? So sorry, Elsie. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Ram. I don't know what to tell you. The way that they type this, it's coming out too naturally. Don't speak while eating, you'll choke. Jesus Christ. Hey, that is true. What are you doing in here? That's a good question, but I will listen to his concerns. Oh, me. Name's Ralph Yamedge. Pleased to meet you. Listen, I've got a bloody great idea for you. What if gangrene could be cured with moldy bread? I ain't tried it yet, but I've got a good feeling. Before Ralph can explain further, your marshal bursts into the bedchamber, sword drawn. Your Majesty, I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. I have no idea where the Palace Watch are. Do you want me to kill this intruder? No, I want to hold a vote on his proposal. I actually forgot what he said. What did he say? I was reading it and I didn't absorb the information. Sorry, what was it? What did he need to do? Daytona, welcome in. Thank you for the bleep, Cutie Cryptid. Thank you, Cryptid. Arms behind your back, scumbag. Yummy. The peasant is dragged from your bedchamber, still babbling about moldy bread. When the marshal returns, she looks grim. If one thing's clear from this mess, it's that you need an honor guard who can actually keep you safe, not like the pathetic watch. Think carefully, Your Majesty. These guards' loyalties will be divided between you and their region. Of course, you could just hire foreign mercenaries. They'd be loyal to coin above all. I'll be your honor guard, Tao. Thank you, Cutie Cryptid. I could use it. Penicillin never gets invented in this timeline. No, it does not. D10, it's good to see you, sweetheart. Let's see. What are your guys' goals here? Okay. You want to lower faith? Wait, do you all want to lower faith? That's not right, right? No, fuck, hold on. How does this... How do I tell... Schemed out hornblower... Oh, sorcery. Oh, okay, got it. So, faith, authority, and treasury. Damn. Authority. Tell me about the counts. Eastern Knights? Eastern Knights. The Order of the Drowned Rose are highly respectable. They'll understand palace etiquette, but it has been years since they fought an actual battle. They mostly write poems these days. Chiefs want to lower faith, counts want to raise authority, patricians want to lower your gold. Right, got it. Tell me about the Northern Warriors. Bearded oafs with axes and no manners. They'll get drunk and cause trouble in the palace. No discipline at all, and I can't guarantee they won't run off on some random quest. But they're honorable, and in a fight, unbeatable. And the Coastal Gladiators? A gang of low-born crooks who have turned themselves into celebrities through their skill at chopping other people to bits. They're vain and selfish. Their skill in battle is undeniable, but can you trust them? What foreign mercenaries do you suggest? A band of fearsome fighters from the Thylacines called the Battle-Bitten Brethren. They specialize in bodyguard work, but they are most costly, and hiring foreigners will betray a lack of confidence in our kingdom's fighters. Fuck! Okay, I think I'm going to hire the... Let's see, defiance, authority goes down. You guys want to get rid of my authority? Fuck! Defiance. Who's got the lowest defiance? Oh, you're all at 1. Boo. Fuck. No, we want to raise your authority. Yeah, I want to raise my authority, but none of these are gonna do that. So maybe I'll go with the... Hire the chiefs, we'll protect. Do you mean that? We want to raise authority. Yeah, raise my authority. Yeah. Choose us out. You know what? I think I will. I will make the arrangements at once. The knights arrive a few weeks later. They are all extremely pale and extremely polite. The commander introduces herself with a florid bow before reading out a poem she's written for the occasion. That's beautiful. Thank you. A little bit of magic never hurt. True. Thank you, Cryptid. Loyalist advice, Your Majesty. Salmon, are you here? What voice would you like? I'll always volunteer my group, whether good or useless. That's so sweet, Infernus. Thank you. A fishman voice. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh wait, hold on. I got an idea. I hope I don't choke. One sec. 1 second. Good thing you guys got subtitles in the fact that you have this on the screen because you're an idiot, right? How's that? How's that for a fish man? Beautiful, thank you. Excellent. Can't participate, but looking at you being tricked in real time is fun. Strat! That's so mean! That's so fucking mean. Try not to choke, you get banned if you die. Sounds like garbled Yoda, I can see that. Clip this whole interaction. Try not to choke. Okay, what laws do I want for your voting pleasure? Cinema, I am dying. This is great. I'm so glad. Look, I'm not choking yet. It's all right. Thank you for the care package. Beautiful. Bubbling. I'm back. What did I miss? I have invented a brilliant new voice that I can do anytime. It's the Fishman voice. Give us C. Oh, no, I'm good. I will not let you have that. I will not let you have that. Okay, Chewbacca, talk to you soon. Strat is so mean to me today. Done. Clipped. Thank you, Akira. Okay, let me see here. Okay, I'm literally not letting you have this. Because the second that happens, I am screwed on the treasury. Fishman voice, aka Garbled Yoda. Such aquatic tunes splash up torrentially. Hi, amazing Artemis. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. If you'd like to join us, by the way, Artemis, you're welcome to. Sorry, money boys. The queen has no time for peasant brats? That's so mean. Please don't do that. You guys may vote. Please vote. Remember, exclamation point, vote, and then A, B, C, or D, except no C, because I took that off the table. You want to make sure the birthmark is real. Okay, I see that. I should get to one day to be mean to you. You tease me all the time. Hey, you tease me too! You tease me too. Can't change votes? I don't think you can. I don't think you can. Oh, hold on. I got my fish boy. One sec. I'll be the judge of that. When the High Inquisitor returns, she is forced to admit that the birthmark is indeed genuine, but her rude questions and threats have turned the local population against her. Ah, fuck! Rip. Would be cool to change votes, seeing the results so far. That is true. That would be cool. Fine. We will split it evenly. 15 days each. Deal. Deal. We need to raise faith, guys. Okay, that's the end of that season. Okay, hold on. This is probably a time where I need to probably make myself invisible for this bit. Hold on. That way you can see everything. Nobles use their personal wealth to bid on buildings, and only the 2 highest funded will be built. Use the command _fund XY, where X is the character code and Y is the amount you're pledging. You can see your monies over here. So what, for example, let's say that you want to fund the prison. You will do !fund D. Let's say Bublin wants to fund it. Fund D 600. Okay, so that's how that works. So I'm going to start the auction now. And you guys will get to decide. We'll go through this real quick, actually. Stadium, if you guys fund that, you have 1 less military. The Chiefs, if you do the Thieves Guild, you will get down on trade. Monument counts will give you up on authority. Prison for counts will give you down on stability. Patricians will give you down on faith for the observatory, and the theater is down on authority for patricians. Okay, let's go. Go ahead. You have 60 seconds. So, for example, exclamation point fund A 100 would fund building A for 100 wealth. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Layla. Boom, boom, boom. All right. The buildings have been funded. Wow, Blaze, you gave your all. Okay. So the counts have funded the monument to bring up authority. So you're doing well on that one. And then oh no. But then the patricians have funded the theater, which is a down on authority. So we're back to where we were. Well done, precious pals. Well done. All right, let's see. Finding a spouse. Stand! In the twisty passages of your castle, you can avoid your advisors, the nobles. Capitalism! Oh, fuck! We turn each other off. Yeah. You can avoid your advisors, the nobles, even the spy master. But there's one person you can't avoid. Your mother. Why haven't you found a spouse yet? It's been almost a year. Is it really that urgent? Of course! Don't worry, I'll take the liberty of finding eligible candidates. What is your preference? Men? Women? Do not mind. Any. Excellent. I'll send out messengers to the most influential noble families in the kingdom. Let's see what they have to offer. Hi, Student Snaps, welcome in. Yo, hold up, you playing this? Yeah, we got this is a community-funded community game stream. So hell yeah, a clairvoyant visit. Salmon, hold on.
Your Highness, global patrician Yamigo 1 has been having prophetic dreams.
Yami, what voice would you like, sweetheart? Deep and suave. Got it. I'm getting better at that. Thank you, Infernos. Salmon, yeah, makes sense. That makes sense. All right. Deep and suave. Hold on. It is true. I can part the veil betwixt now and some ways off. Give me a prophecy then. I look into the future and it speaks through me. No more, no less. For instance, Chief Shadowgun 828 should beware of birds for the next season. And I saw a vision of Count Artemis's body floating away on dark water. Artemis, what's your voice? What's your voice? What kind of burrito is it? It's my favorite from Zambies. It's like a chicken with lots of veggies. Ha! Birds. What do you know, Shadow? Watch out for birds. Watch you get shit on by birds. It's honestly becoming fairly understandable. Not sure if I'm just adjusting or if you're just getting better at talking like that. Hi and squeaky. What? Draco spoons! Oh, back to...
Lies will sting the majesty. Heaven foretell the future of your council. We could gain insight into great mysteries.
I guess I do get you hydrated like this. That's true, Salmon. Very sneaky. I appreciate that. Good subtle care packages. We need the 7 TV plugin so we can cinema. Oh, yeah, true. All right, what should be done with this omniscient fortune teller? All right, just this once. Begin the visions. Throw the charlatan into the dungeon. Or make noble patrician Yami 01 an official council advisor. +1 stability if more than 50% of nobles vote on one option. Yamio, how do you feel about being an official council advisor? No, I'm trying to think of, let's see, authority. Fuck. All right, just this once, begin the visions. Oh, right, ready? Here we go. Make me advisor. I accept. Excellent. Tropic. Hi, terrific Tropic. The gargle voice is so funny. I'm so glad you like it. That's my fishman voice. Loyalist advice. C is actually quite solid. Dayo. Let's see what you vote. Exclamation point vote and then your letter. What? 8 nobles have voted for make noble patrician Yamio 1 an official council advisor. Oh, Simon's back. Hold on.
Wonderful news, Your August Majesty. I'm sure they will not disappoint.
Sure enough, noble patrician Yamio has a canny sense of what's best for the coast. Let's go, happy coast. Okay, hey, listen. You guys aren't depleting my treasury, but you're being happier. That's good. The east is cordial. Ooh, but the north is grumbling. Can the queen really be trusted with this charlatan constantly whispering in her ear? I love the mental image of Tao Tao munching on a burrito as an oracle locks in on the 4 sides. Ham num num num. Apparently, something has escaped from the cellars of Countess Bublin Forever's castle. I've asked for an eyewitness report from a local. Hello, Your Majesty. It was a right unholy sight. A monster stitched together from parts dug up from the village cemetery. I recognized my Aunt Edna's earlobes. Sorry, I didn't finish reading that. I thought that... Okay, sorry. Earlobes. Yep, got it. Did it hurt anyone? No, it just seemed confused. Kept asking for its mother. Ah, Bublin! What voice would you like? Oh, it's my castle. It is beautiful, Bublin. What voice would you like? His name is Steven. He's an absolute angel. Mom voice? This creature is my life's work, Your Majesty, and my son. His escape was regrettable. He just wanted to see the village up close. Rest assured, I have chained him up far more securely in my dungeon to ensure that this won't happen again. It's too late for that, Countess. You and your unholy creation must be banned. It is the only way to cleanse the world of your evil. What should be done with the undead abomination created by Countess Bublin Forevers? Oh, fuck. Did you let your werewolf out again? You leave our beautiful creation alone! Burn both Bublin and her monster. Burn the monster, but let the Countess live. The monster may live as long as it stays imprisoned. Free the monster. Oh. I want to free the monster. What? Don't burn me. Let it be free. I agree, Blaze. I agree. Listen, I'm not going to let you guys burn both of them. Go. Your turn. No mercy, Ram! That's so mean. Free my son! Need to raise faith to keep blue from winning instantly. Yeah, give me faith. 1 sec, you guys. Uh-oh. Bublin doesn't want... Bublin does not believe the boy is ready for freedom. Not good. Not good. It's okay. I'm done. I'm done with my food, I mean. All right. Should have gone see. Your Highness, I advise you don't release a monster on the city. Valid concern. But hear me out. What if we did? All right, 1 sec. No, Your Majesty, the boy's not ready for freedom. This will end in disaster. The council would free this unholy monstrosity and allow its twisted creator to go unpunished? What kind of message does this send? You're all mad. You'll see. Doom will come to the east. Doom! Luckily, the High Inquisitor's prophecy proves nonsense. Oh, thank fucking God. Yikes. Have you voiced me yet? Not yet, lovely Ram. Please stick around so that I can, I have really terrible memory, so I need everyone to refresh my memory when they come on screen. Except for salmon. I just remember salmon, fish, gargle. Thank you for the care package, Volfix. Appreciate it. Your Majesty, loyalist water, Dio. Is lemon, not poison. Relax, Dio. The faith drop, I know. Fuck. The so-called abomination turns out to be a gentle fellow with a green thumb and a fondness for puppies. Soon enough, he's won over the villagers who allow their children to go on piggyback rides with him.
I would go
That's
for your
cute.
butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely, Ram. The dice god smile on you, Tau, for now. I know that was a 60%. That's, not great chances, but, I'll take that. I told you he likes having tea. He's a sweetie. All right, we do have to go on a quick break, cutie pies. I am gonna let you guys vote on whether we continue this or play a different game. For those of you who come in with the raids, thank you so very much for sticking around. I appreciate it. Now, you guys, this is a community game stream. So what I'm doing is I'm literally letting you control the whole thing. So all games will involve you guys in some way, in some often substantial way, at least this substantial, you know what I mean? Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up this poll. I'm going to tell you what things are as I write them. We should play. We have continue King of the Castle. Okay, that says King of the Cast. That's King of the Castle. Okay, that's what we're playing right now, in case you didn't know. We can play Gartic Phone. Okay, we can do that. Which, if you don't know that, that's a really fun one. Whether you consider yourself an artist or not, you can still join and have fun. We can play Choice Chamber, which is a game where it's a platformer where I'm playing, but like every 30 seconds to a minute, you guys make a decision that either helps or hinders me. So for example, let's say I walk into one room, it will ask you guys, what weapon should Tau have? And it'll say like bow, sword, hammer. And then all of you will say one of those words and the game will calculate it, and whatever is highest voted is what I get. Let's say we walk into the next room. what kind of enemies. It'll say big or small. You can decide whether they're huge or whether they're small, stuff like that. And there's tons of different options for that. So that's what Choice Chamber is, okay? We also have Fall Guys, which is a free, you do have to download something. It is a downloadable thing, but you download it and it is free. If you would like to join us for that one. I think it pretty much runs on a potato as well. It's not too overbearing. Let's see, and then, oh, we also have a Slipstream. Slipstream is a very fun game. That one is basically where you guys, I think that's another one you might have to download, but it's also free. And we are on a ship, a spaceship together. And I decide where we go, but you guys help me to defend the ship. You guys help me to collect money for the ship, stuff like that, okay? Now, we are gonna go on this quick break. I'm giving you 5 minutes on this poll. Please do let me know. Via the poll what you would like to do. We also go on a 3-minute break every hour. That is literally just so that if you cannot afford to or do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to, because for those 3 minutes I walk away from the computer, run those ads. I suggest you also walk away from the computer because it's healthy for you to move around. But regardless of what you choose to do, sweethearts, I will see you in just 3 minutes and we will execute on whatever you guys choose for that, what we should play. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, darlings. This is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots, and I'll miss you terribly, but I'll also see you soon. Mwah! Never ever. Sorry, that's just a really fun sound. What's our team looking like? I think we've kind of settled on it. We've got a Jolteon. We've got this guy that you gave us. We got a this guy that you gave us. We got a this guy that we caught. We got a this guy that we got. And then we got a this guy that we were born with. My baby. Lady. That's how you say pretty lady with water or liquid. Ordinarily, I'm the one that helps you out with Persona. Not feeling well. Wobble jokes. You're welcome. Do you guys want a capitalism command? I can do that and Strat can clip it. Capitalism! Go for it, Strat, do you think? Would be best received, but few places were as expensive and well-developed as this one. While it was his first time here in person, Louis knew of the town's... Jesus Christ. So sorry. That was so creepy. Boom. Yes, I am, but oh, you know what we're gonna have to do? Just gotta go out. Rawr. Oh, cute. Rawr. 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 Dinosaur. Rawr. Oh, they're so cute. Maybe-ish. We just go shirtless here. It goes past 40 once we hit Feb to, it's too hot to deal with. Yeah, I bet. In fairness, thank you so much for the British accent. Darling Eclipse, please don't run away. I promise this only lasts for 5 minutes. Hold tight, okay, darling? You are challenged by George's the Gourmet. Multiple George, eh? It's minus 15, murder! But affectionate, so murder? We will? Hanging in there as best as I can. I'm so proud of you, fabulous Frostbite. Keep on keeping on, sweetheart. Meowder. Meowder. Luigi here in 2001, 2002 looks like he's doom scrolling on TikTok. He's so... Hey, cutie pies! Welcome back. Alrighty, it looks like you guys may want to keep going with King of the Castle, which guess what? I am totally down for. What a fun time. Awesome, Aussie, welcome back, you beautiful beings. Some uppies for you. Yee! Yee! Good Ozzy. Welcome back, Swedish Shadow. Welcome back, Amazing Akira. Welcome back, Swedish Strat. Welcome back, Nix. Slash Jam Slice. Abis. Yee! Good Nix. Welcome back, Valiant Volfix. Welcome back, Swedish Seru. Welcome back, Incredible Infernos. I will let that run down, but I doubt that we will be continuing. I mean, sorry, we will be continuing. I'm quite certain we will be continuing, is what I'm saying. Lovely Layla, welcome back, Uppies. Yee, good Layla, and Yummy Yummy, welcome back. Terrific Talon, welcome back. Uppies. Yee, good Talon. You're dead? Oh, I'm sorry, Akira. I'm so sorry. All right, you guys. It looks like you guys have another season to end. In the east, Countess Bublin Forever stands on the ramparts of her castle, watching a flock of bats pass before the moon. Zonin! Hi there, Zealous Zonin. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see ya. Now that you are here, I shall go and keep an eye on work going on here as well. Sounds good, sweetest chat. We'll see you soon. Also, Amazing Artemis, thank you for the gigantification of that emote. Any luck finding a wizard to aid in our cause? Ooh, Layla, what voice do you want? Have you already told me? I'm so sorry. I genuinely have really bad memory. It's not that I'm not paying attention. I'm just really, really dumb. Oh, also, Sweetest Salmon and Tyree. Thank you both so very much for the follows. Welcome to the Pouch. You are both officially now Pouch Pals, and what a pleasure it is to have you both. Thank you so much. You want a Southern accent? All right. Do you want like a Southern belle? Do you want a Southern belle? Or do you want like an Arthur Morgan type of thing? What are you interested in, darling? All right, continuing with King of the Castle. Morgan? All right. No, I'm afraid not. Queen Tao is weak, and the wizards are satisfied that they don't need worrying about the royal meddling in their affairs. Blood and stars. We must try harder. The Count's aim is to raise authority to 5 or more. Ah, it's time for trade bonuses. I see. I am 2 to 4 weeks from leaving for the US. Oh, that's awesome, Zealous Soden. Congratulations. Are you excited? I would never say. Also, well done on the boss, you guys. Well done. The patricians make 500 wealth selling snake oil that they claim cures scrofula. Is that a real disease? Scrofula? What is that? Other nobles gain 200 wealth. All right, listen, who is it? Is it the patricians who are trying to make me poor? Because I love you guys so much in pal form, but I need your money. I need your money. I cannot allow you guys. I cannot allow you guys to take me down. I'm so sorry. I love you. I may have to look the rest of the stream. Oh, good. Awesome, Aussie. I hope that you have a good one. Thank you so much for coming in. Oh, I can't see because I'm in the way. Sorry. Hold on. That's a wise choice, Your Majesty. Ah, Bublin. I'm so glad you think so. Hold on. I will make myself invisible for this bit. Let's see. Defiance goes down. Common tax for you two. I think we'll confirm that. All right. I am sorry, patricians. This is all on you. I cannot take credit. It's not my fault. Lovely LC, welcome in. How are you? Loyalist advice. Since the defiance is surprisingly low right now, and we want it to be fair, and you need money, all faction with cruel taxes is actually quite solid, Dio. No, but no one else is trying to take me out for money. I mean, green and blue has a lot of money. Well, that is true. That is true. Anyone here going as Goku on Discord? What? If you look at Authority, Treasury, and the Faith, you'll see a purple, green, and blue diamond showing you who is wanting to mess with what. Either arrows to lower or raise, or a check mark to show it's accomplished. See, I thought that would be these things, but that's not quite it. I guess it's hovering over here, and then I just gotta keep an eye on it, no? Sorry, Coast guys, but my money needs to stay with the crown. All right. I think that's our season. Actually, wait. Yeah, okay, no. End season. Alrighty, what have we got here? Eligible options. Oh wait, I can come back now. Hi, it's me. I have found 3 potential matches for you. 1 eligible young candidate from each of the kingdom's 3 regions. Choose wisely. You'll be securing a powerful alliance. And a partner for life to have and to hold, don't forget. I suppose so, but the alliance comes first. Your mother leads you to the Great Hall, where she's arranged 3 portraits on easels. For now, each is covered by a cloth. Wait, I don't even get to meet them? Elsie! Lovely Elsie, thank you so much for the follow, hon. Welcome to the pouch. You are now officially a pouch pup, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. I found the stream after clicking a notification for a sub. Glad I found the stream again. Let's go, lovely Elsie. I'm so glad that you did too, sweetheart. Also, you request uppies? Yee! Good Elsie. It's good to have you here, darling. Thank you so much for being here. So, not help, but Faith is already in the win column for us Northerners. Faith is already in the win column. Ooh, shit. That's true. I need to work on that, don't I? Good point, good point. Yummy! There's no time for sentiment. You just need a match that befits your station and suits your political needs. She whisks away the cloth from the first portrait. This is Magnus, firstborn son of Northern Serushida clan. He's your typical northern lad, big, brawny, and honest, in the same way an axe to the face is honest. Despite that, he's clearly got some brains. He's an avid reader with a vast library. People say he nurses a grudge, though. I can see the appeal, I suppose. This is Xenia, the oldest daughter of the Eastern Ryokastra Hex dynasty. In her youth, she ran off and tried to join a circus. They found her in the end, thank the 9th. She lost half the family fortune in the gambling halls, unfortunately. She's always planning something, they say. Schemes within schemes. She's an intriguing candidate. And finally, from the coast, we have Clementine, the wealthy heiress to Lord Patrician Talent Sniper's estate. She spends most of her time in the solitude of her villa, so I know little about her. Interesting. I like the sound of her, too. What do you think? Of course, by picking a candidate, you'll anger the other regions, but you'll gain a lifelong alliance. Fuck. Well, I need to... You are right, I do need to lower the, Chiefs of the North's faith. Lower all total... Oh, wait, no! All reasons total faith. Oh, no, then it's... Wait. Oh no, that's fucked up. I gotta raise it. I gotta raise it, not lower it. Don't pick her. Raise faith. Me back from Num Nums. Yummy, Vero. How was your Num Nums? Oh, fuck. Okay, let's see. Who do I need to improve relations with? Actually, I think I do need to improve relations with the Chiefs. All right, Chiefs, you better be nice to me. I've made my decision. Magnus of the North. I wouldn't choose the Chiefs candidate. Both the others were better. Do you reckon? I don't even know how to tell which one's better. I just was like, well, I'm going off of... Mummy Dearest said that we had to focus on our political... our political blah. And the Chiefs... I really need you guys to be nice to me. So at this point, faith is in a deep hole. It's true. Advice above, dial. Love comes first. All right, let's see. A risky wager. Ram! Ram, I'm so sorry. What did you want? What voice did you want, Ram? This is you! Yeah! He's yum yums. Ooh, yum 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 yum. We need to raise total faith. Raise your treasury and keep authority under 5. Raise total faith. Raise your treasury. Keep authority under 5. So 4 is fine. 4 is fine. Ram may not be here actually. So if Ram is not here, I will go with let's see, I already gave I already have used my Arthur Morgan voice. So oh, a hot man? Is that what Ram wanted? Okay. Now authority needs to be 5 and then treasury. Okay. Hold on to your masks, hats, and other accessories, everyone. Count Ryokastra Hex is about to lose a huge amount of money. We've bet our life savings on a boat race around the coast, and I am sure to win the day. So sure, in fact, that I petitioned the council to officially sponsor my voyage. An old, gravelly, smoker voice. Oh, that's right, Strat. My bad. Yes. Oh my god, I have the worst memory. That is what he said. Okay. What kind of boat will you have? My best try. What is that? What kind of a boat is that? What is that? Trireme? 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 I don't know how to pronounce this. I don't know anything about boats. What is that about? What would I do without you? That's a great question, Strat. I ask myself that every day. And then I always cower at the fact, or like the idea. Trireme? Trireme? Trireme. I don't know. Does the M, is that right? Or is it trireme? Maybe? Because I feel like the M-E couldn't be trireme. It is trireme. Okay, Sam. Gotcha. Thanks. Okay, cool. My best trireme. It's tiny, but that's the point. It'll nip around all those deadly reefs. Oh, Ryo. What voice do you want, Ryo? What voice would you like? Does that mean something or just a name? I think it's a type of boat, but I don't know anything about boats, so I don't know how to pronounce it. Wonder what Raya would like. I feel like Raya's probably told me as well, but I've forgotten what voice they wish for. It's a Greek boat. Oh, okay. Roman warship. Oh, cool. Okay, interesting. Loyalist. Fun fact, it's trireme, and it's an ancient rowboat style ship used during the Antiquity era mainly. Okay. Lara Croft? Shit, what does Lara Croft sound like? British adventurer? They're talking rubbish, your grace. My nimble strug will easily beat the Jack Ram's old boat. Or my name's not real cost or a hex. If you sponsor anyone, sponsor me. Trireme. Which competitors should the crown officially sponsor? Ooh, Fabulous Fernal, welcome in. Isn't she British? Yes, she is. She is. Surprise care package! Scary. Thank you, hun. Fuck, you guys want me to spend so much money. So much money. Surprise, uppies for you. Yee, good, Fernal. How are you doing, hun? Okay, sponsor both nobles if I want to be extremely poor. No skin for the north. Maybe that's because I'm marrying a northerner. Let's see. Faith. There's nothing here that's going to allow me to do faith, but I'm going to say you cannot vote to decline. Oh, fuck. I've probably fucked myself here. I also don't want to sponsor. Wait. Oh, wealth of you guys goes up, but the treasury, my treasury goes boo. Let's see. I'm doing well, trying to get stuff done before I go to bed while my dog is whining all night. Oh no, why is it whining all night, Fabulous Ferno? I wonder. Marks the preferred voting option and gets one extra vote. Stability, +1 stability. I can't do that one, can I? Fuck! Please don't betray me, precious pals! You are good to vote. I only follow peeps under 5 feet! I'm so sorry, I am 5'5", but I hope that you'll consider it anyway. How are you, hun? Welcome on in. Hey, I think you dropped something? Thank you for returning it to me. What is it? Why do you guys want to sponsor both nobles? It's gonna be so poor. Your smile, you should wear it more often. You look good with it on. You just got joy baited. I love that. Thank you, hon. This is a very positive space, so I appreciate it. Don't worry, I pretty much smile nonstop. I only follow peeps under 5 feet. Thank you so much for the follow. Despite the fact that I am, in fact, 5'5", I do appreciate it. Welcome to the pouch. You are now an official pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in, darling. Apparently has a Polish accent. Wait, who has a Polish accent? The authority will help. I'm gonna be poor. Neither noble knows what to say. Obviously, they were hoping for special treatment. Oh, fuck. But you keep your reputation as a monarch who won't take sides. Excitement builds as merchants and tourists flock to the starting town. Soon, both boats embark on their journey. They look very small and flimsy against the vast ocean backdrop. Ghosty! I don't know if Ghosty is still here. Ghosty, if you're still here, what voice would you like? The both vote does help the patricians, but it also helps the counts, and we need that authority to go up. That's fair. That's understandable. That's a good point. 5 for 5, even without legs. You go past 10 with them on, right? That's very funny. That's exactly what someone under 5 foot tall would say, Tao. Good point. I think Ghosty may have gone to bed. I think it's quite late for them, for him. I'm gonna give him a very sweet voice because he's such a sweet guy. Your esteemed highness, I understand you elected to sponsor both competitors, but surely you have a sense that one will outdo the other. Would you fancy a small wager? What kind of a wager are we talking about? A mere trifle for you, I'm sure, your serene highness. Your wisdom is known by all. So naturally you'd have great fortune. Sorry, weird emphasis on the wrong syllable. As much as I want to sabotage the others, we need our authority. Oh, fuck. Yikes. Yeah, I guess he could. Oh, marvelous. Then where shall we place your bet? That voice is very like ghosty. Yay, good job. Thank you, Strat. Thank you. Hi, excellent Elvin. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I thought this was one of those comedically voiced history lessons from YouTube for a sec. It feels like they all have similar animations. So, to whatever this game is. This is King of the Castle. Definitely not historically accurate, but it's fun. As much as I don't want them to have authority, I want Tao to not have money more. Oh, Yummy, no! That's so mean. What have you done me? Recoup the money. That's what I'm hoping for, but... Oh, Ram. Patrician Ram. Okay, it makes sense that Ram would probably be better since Ram is a patrician and therefore spends a lot of time on the water. I might go with that. A fascinating choice. To sponsor both, but to bet on one. Perhaps that shows your true opinion. How much would you like to bet, your esteemed highness? Fuck. If I were a betting man, 500 gold it is. Excellent. You won't regret this. You return to the capital to await news of the race. Please, 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 please. Lara Croft has a Polish accent? What? No way, does she actually? I did not know that. I always thought that she was British. Winter Feast. Your Majesty, please don't deplete our national treasury, Tayo. After weeks of leading your baggage train along perilous mountain roads, you finally arrive at the snow-swept clan hall of Chief Space Cat 24. The hall is crammed with all the chiefs of the north, sitting cheek to cheek along tables groaning under the weight of food and ale. Space! What is the voice you wanted, sweetest Space Cat? Wait, Space Cat went to bed. Does anyone remember what Space Cat wanted? You have been doing well surviving so far. I think I normally get to like year 3 and then I die. You guys always own me by year 3. Now to Winter Feast! Cruel tax to everyone is what I'm seeing is going to happen. I don't want to cruel tax anybody, but... Nope, you don't remember? Okay, all right. Well, in that case, welcome, Your Majesty, to my humble hall. Take a seat, grab a drink. It is customary at Winter Feast to exchange gifts with the host. What did you bring? She is here. Lara Croft is British. She is depicted as an English aristocrat, specifically a countess with a posh... Oh, posh, not Polish. Okay, got it. I was like, wait a second. Wasn't it a southern voice? Was that what Kat asked for? Was that... Oh, was Kat the one who wanted Arthur's voice? Okay. What did I bring? I don't have the fucking money for this. Holy shit. A champion warhorse? Yeah, that's more like me. Look at that beauty. A fine addition to my stables. Thank you, Your Majesty. After that, the feast lasts long into the night. The fires roar, the bards sing songs of the old days, and a lake of ale is consumed. A couple hours in, you are... extremely, extremely drunk. The chiefs appreciate how much you're getting into the spirit of things. They roar with laughter at your mumbled jokes. Someone claps you on the shoulder so hard your crown falls into your beer. As Winter Feast draws on and the snow piles up outside the doors, the mood in the hall turns raucous. Your memory is blotchy, but you distinctly recall taking part in a contest. At Winterfeast, the Chiefs challenge each other to various games. You soon find yourself facing Volfex in... Ooh, fuck, a 5% chance? Oh, God. A game of chance. You're far too drunk to play chess. After you're swiftly checkmated, you argue that the king should be allowed to hide inside the rook, much to everyone's embarrassment. Of course, I failed that one. The next morning, the Chiefs are scattered around the hall, groaning and nursing their hangovers. You wake up in an even worse state, sprawled onto a table, your clothing disheveled. Even worse, your crown is missing. Fortunately, Chief Space Cat 24 comes to the rescue. They get you washed and find your crown before any rumors can spread. Thank you, Chief Space Cat 24. Hiding your embarrassment, you bid farewell to the Chiefs and begin the long, perilous journey back to the capital. Uh-oh, we had the slow zoom out. Oh, maybe it always does that and I just noticed it now. Okay, I'm fucked. My treasury's screwed. I'm already losing. She challenged me to chess when I don't drink. Dio. It's about to be 4 a.m. here. Trey, shit, hun, do you need to go to bed, maybe? Please make sure you're taking care of yourself. In a dingy seaside tavern, two patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme. The treasury's practically empty, and the queen is struggling to fund her ambitions. We're perfectly placed to offer her a loan. Ryan! Hello there, Radical Ryan. Welcome on in. How are you? A random wolfie raid. Don't mind if I do, lovely Lancer. Welcome on in. You guys, this is the absolutely radical Ryan Cyan Wolfie, who is a Cyan Wolf PNG tuber who hath graced us with their presence, having just streamed Sonic X Shadow Generations. This LGBTQIA plus friendly racer bequeaths us with Sonic content aplenty, from Heroes to Unleashed. Their recent broadcasts feature friends and Valentine's festivities on Sonic Racing Crossworlds. Truly a royal treat for Sonic fans. Welcome in, darling. How are you? It's a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, if you need a raid run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we would love to have you. Thank you so much for bringing everyone in. Hasco, welcome in, lovely Hasco. Roven, welcome in. Hiker or HKer. Super, sweetest super, welcome on in. Radical Razor. Sweetest Silver, welcome on in. And Ferno Firefox, welcome in, cutie pies. It's a pleasure to have you. Welcome, welcome. Hiker, I got it right. Oh, amazing. Let's go. Thank you so much, lovely Hiker. And Lord Nibirius, welcome on in. Hun, we would love to know when is your next stream and what will you be streaming? Skits, lovely, sweet, and wonderful Skits. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now officially a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Hi, everybody. I am Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger, Vtuber, and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm also an artist, so if you come on in on Fridays Aussie time, you will be seeing us do some art. You guys actually get to decide what we're working on, and you get to queue up some music as well of your choosing. On Sundays, we play Persona 5 Royal. Please no spoilers, it's my very first do the video. Alrighty, alrighty, alrighty. If you request, I shall answer.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! I hope hope you enjoyed that. Some of the other games we are playing are Final Fantasy XIV and Pokemon ZA, which we may actually be finishing this coming week. And then we will be playing some Monster Hunter Stories 3. Also, Blood of Dawnwalker and Witcher 4. It is such a pleasure to have you guys. Lovely Hiker, Sweetest Silver, thank you both so very much for the follows. Welcome to the pouch. You are both now officially Pouch Pals, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Your muffins now. It's okay, we can have lots of muffins. You can have some muffins. Hasco, it is a pleasure to see you again as well, darling. Welcome on in. This is adorable. Did you like it, Sweetest Silver? I'm so glad. Stream went well. I'm going to be rating and running as it's about 4 a.m. here in the U.S. Absolutely lovely, Ryan. Please go take the best care of yourself, sweetheart. If you need to, if you're gonna go to bed, go shower, go get comfy, please go ahead and do that. You've been working really hard today. I promise to take the best care of your gorgeous community until you come on back for them, okay? And take it easy. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Okay, lovely Ryan? I heard FF14. Yes, indeed, Sweetest Silver. We do play FF14. Also, my first time playing that, so please no spoilers. But yeah, thank you ever so much for bringing everyone in, darling. It means the world. And yeah, really do appreciate it. Today, this is not a normal day that we typically stream, but I do let you guys often save up channel points for certain types of streams. And today, you guys have actually saved up enough for a community game stream, which is what this is. So we've done some marbles on stream. You guys voted to now do King of the Castle on stream, and we do have a few more hours of this as well. I cannot believe we actually only have supposedly like 1 hour, but we'll see how I'm feeling. If I'm feeling good, I might do it longer. But yes, and then we will let you guys pick again in about half an hour. That's when we'll let you decide what else we play. Okay, that also involves some substantial audience participation. But yes, welcome. I will refrain from spoilerinos. Thank you so much, Sweetest Silver. I really do appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Thank you, darling. All right. I do let people, you guys are welcome to join, by the way, ! Join, and you can join the game. You will be a noble and vote on things to get my goat. You are trying to murder me. I am, whenever a person in the chat name comes up, I let them pick their voice. So if you hear some fucking weird voices, it's because they chose that. For example, so helpful of us. Indeed, these loan agreements will be as friendly as a bear trap, absolutely loaded with hidden catches and small print. Now watch me work my magic. Good evening, Lord Patrician. What exactly is the purpose of this meeting? I heard about the Queen's recent money troubles, and I thought we could both benefit. Just sign here and here. Hang on, what's this provision about giving the patricians exclusive mineral rights along their borders? With respect, Madam Treasurer, you're broke. Given the desperate plight of the Queen, are you really in a position to question this? You make a good point. Very well, I'll sign. The Queen will be pleased. Good night, Lord Patrician, and may the ninth bless you. Ah, fuck! So this game is connected to stream chats? It is, lovely Silver, yeah. We have an hour and a half, right? Yeah, about that. Beautiful Bad, welcome on in, sweetheart. Thank you for the raid. Raiders, if you need to raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. How are you doing, hun? Welcome on in. Beautiful Bad, this is Bad, who hath graced us with a presence fresh from the Sabak Cantina. This valiant streamer doth embark on quests, most daring, surviving Friday the 13th, conquering games without leveling up and speaking their mind with abandon. Their spirit half ethereal, yet their gaming prowess is most corporeal. Truly a monarch's delight. Welcome, welcome. And you're gonna go to sleep? Yes, of course, Fatical Razor. Please get some good rest. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I'll see you later, okay, honey bun? How was your stream and when's your next one, Beautiful Bad? Thank you for bringing everyone in. See? Easy as pie. But it's not enough to bankroll the Queen. The rest of the kingdom needs to be in debt to us as well. To advance their scheme, the patricians must have the highest trade of all regions in 3 seasons. Fuck, I'm gonna die. Okay, how nobles choose to vote is hidden from the monarch's view. The timer is set to 15 seconds and the vote will automatically close. After voting, nobles can change their minds and vote for a different option. Ooh, I do like that. Wait, hold on. Want to adopt that. What is the marks of preferred voting option gets 1 extra? I think we'll swing vote that. Yeah, let's do that. Count's lock-in. Fuck. Okay. A wandering bard. Your Majesty, a traveling bard. She says she has come to compose a song for you. And not just any bard, Your Highness. The best in all the land. Sally Six Fingers, they call me. A song, you say? About me? See, Tau, all you need to do is survive for 20 minutes and the game changes. Fuck, it's true, but that's only because I'm bad at the game. How did I get so much money? Wait. Oh, did I tax you guys? Is that between the seasons I taxed you guys? Is that what happened there? Oh, thank fucking God, I have money.
Why, of course. In fact, I have the tune and verse all but ready. I have saved my best work for you, my queen. All I require is a subject. What should I tell the masses of you? What would you like to inspire?
No, Green bailed you out. Oh, the loan. Oh, bad. No, that's bad. Oh, no, that's bad. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. I literally forgot that. It happened 2 minutes ago and I've already forgot. You were tricked into a loan by the people who needed you to have loan money. Fuck. Let's go read. Sorry for the late reply. My stuff always acts up after every stream. That's okay. No worries, beautiful bad. I hope it was great. Tao is so optimistic. I love it. I just have the worst fucking memory, dude. It's so, we are so screwed as loyalists. I'm so sorry, Buffix, I'm so sorry. I'm so bad at this game, but I have so much fun with it anyway. Teach them to love me.
I will do so, Your Highness. Absolutely. Give me but a few weeks, and everyone within the Crown lands will know of your benevolence. Pray, I need only but a small payment of 500 gold for the time. A discounted rate for one as esteemed as yourself.
You're gonna be okay, Tau. Everything will be okay. The debt collectors won't break your ankles. Oh no! Artemis, that is the perfect emote. The perfect emote. Thank you for gigantifying it. So now you need 15 faith for chiefs, 5 authority for courts, and patricians trade to be lower than someone else's. I am so screwed. Stream was great. Sabak was very fun, even though I didn't win a single game. Oh, I'm glad you had a good time though, beautiful bad. That's great. 500 isn't that bad. Yeah, sure. No, we're not too bad. No. We don't have bad memory, Tau. We have high replayability. True, Dad. That's so true. Oh my God. What if I became literally just a channel that replayed the original Prince of Persia Sands of Time over and 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 over because I always forgot it. What about that? Unless it's a student loan. Nah, you're bugged. Yeah, exactly. Student loan. Yeah. True. Okay. Oh, fuck. You deserve more than that. What about 1,000?
Oh, thank you, Your Majesty.
She hurries out of the throne room to do your bidding. The song has the desired effect, with everyone praising your good nature. Yay. Oh, it's time for the royal wedding. Your wedding to Magnus is, naturally, the talk of the kingdom. Nobles and peasants alike travel from across the realm to attend. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. It feels like you're the only one not taking part. Instead, you're getting ready for the ceremony. Soon enough, you're standing in St. Bertrand's Cathedral with Magnus at your side. Well, there goes that loan money. This is why I'm a great queen. I'm just like, oh, I think that you could, I think you deserve this. You're so nice and you're talented, you know? I feel like you deserve nice things. Your Majesty, that was half our loan for a song, Daya! Do you take this man as your lawfully wedded husband? Best queen, Daya. Thank you! See, that's all I want. That's all I want, to be the best queen. Fuck, you guys aren't defiant, though. Should I defy you? Thank you for the pal hat, Radical Riot. Yo, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. Thank you, cutie pie. Being loyal isn't that bad. It's true. 10 out of 10 would take 50 arrows for her. Dial. Oh, thank you. How are you in stream and everyone else doing? Doing great, beautiful bad. Thank you for asking. This is why we would be bad at politics, Tau. We are too happy to help and quick to forget. That's also a problem. Ah, where did I get 1,000 monies from? I'm just kidding. Can't can't see how the choice affects things. I mean, loyalist advice, wait. Do it. I say do. Thank you for the care package, sweetest Silver. I appreciate you. Take the alliance with the chiefs. We need the military support pillar. Da, yo. You know what? I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna cheat, and I'm gonna let you guys tell me what I'm doing. Should I marry this man? No. Yes. You have 1 minute. Please vote. The poll is in the chat and not in the game. Nearly 5 hours streaming. Always need the stretchies. Oh, that's so true, sweetest Silver. That is so true. Thank you so much for your concern. You're such a sweetie pie. Loyalists vote yes. Evil. I do. Slams ground. It should have been chat, not him. I'd marry chat. Easy. Oh shit, it looks like you want me to marry the man. Okay. Ba ba da ba ba ba. Wait, sorry, that's the wrong song. Capitalism. That is not the right song. Fuck, what was the song? Oh my god, I accidentally hum it all the time. Fuck. Shit. Yeah, that was happy birthday. Yeah, that was happy birthday. Oopsie. Till death do we part, but even in death you complain about the dishes. Ah, yes. Okay, we'll marry him. Oh, but first, actually, we have a song to sing. Actually, you know what I might do? Because I don't want to cut into the last 15 minutes of our game. Remind me right before we go on break. It's only going to be 15 minutes. So before a break, we will do Vanilla Twilight, okay? I do love that song. It's a really pretty song. Here comes the bride. You were probably about to sing congratulations. I was going ha 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 ha. All right, I do. Then I pronounce you queen and husband. After the wedding, of course, there's a feast, and after the feast, a dance. Your new husband, Magnus, delivers a short but heartfelt toast, expressing a wish to get to know you better. Marriage from the land down under. Yeah, let's fucking go! We exchange spiders. Happy wedding to us. Happy wedding to us. Let's imagine it's Nathan Tao. I mean, Nate's hair isn't quite that long, but yeah, I mean, it could be. Magnus just watching from the podium for 25 minutes as his fiance asks the whole wedding for democratic approval. I am nothing if not a fair queen. Yes, the authority. Ooh, we have the authority. By the time you find yourself alone with Magnus, it's past midnight and you have never felt more tired. I miss the north. It's too warm down here, and people twist their words. They don't mean what they say. What do you mean? Everyone down here speaks in circles, insulting each other without really insulting each other. I don't know how you stand it. It's tough, but I have to do my duty. Well, we are fricked. I'm so sorry. He's all ready to get married, just watching you as the just like strumming his fingers. Just like, hey, Tao! Ah! By the old gods, I feel for you. I couldn't do it. After finishing the last of the wine, you head to your separate bedchambers. It seems your husband is happy to take his time getting to know you. He pulls up the stream to vote. Yes, exactly! Exactly. Shady business. Cryptid! Cutie Cryptid, are you here, darling? Or does someone remember what Cryptid wanted for his voice? Aw, he has a pet fox sleeping on his shoulder. Wait a second! It's not breathing! Let's all imagine it is Nathan Tao. I'm here. I said have fun with it. Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Cutie Cryptid.
Okay, listen, since Cutie Cat, since Sweetest Space Cat was the Arthur Morgan accent, we will do.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Radical
Happy
Racer.
time zone, everyone.
Welcome in, sweetie.
TauTass hug, TauTass pat.
Thank you ever so much for the resub, darling. Happy time zone to you. Can't believe it's been 26 months. Thank you so very much for the support. I really do appreciate it. You're amazing. Thank you so much, darling. Thank you. Hi, lovely loner. Welcome on in. That's okay. You go get your stuff done, but thank you so much for dropping in, sweetheart. I appreciate it. Razor, thank you so much for coming in as well. So, for you, Strat. Your Highness, I'm sure you'd be very concerned to hear the letter I had from Count Rio Costa Hex. I'm sure you don't need to worry about that, Your August Majesty. Let's move on to a different vote. How about... No! I will speak! Rio Costa Hex writes... We are practically nose to nose, but while my crew was busy rowing, I saw a coastal ship sneaking into a sheltered bay. I hate to speak ill of the patricians, but it looked very much like smugglers avoiding the capital's import fees. This is preposterous! Hearsay and gossip, nothing more! Uh-oh, should the patricians be punished for avoiding taxes through smuggling? Levy a fine on the patricians, punish the patricians, and reward Count Hex for alerting the treasury. Let's see. Patricians are merely being innovative entrepreneurs. These smugglers are obviously skilled. Hire them for spymaster. Oh, fuck. That's a lot of money. Punish! Need to lower trade. Let me see. Trade. Patricians. Highest trade in 3 seasons. Oh, you are right. We do actually need to do that. Oh, I think you're right. I think can change their minds and vote for a different option. My day just became 10 times better. I don't feel the hot sun or hear the construction sounds anymore. I may have become deaf. Oh no, Strut, no! Not that! Anything but that! Beautiful Bad, you're back from refreshing your system. Oh, that's okay, sweetheart. Thank you so much for coming on in and sticking around as well. My war on the patricians has extended into my in-game character. I love it. Loyalist advice! They stopped working, I am fine. Oh, phew. What a relief, sweetest Strut. Okay. Let's see. After voting, nobles can change. Okay, +1 stability. Alrighty, let's I guess it's for any one option. Okay, please do it. Vote. We serve the people, not the monarch. Are you kidding me? I serve the people. All I do is serve the people, to my own detriment, in fact. Can I get more than 50% of the vote on one of these, please? That'd be great. You got this. Only 10 more minutes and you're safe. I'm fucked. You guys are not giving me this, are you? Ooh. Anyone want to vote for B? One more for B? Maybe? No? No? Nobody? No one for B? Okay. Break the tie! I get to break the tie. Oh, very good. The treasurer sends her most menacing heavies to fetch the gold from the patricians' villas. Of course, they grumble for weeks about the injustice. Worse, it turns out that the smugglers were in cahoots with Ram to provide illicit supplies for their voyage. Without their help, their progress slows. But Rio Costa Hex is pleased to receive the fruits of their snitching. Oh, fuck. Died in the line of service. You shall be honored with a statue and corn chips named after you. Worth it. I shall leave you here while I maybe possibly get food and stuff. As you should, beautiful Bat. Thank you so much for coming in, sweetheart. I really do appreciate it. When you get around to it, I hope that you also sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. But in the meantime, enjoy your food. Good thing my name won't show up, because I'll choose chaos and make you speak in the thickest Aussie accent you can muster. I'm so bloody bad at Aussie accents, unfortunately, and I think that might be why Ram left. I'm so fucking bad at it. The race continues onward. You wait to hear more from the competitors. Oh, we got another end of season. Northern sagas tell of Ordheld's horn, once gifted to mortals by the honey-blooded prince himself, and then lost to the snows of time, never to be found again. Until now.
Oh, Blaze. Blaze, are you here? What voice would you like? Has Blaze Shadowflame told us what voice they would like? 5 more minutes, Tau. You got this just a little bit more. If it wasn't for you saying my name, I wouldn't have noticed anything. I got hooked on some video edits to tickle the brain. That's all good, Cutie Cryptid. A French accent? Oh, shit. I can't do a French accent very well. It morphs into other things. I can't do a terrible French accent. Do you want that or do you want something else? Because that's what you get if you ask for a French accent from me. I'm terrible at French accents. That's a Russian who recently moved to France. It morphs more into, I like it. Oh God, okay. By all the gods, can you believe it? This has been the most bountiful spring in living memory. The grass is green, the sun is warm, even our sheep have given birth in record numbers. Volfax, what voice would you like? Blaze, please pick something else. Shadow fucking hates it. Gives, I don't say blah, blah, blah. Time for me to get ready for break. To break your fast for the day. Yay, good, lovely Akira. Enjoy your broken fast for the evening. Why am I scheming? Overworked, timid goober ends every sentence. It's dial. Okay.
It's the work of Oddheld, my friend. We've spent many months besieging him, and now he has rewarded us with the means to overthrow the Queen's regime. Dial.
Truly, you mean to say he's pointed us to his horn?
Aye, but it's far to the north, in the Ice Giant's territory. The frozen wastes, Dial. We'll need a hardy force of heroes to stand any chance of retrieving it. Dial.
For the next stage of the Chief's scheme, they must raise their military to 5 or more in 2 seasons. Recruiting a wizard. In the east, Countess Bublin Forevers stands on the ramparts of a castle, watching a flock of bats pass before the moon. Suddenly, the bats swirl down and begin to merge, coalescing into a black-clad figure.
Suitably dramatic, I trust. Now, why did you want to meet me? If this isn't good, I'll give you a case of boils so hideous it'll make your own mother disown you.
I thought we might have a common goal. The Queen has been overstepping her bounds recently, hasn't she?
Well, the Queen's Watch did order a quarantine recently. Killed off a highly unique strain that I would have enjoyed watching sweep the populace. Fine, I'll help. If you take care of the bees for me.
Did you say bees?
Yes. On this plane, they're simple insects, but in the apiary, the world of dreams and magic, they're powerful and intelligent. Call themselves the dreams of being. They have an innate fondness for royalty, and sometimes protect monarchs from magical interference. But they won't harm non-magical folk beyond the occasional sting. So you can deal with them.
How is Bublin the only one tangled in the supernatural stuff? Characters from Adventure Time have been manifested in this game thanks to her. That's true. Incredible Infernos. No worries, darling. Thank you so very much for joining us, honey bun. I really do appreciate it. Some upbeat for you. Yee. Good Infernos. Darling, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you very much for coming on in. For the next stage of their scheme, the counts must lower all regions' combined farming to 14 or less. Ooh, that might be tough in 4 seasons. Your Majesty, these upstarts are saying they have the right to your throne. No doubt the nobles are already scheming to crown their region's preferred claimant. Fuck! Uh-oh! I'm so screwed. I'm so screwed. I need a baby! Fuck. Noble overboard! Alright, I think we will finish this season, and then I will sing that song for Sweetest Silver, and then we will go on a break, and during that break, you guys will vote on what you want to play next, okay? We will go a little bit over time, but it won't be too bad. Your esteemed highness, we've had a message from Noble Patrician the Jacked Ram. I was indulging in some grog with the crew one evening, and inadvertently fell into the water. Obviously, I survived. thanks to a group of passing finfolk who dragged me from danger. But they won't return me to my boat without payment. Of course, you'll pay the ransom, your serene highness, won't ya?
Uh-oh.
Fuck. I'm not letting you guys use the treasury. Please vote. Hey, Tau, tell me, how have you been? Oh, I've been good today. I'm very happy to spend it with you guys. How have you been, Razor? Oh, I guess I can go to bed too, since I was assigned to watch Infernus. Increasing others' paranoia is a hobby. Save, you weren't supposed to tell him that. That's all good, Sweetest Save, darling. Thank you so much for the raid. Can I get one more shout out for Sweetest Save, real quick, Strat, if you're around? If not, I will do it, but yeah. Thank you so very much, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. You are such a sweet person, and I really, really appreciate you. Thank you. You, Save, please sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you very much for coming in. We are sending coastal troops to rescue Ram. Coastal mercenaries quickly descend on the situation, but they are not prepared for the fury of the Finfolk, who easily throw them overboard. Worse, Salish traders get wind of the events and increase their tariffs, claiming that the patricians have harmed Sal's alliance with the Finfolk. The Jack Ram's boat sits becalmed as the Finfolk abandon the area, and it becomes clear that poor noble patrician, the Jack Ram, will never be seen again. Their child takes over the crew and vows to sail to victory in their parents' name. Ah, fuck, I'm sorry, Jack Ram. Fuck. Uh-oh, okay. We got two more. Oh, it's space! Your Highness, our mutual friend Count Artemis has discovered a nest of crawlers on a new tract of eastern farmland. Naturally, we chiefs recommended he fill the tunnels immediately, lest they spread to other regions and endanger our crops. But Artemis refuses to do so. Artemis, fuck! Oh, you're squeaky!
Lord have gone missing, Your Majesty! These crawlers are much more dangerous than they appear. Legends speak of crawlers living in great cities beneath the soil, taking the weak to be consumed. We should leave the land to them. They are not to be too rifled with.
Amazing, Umber. Welcome in, sweetie pie. It's so good to see you. Welcome. Tell me more about these crawlers. No, assemble the council. Thank you, your greatness. Can I change my guy's voice? You sure can, Yummy. Absolutely. Abandon the fields to the crawlers. Hold on, what are our goals here? So chiefs want to raise their military. Okay, that has nothing to do with anything right now. Lower all regions from, okay, so that does help that. Have the highest trade in 2 seasons. Ooh, shit. All right, go ahead, cutie pies, vote away. Artemis, I cannot believe. Oh, Cutie Cryptid is voting A. Oh, we have a few A's in the chat. Fuck, hold on. I'm just about to knock my headphones off. Oh, good. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Tied at 6. Oh, it's 6v6. Beep, boop, beep, boop, ba, ba. Gods be good. You're just gonna ignore him? Mark my words, this problem ain't going away if you just bury your heads in the snow. The commoners don't have to be told twice. The land around the newly discovered tunnels is abandoned overnight, villages and all. Only a few lookouts, caretakers, and Artemis himself remain. The countryside goes silent for a long time, with the crawlers making no appearance above ground. All right, last one, and then we'll go sing, and then we'll go on a quick break. Artemis almost reached minion tier. That was good. Your Majesty, Dial, we loyalists may have a radical plan to save you this round, if you're willing to hear us out. Dial. Nix, sweetie Nix, what voice did you want? Farming has to go up one? It does. It does if you guys are trying to be naughty. My queen, you are walking into the eastern counts. Ow. Let's see. I don't know if Nyx is here. Don't hear Volfix out. I suspect their intentions, Your Majesty. Nyx, what voice would you like, cutie pie? What voice can I give you? I am back. Welcome back. What voice would you like? Have you already told me? I'm sorry. You're probably going to tell me and I'm going to be like, oh, fuck, that's right. I like the, vampiric, classically vampiric music with the... What is that organ? What is this? A wire organ or something? Looks like we're not hearing Taushi today. Oh, I'm sorry, sweetest Saru. No. Oh, I did not. And a snooty voice. Your Grace, here in the east, we have a hair problem. A worrying thing indeed. I'm glad to see you agree with the gravity of the situation, Your Majesty. This is a dire omen. The town of Suriname holds a spring festival welcoming the warmth back to our desolate lands. But this year, we were forced to miss it. The fabled hare known as the Pale Beast of Suriname appears and officially begins the festival, but not this year. The peasants grow restless. It's white as snow, the size of a large dog, and bears majestic coiled antlers. Uh-oh, Shadow! What voice do you want, sweetest Shadow? Did we have anyone ask you to sound like Edna from The Incredibles? No, I don't know if I can do that one. Off the top of my head. I could probably give it a shot, but... You ate it! Uh-oh, Shadow, you ate it! What voice do you want? Do you want the voice of someone who just ate a sacred bunny rabbit? That sounds like Beethoven if he were still to be living today. Mm-hmm. Ow. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Shadow is thinking, perhaps... And it is delicious with parsnips. What do you think of that one? What do you think about, the creepy little slithering... You ate our sacred animal? Poor Bublin. I was like, what the fuck? No, not that one? What would you like, sweetest Shadow? How could you? A rabbit. Parsnips are an animal now. Oh no, it's delicious with parsnips. Thank you for the care package, Radical Racer. Thank you very much, sweetheart. And thank you for the care package, Volfex. I can't do Irish. I can't do an Irish accent. Give me another one. It's just a rabbit. Just catch a new one. It's the size of a dog. It's the size of a dog. I can try and do some nondescript, really bad one. Australian? Oh, fuck. I'm not good at that one either. And it's delicious. Wait, what is that? What was that? That was not even Australian. Hold on, I forgot how Australian accents sound. How do I need the fucking, I need the text to match so that I can, when that guy was like, I'm Ralph, it's easy enough, but, I might have to, Russian that recently moved to Australia. I can't do that one either, Shadow. I'm sorry. I might just have to read it in my regular voice because we're running out of time, unfortunately. And is delicious with parsnips. The gathered nobles gasp and then fall silent. Fuck, what was Nyx's thing? Oh my god. Sorry, it was too long and I forgot. Hold on, it was very recent you told me this. Snooty voice, that's it. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Blood and stars, you ate the pale beast of Fanart? It hopped onto my lands. I thought it was just a rare sort of rabbit. This monster has eaten the fabled pale beast of Fanart, casting a shadow upon the coming year, the coming decade, in fact. It's not just a hare. The pale beast possessed powers beyond our understanding. Your Majesty, please bring down the weight of justice on this wretch. Fuck. All right, I'll use this last one. Go ahead, cutie pies, vote! Is Chief Shadowgun 828 being made to publicly confess and compensate the counts for their crime? Will they be discreetly calling for merchants to find a fake pale beast of Sornanar? Or will we ignore the situation and let it resolve itself? I have an Aussie question. Is it shrimp on the Barbie or sausage on the Barbie? More like sausage on the Barbie. You can put prawns on the Barbie though. You don't really, Aussies don't really do much in the way of shrimp though. Yeah. Oh, it's time to compensate. Chief Shadowgun 828 reluctantly hands over reparations, mollifying the counts a little. A week later, Count Nix Springs returns to the palace. Your Majesty, I fear for the East. Rumor has it that doom has fallen upon Suriname. The lowborn are terrified and furious by turns. They're calling for northern blood. Fuck. Listen, I do have pretty high stability, but I don't know if I want to. Very well, I will have Chief Shadowgun arrested. No, it's a bit of an overreaction. Blood and stars. Count Nix Springs sweeps out with a swish of their cloak, but the chiefs are relieved. Some even joke about the situation, incensing the counts even further. Yikes. The people of Sornanar grow increasingly unsettled. Some even make incursions over the northern border to poach from the lands of the chiefs. Relations are tense for quite some time. I thought you said Barbie. No, yeah, we say Barbie, but shrimp is not a term used in Australia very much. You use prawns most of the time, which is a totally different thing, but yeah. Creamy, hi cutie Creamy, welcome in. All right, you guys, I'm gonna do a quick song, for you. One moment, please. And we are gonna vote on what you want to play next. But first, let me sing Vanilla Twilight for you. Quick, honey bun. Vanilla Twilight. I'm so sorry, Silver. I know that was a little bit later than you expected, but I hope that it's okay. All right. The stars lean down to kiss you, and I lie awake and miss you. Pour me a heavy dose of atmosphere. 'Cause I'll doze off safe and soundly, but I'll miss your arms around me. I'd send a postcard to you, dear, 'cause I wish you were here. I'll watch the night turn light blue, but it's not the same without you, because it takes two to whisper quietly. The silence isn't so bad till I look at my hands and feel sad, 'cause the spaces between my fingers are right where yours fit perfectly. I'll find repose in new ways, though I haven't slept in 2 days, 'cause cold nostalgia chills me to the bone. But drenched in vanilla twilight, I'll sit on the front porch all night, waist deep in thought, because when I think of you, I don't feel so alone. I don't feel so alone. I don't feel so alone. As many times as I blink, I'll think of you tonight. When violet eyes get brighter and heavy wings grow lighter, I'll taste the sky and feel alive again. And I'll forget the world that I knew, but I swear I won't forget you. Oh, if my voice could reach back through the past, I'd whisper in your ear. Oh, darling, I wish you were here. There you go. I hope that was okay. Thank you very much. I hope that was all right, sweetheart. Oh, and welcome back, lovely Liv. It's good to see you again, cutie pie.
Is that okay? Oh, Ozzy, thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, lovely Nix. Thank you, sweet Aseru. I hope you guys don't mind the acapella. All right, Kitty Pies. I love that song. Me too. Beautiful singing. Thank you, beautiful Bubblet. I appreciate it. Yes, it is indeed breaks time. That was so soothing. I'm so glad. And Silver, thank you so much for your incredible patience, darling. I appreciate it. Razor, thank you so much, honey bun. Okay, you guys, we got to go on a quick break. For those of you, quick refresher before we go on the break. For those of you who are new here, we go on a break every hour for 3 minutes. That is just so that if you cannot afford to or do not wish to subscribe, you still won't be hit with ads, because for just those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I turn on those ads. You should probably also walk away from the computer if it's bad for you to sit still too long. And let's see. And then we'll be back in 3 minutes. But before we do that, let me give you guys a quick reminder of what else we can play. We have a few options. So, what to play next? So you guys did agree at the very start of stream that you wanted to make sure that we do not play anything for more than 2 hours consecutively, because we have had issues where even if we have like a 10-hour community stream day, if we start with something, obviously that draws in more people who are interested in that thing. And then when I put up a poll to say, hey, what do we want to play next? Everyone's like, I want to still play marbles. So we'd wind up playing marbles for like 7 hours. And so you guys did decide that it was only fair if we do 2 hours of each game, max. It doesn't have to be 2 hours, but it's a minimum of 1 if you vote for it, and a max of 2. So with that said, so far we've done 2 hours of marbles, 2 hours of King of the Castle, and now you will get to choose between Choice Chamber, which, by the way, just a refresher, is, in fact, I'll bring it up here. Choice Chamber. This one's pretty fun. So this is a real-time crowdsourced, procedurally generated game where your fate is in everyone else's hands. You can see that anyone who wants to vote will just come in, say hello, hi, greetings, etc., and you get added. And then that means that from then on, anytime because it's a platformer, anytime I play and move into a new room, you guys actually get to vote on what happens in that room. So for example, how about that weapon? You guys will say sword, bow, hammer, bow, sword, hammer, like so, right there. And you will decide what weapon I get. You also get to decide things like, does this do more damage or less damage? You control me, basically. It's a really fun time. So that's what Choice Chamber is, okay? We also have Gartic Phone. For those of you who don't know what Gartic Phone is, it's a very fun, you don't have to be an artist for it, but it's a good time. Basically, you attempt to draw what another pal, that's you guys, by the way, in case you don't know what a pal is, that's the people of this community. If another pal will come up with, like, let's say they say, draw Tau giving a hug to a microphone. And then you will be like, okay, I'll try that. And you tried your best to draw it. And then that image without the preceding text gets sent to another pal. And then the pal has to guess what that drawing is of. And then the next person doesn't see your drawing. They see only what that person guessed. So then they try and draw it. It's fun. So that's what Gartic Phone is. We also have, let me see. We also have Slipstream. Which I'll show you what that is. That's a fun one. That does require you to download something, but it is free. Slipstream is a little space game, multiplayer roguelike about teamwork, survival, and cute animals in space. Play with a few friends. You guys are my friends. Or join a streamer's crew of dozens as you work together to battle aliens across the vast rogue space, okay? So that's what this one is. We also can play Fall Guys, another one that requires download, but it is also free, and I think it runs pretty well on almost anything. If you don't know what Fall Guys is, I'm surprised if you don't know what Fall Guys is, but I'll show you anyway. Free cross-platform, massively multiplayer party royale game. You clumsily compete in absurd obstacle courses with friends, or build your very own chaotic course to share with the community. Let's see, and then the last one that I'll put on that list is... Let me see here. What else do we got? There was like at least one more, I'm pretty sure. Oh, we could do Stream Racer. Stream Racer is basically, oh wait, sorry, no, stream, that's it, Strat, thank you, Stream Animals, yes. Stream Animals is this one. Come on, game. Stream Animals. I will actually need to install it if you choose this one, but yeah, this one is a free for all that you guys get to all participate in. So I'm going to give you guys 5 minutes to decide on what you would like. All of these I will turn on your music for. Okay. On that note, sweetie pies, please do vote in the poll. Darlings, I will miss you terribly, but please make sure you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon. Mwah! And fishy now, big fishy, yes, big fishy. I hear. Oh, hi, Tiger Vtuber, let's go. Thank you so much, excellent Ember. I appreciate it. Thank you, sweetheart. Loving the vibes here. Riddling, that makes me so happy. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm already getting good vibes from you as well, so I hope that you'll continue to stick around and spend some time with us. Riddling, you've actually come in at a really awesome time. Hold on, I still have, I got a vine on my face. Ah! Okay, I fixed it. Don't mind. Oh, save. I love that so much. It's fucking awesome. We could surely do some kind of a remix. Maybe. Ish. We just go shirtless here. It goes past 40 once we hit Feb to, it's too hot to deal with. Yeah, I bet. In fairness, thank you so much for the British accent. Darling Eclipse, please don't run away. I promise this only lasts for 5 minutes. Hold tight, okay, darling? You are challenged by George's the Gourmet. Multiple George, eh? It's -15, Are we ending? We are ending, yes, sorry. We are indeed doing that. Give me just a second. I'm gonna go see who we might go and see. Let's get over here in the meantime. Oh, Fabulous Forcer, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. I know the feeling of bad sleep. It's Tau does manage to get sleep. I promise I do. Do you guys want a capitalism command? I can do that and Strat can clip it. Capitalism! Go for it, Strat, do you think? Fanart idea for anyone in chat. Try to screenshot random moments in Tau streams and try to draw them. That's what I did. Oh, that'd be so cool, dude. I would love to. I'll make random faces for you. You like it? Do you like it? Yep. Yes, I am, but oh, you know what we're gonna have to do? Mere moments ago, glimpsed a figure clad in white set forth from the waking sand. Yet, sorry, my gut is, Bereth Vine dinner. What's our team looking like? I think we've kind of settled on it. We've got a Jolteon. We've got this guy that you gave us. We got this guy that you gave us. We got this guy that we caught. We got this guy that we got. And then we got this guy that we were born with. You're totally flipping us off. No, I'm not. I would never do that to you. No, I would not do that to you. That would be me, and I would never be mean to my precious pals. Hello, my darlings. Welcome back. I have missed you terribly, and it looks like you guys want to play some Choice Chamber. I'm down. It also means that we will listen to your music instead of the game. Give me just a second and make sure that you guys can hear it. I am gonna turn the fucking mute. Yay. Okay, let's see here. Awesome Aussie, you beautiful being. Welcome back, Cutie Pie Uppies. I do think that we're gonna go for literally like 1 more hour. I was expecting to do some D&D tonight, but that has been canceled, so I will not be doing that. So I will stay on with you guys for about 1 more hour with Choice Chamber. That sounds good. That sounds like a fun way to wrap it up. Lovely love. Welcome back, Uppies. Yee, good love. Let's see here. Beautiful Bubbling, welcome on back. Let's see, Sweetest Shadow, welcome back. Nix, Meadow Slash Jam Slice, welcome back, Uppies. Yee, good, Nix. Let's see, Sweetest Strat, welcome back. Sweet Seti, welcome back. Fabulous Shadow, welcome back. Beautiful Bubbling, welcome back. Sweetest Sam, welcome back. Valiant Volfix, welcome back. Yummy, yummy, welcome back. And you're back with snacks. Valiant Volfix, very good. Beautiful Bad, welcome back. And I'm glad you got some food as well. All right. We have a new clip on YouTube. Oh, that's right. Please do consider giving us a sub on YouTube. It's free. Hi there, amazing Umbra. How are you, Dawn? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Okay. Hold on. 1 second. Hold on. Wait, no, I'm not logged in as that user. I don't want to. Fuck, never mind. It's fine. You guys, feel free to say, hey, hi, sup, hola, hi, greetings, salutations. Yeah, say something. Free? Free? There you go. There you go. We got Hiker. We got Nix. Shadow's in. Sweetest Seto. Oh, I like that it pops up. Actually, I think it pops up in the shade of color that you guys are using. I'll give you about another minute to say hello, because I think that yeah, there's only 7 people in here right now. Ho. I don't think ho works, lovely laugh, but I do appreciate that. There you go. Vero, I don't think that one works. I think it's got to be one of these words up here. Hi, there you go. That one worked. Hola, that works for you, Vero. Very good. How do you play Choice Chambers against Dio again? So Volfix, it's literally just going to take whatever you say. So you're gonna look at, there's gonna be trigger words that come up here in the middle of the screen. And then you are going to be typing it into chat, whatever you want. And then that basically functions as a poll, okay? We got Blaze with the howdy. Very good. 6, actually, because I'm going to be going to bed soon. Oh, all good, lovely, sweet Shadow. Honey, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. You're going to bed as well, lovely, yummy. All good, darling. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you later, honey bun. Thank you so much for coming on in. What about the classic Tau? Is that acceptable? Unfortunately not. Where's Anyong from? Good. Korean? That's Korean, Volfex? Awesome. All right, do we have anybody else? We have 14 people in here who have registered as a I don't know if this is one that you can join in after the fact. So I think you do have to come in here because I've got like the entries right up here. Sorry I didn't have hands, so I'm late on this. That's okay, bad. No apologies necessary, sweetheart. All right, looks like we got 14 entries. And I think that means that we're gonna get into it. Oh, well done on the boss, by the way. I'm so sorry, I forgot to turn that on, my bad. My bad. All right, cuties, let's get into it then. Boop. Okay, so over here, how about that weapon? What weapon do I get, you guys? I actually wonder if I should get my, I think this is just... 2 people have said something. How do I jump? Is this not a possible... Do I not get that skill? Maybe I should get a controller. 11 entries so far. Maybe I'll make... Hold on, I might get rid of... There you go. You can probably see that better now, right? If I got rid of that. Bow, gun, woo woo. I was just thinking about the song. Oh, good, Lav. I'm glad you're getting to listen to it. Hammer. Alrighty. Man, it sure does give you a long ass time. I wonder if there's a whole duration is 60 seconds. What if we do 30? I think 30 is probably good.
Yeah, that's probably good. I think 30's fine. What have you given me? What have I gotten? How do I jump? Hold on, I'm literally gonna go and get, I'm gonna go get my controller. 1 second, I forgot that I think I like this more with controller. My apologies. There we go. All right, let's see if I can be better at this game. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now I fucking have, I now have, jumpies. Jumpies? What the? Oh! 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 What is this? What is this? Okay, maybe I have to go to the next room. Oh! Is this right? I got a bow! Thank you, guys! Shoot stuff from afar and never have to get close to another living thing. Thank you so much! I love that. That's actually my favorite thing. I'm so glad you chose a bow, honestly. Summon nuclear bomb! All right, phase 1, hostile hallways. Ah! Yes. All right. Okay, you guys, you've got, let's improve that jump. Higher, double, or pogo. Oh, God. Oh my God, I fucking hate this thing. Ah, bah, bah, bah! Fuck! Die, 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 die. Oh, thank God. Oh, not another one. Ow. Ah! Oh, thank God. No! Not another fucking... Don't like to get your hands dirty, eh, Tal? I don't. No, I don't. Oh boy, I'm scared. What have you guys given me? What is my gift? I got a double jump! Oh, you guys are so sweet. Rest easy knowing you can leap off the particles in the air, but only once. Thank you! That's the best option you could possibly have given me. You're so sweet. Time to upgrade that weapon. Do you guys want strength, speed, crits? Make me invincible! Oh my God. No! Okay. Crit! Let's fucking go. Strength, speed, or crits. Oh, and next one. How do you like your enemies? You like them tiny or husky? Make sure you vote on that one as well. Oh God, I hate the fucking bats. Oh, bats and bats and bats and I fucking hate these things. Oh man. Oh, and want to be room captain. That's the lottery vote. You say pick me if you want to be room captain. Sorry, should I move my head? Should I move my stupid head? 1 second. Let me Okay, there we go. Now you cannot see me anywhere. You don't need to. You don't need to. It's fine. I got faster attacking. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, also, lovely little Twitch dragon. Welcome on in, sweetheart. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now officially a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Oh, yes. I'm like a fucking machine gun, boy. Thank you, cuties! What if we make this our best is 20. So if we can get past 20, we've got a new record, which is absolutely amazing. No! Yes. Oh, fuck, I hate these things. Jump! Okay, and shoot. Okay. Turn around! Fuck! Your head is not stupid. It's beautiful. Thank you, beautiful puppet. You're so sweet. Okay. Husky enemies. 85% of you voted for this thing. You can fit entirely in their mouths. Don't let that happen. Big majority. 4 rooms. Oh, interesting. So if you if you guys get a bigger majority, then it... Oh, yikes, okay. Sedu is now room captain with 8 entries. Only Sedu can call in 1 gift per room. So, Sedu, keep note of this. You can either say heart, gold, enemy, bomb, empty, random, or resign if you don't want to be anymore. No, we need to see your reactions. Just get smaller? Okay, all right, very well. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Hold on, I will be smaller. I'm gonna be tiny. How's that? How's that? How's them apples? Hi, I'm down here. Phew. Tiny lady. Oh boy. Oh, Vofix, thank you so much for the woo baby talk. Oh, woo. It's the WAV talk, woo. Okay, here we go, woo. Ready? How should one weave this world? In chunks? In wazes? Oh, in confetti, woo? Yes. Oh, what's that, woo?
Ma'am, Tao is not snack size.
You
Snack.
murdered me, woo. You murdered me, woo. Sawu! I thought you loved me, woo. It's time to upgrade that weapon again. Strength, speed, or quits. What do you think, woo? I am not snack size. Please don't eat me, woo. What the fuck is that? Is that what the husky Emily looks like, woo? Oh my goodness. This is very scary. I can't trust sweet as sour. Not so sweet. I thought it'll give you bombs. Oh, okay. Every death is a wave. Awesome. We're going down in a blaze of wazes. A blazers, if you will. Lovely world twist. Thank you so much for coming in. I hope you're doing well. Want these rooms to be a different size? Bigger or smaller? Ah! Is that a gift or is that a trap? I don't know, it will. I guess I'll find out pretty soon, fuck! Rapid fire, fuck! Get him! Ooh, wait, I want that! A heart from you, woo. Ooh, thank you, woo. A quit, too. Thank you for the quit. Okay, what's this do? Wait, a fiery heart. Ooh, a special fiery heart. I don't remember what these do, Will. Okay. We got faster attacking. Ooh, 50%. Less downtime between kills. Rapid fire, Will. Rooms are now big. I think we need to buy more stuff, Will. What? Have you not heard of miminomism? Oh, you guys, you better I think you're gonna have to maybe weed the fuck. Oh, it's so okay. Well, weapon magic. Now it gets interesting. Fire, ice, lightning, or none. Also, you gotta please build me a bridge, you will. I can't get across without your bridge building prowess, you will. All my precious engineers in the chat, you will. Oh, Strat! Thank you for one. I don't know if I can. Oh wait, I do have double jump. Maybe I should try it. Should I try it? Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, thank you, Sadawu. Wazer, Bubwin, Sawu, Velwo, with. Thank you for building me a bridge. We got the fire mod. Fire spreads quickly, just like the rumors about the threat you now pose. Good. I want to be threatening. You will. Sawu, you don't want to be Worm Captain anymore. Is it time for someone else to be Worm Captain? Welcome to the shop. Vote on something nice. Would you guys like to vote on something nice? I forgot how this works. There's a spiky heart, and there's an empty. Ooh, a SWAT. Damn it! You guys get to vote because we have 104. I think we can also choose not to do any. I'm pretty sure. But you can choose. Oh, we got 7 votes for pure, 3 for spiked. Who wants to be Worm Captain? Someone gotta pick me. Do a pick me, woo. I can't believe we're already halfway through. Do our best, will. What do we choose? Oh, is this when do I click on this? Oh no, it's counting down, it will. Thank you for my heart. I don't know if it counted because I don't have the SWAT for it, but that's okay. Upgrade the weapon, precious powers. Upgrade the weapon, fuck. Ooh. I hate these ones. I hate those flying ones. They are
Woo! Oh, thank God I got rid of one. Also, I liked it. The wazers look very cool. I feel particularly epic, woo. Oh no, I died a woo. Wait, I died for a spiky heart to woo. Ooh, caution. Floor may be, you might have to weed behind me, cutie pies, but floor may be sticky, icy, or spiky. How do you like your enemies? Tiny, high, or husky? Want some extra hearts? Average of total. You should definitely put twee if you want me to get to the best womb. Okiawu? Okiawu? Please don't give me high... Oh, Widow Twitch Dragon is now Womb Captain. Okay, Widow Twitch Dragon, please make note of your options here. Oh, timer's up. Thank you for the lab woo baby tug, full fix. So you can do heart, gold, enemy, bomb, empty, random, or resign. I also got stronger. Yes, thank you. As if you needed it. Seriously though, you will. Icy floors. Fuck no. Tiny enemies! Okay, at least they're not high. Thank you for not giving me high enemies. I fucking hate those things. Ah! Whoa! Oh, I'm so glad you guys gave me fire and rapid fire! Both! Boom, boom, boom! Ah! Shit. Oh, are they gonna... Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Ah! Oh, no, not you, you little bitch! Ah! Fuck! No! No, you gave me an evil! Why? Why would you do this to me? Little Twitch Dragon, why? I guess it's maybe better than sticky? Yeah, I guess. Oh, God. Oh, I got 3 hearts! Thank you! Oh, fuck. I am overflowing with love. I am truly overflowing with love. I love you guys. Thank you. Oh! I definitely did not do that on accident or anything at all. Oh my God, I'm an idiot. Fuck. That was, I just kept on walking. Yep, that's what I did. Yep, that is exactly what I did. Oh, which way do ramps go? Up or down? Also, you can't see me. Hero, enemies, or the ground. All of those sound really bad. What is it? Ooh, rat. Fuck. I guess that one wasn't technically your fault, room captain. Technically, because, you know, I mean, it was random, but you could have been nicer. You could have been nicer. Little guy. All right. Okay. What is it? Rooms now go up. 92% of you voted for this. Oh God. Okay. Invisible hero? Yes, you still do need to wear deodorant. Want other cool powers? Ooh, you're insisting on the sub. Oh God, I'm so fucked, dude. Oh my God, I don't know how to do. What is that? I'm fucked. I'm so fucked. I'm fucked. Rip, GG. Fuck. As soon as the enemies come about, I mean, sorry, not the enemies, and the invisible stuff happens, I am so screwed. Okay, let's try again. Let's try once more with feeling. Everyone, say hello. Go ahead, my darlings. It's above. Any of those options will work. It was a good try. You did well. Thank you. You guys were very helpful for the most part. It's just as soon as things get invisible, I'm fucked. Silly pals. They made Tau cosplay John Cena. Got 11 entries. Yep. Okay.
Let's see, we got 11. Anybody else want to join in? Or are we... Oh, yep, we got little Twitch, yep. All right, we got Nyx back in here as well. Excellent, excellent. Love that. Are you leaving, Swedish Shadow? Am I not able to hear? Is it just me, or is Mix It Up not working? Hold on. Wait, what? Where is my Mix It Up sound? Are you guys hearing it? It accepts height. Height. No, it's not working. Shit, hold on a second. I don't know where that went. Oh, wait, did I accidentally... Oh, do you know what I think happened? I think that whenever I... Ooh, Artie, welcome in, amazing Artie. How are you? Thank you so much for the biddies, darling. Hold on, I gotta figure out why that's not working. I think it might be... Ah, okay. It's because that... It's on that layer. So when I make that invisible, hold on, I know what to do. I will put our gaming overlays and I will just turn off our merch thing right there, and then you should still... Then we should be good. I was like, it's so quiet. It's so quiet. I'm used to the pals like being like, oh, I can do this. There you go. Try now. Try a command now, sweetheart. Oh, darling. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. That's exactly it. Okay, great.
Pretty lady. Pretty lady.
Ram, would you like to play with us, sweetheart? Bye-bye. Are you heading out, Swedish Shadow? I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming in. Anybody who wants to join, make sure that you click or type in one of those, and then you get to... Oh, you're in bed? You can still, all you got to do for this one, Ram, is literally type things in. So you can do that through, well, like on your phone if you want. Basically, just add hi, hey, sup, yo, hola, hi, greetings, salutations, hello, howdy, annyeong, aloha, or konnichiwa, and it will add you into the entry options. Democracy Manifest. This is fun. I'm so glad you're having fun. I really like this game. It's very fun. Okay, I will just gonna vibe. Sure thing. All right, let's get into it then. Okay, you guys, you get to pick a weapon. What weapon would you like? Oh, wait, I already have a bow. Are you gonna let me keep it? Raw, darling. Raw, darling, indeed. Up. Ha, 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 ha. Huh. Okay, now, you also get to improve that jump. Pogo or... Whew, that was close. Okay, all good. Sorry. Isn't a command. I got a sword. We have a sword now. Fuck. Okay, here we go. Good at cutting things in half, especially if they deserve it. Oh, and we can also upgrade the weapon now if you would like to. Fuck! No. Capitalism! Capitalism! Excuse! Jacques. Okay.
Hey, money.
Capitalism! Capitalism! Who would like to be room captain? Who wants capitalism? Rest easy, knowing you can leap off the particles in the air. Also, how do you like your enemies? Tiny or husky? Sorry, I know that my face is a little bit in the way. I tried to shrink myself down as much as possible. I hate these. I hate these. I hate these. Ah! Yes. Oh, fuck you. Ah, fuck these things. I fucking hate these ones. Tiny enemies, huh? We got stronger. Thank you. Thank you for making me stronger. Bublin! Sweetie pie, keep in mind that you can call in one gift per room. Heart, gold, enemy, bomb, empty, random, or resign. Oh god, I thought I fell. Oh, it's time to stack stuff. Who would like to let me climb on them? Please, precious pals. I will move out of the way. I promise. Whoop. Ooh. Ooh, what's this? Oh, a little spiky heart. Okay.
Ooh. Oh, I think I can get up. Yes, thank you so much, cutie pies. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
5,
5, 4, 3. Tiny enemies. Oh, good. Oh, time to upgrade the weapon again, cutie pies. Please do upgrade it for me, please, 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 please. Money! Heart. Okay. How should one leave this world? In chunks, lasers, or confetti? How would you prefer our beasties to depart? Ooh, do you want these rooms to be a different size? Do you want them smaller or bigger? Ha! Oh! Ah! Ah! Oh, that was close. What's in the box? Money! Thank you for money. Ooh, that was close. Money, money. Gotcha. Okay. We got stronger. Thank you, cutie pies. And we got lasers. Okay, you guys really love those lasers. I did like them too. That's fair. Weapon magic. Do you want, what kind of weapon magic would you like? It gets interesting now. Oh, I am getting stronger. Holy shit, no kidding. Thank you, guys. Oh my God, that's actually super helpful. Thank you. I'm one-shotting the little ones with just bomb. Oh, let's go. So good. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, fuck. One-shotting the little ones. I hate these. And what kind of weapon magic would you like? And it's tiny. Now it's like a college party, but with less monsters. Capitalism! Capitalism! Fuck, I wish we had a slot. I wish we had a slot to use. I wonder if the burning one would be best, but it's up to you guys, honestly. But I think that the pure one doesn't give me an extra heart. Does it just replace the current one, maybe? I'm not sure. I want that. I want that. I want it. Burning, 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 wait, no, hold on, wait, oh, I see, I get to vote for it, that's interesting. Fireheart, thank you, cuties, I appreciate it. Very helpful, what's next? I got lightning, let's go, shocking, I know. Thank you guys so much.
It looks like Tao became a tomato and started dungeon revengeance arc to destroy evil forces that makes ketchup out of Tao's family.
That's me. I am Tomato on a revenge quest. That sounds like an anime. Taking revenge from my tomato family as the tomato hero. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Yummy water. Do you want some extra hearts? Do you guys want some extra? Ah! Oh God, no, sorry. Sorry, I just scared myself with the lightning. My bad. Ah! Whoa! Shit! Sorry, I meant crit. Oh my God, the lightning is so scary, dude. Holy money! Time to upgrade the weapon again. Strength, speed, crits. Also, floor maybe. Sticky, icy, or spiky. What do you reckon? What is it? I almost got eaten.
Oh, stinky.
Money screech, money screech. Okay, you. Yes, look at the beautiful rave before our very eyes. How do you like your enemies? Tiny, high, husky? Oh, we got 3 hearts. Thank you, sweetie pie. That's so sweet of you. We got stronger, even stronger. Oh, I almost did the thing, but I didn't do it that time. Aren't you proud of me? I'm feeling, oh, that guy just died. Oh, no! He ate me. Fuck. I will need a heart to replace that. Oh, no, it's sticky. Sticky feet. Sticky feet. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to just jump around. Okay, you guys voted on sticky, eh? You can't see me. Hero, enemies, or ground. This is the end of my life. Which way do ramps go? Up or down? You can take my heart. Thank you. You're so sweet. Sticky floors. Tiny enemies. Okay. Okay, invisible hero. Oh, fuck. I'm so screwed, dude. Oh, no! I don't want to die! Fuck. I'm just gonna stand here and, Oh. Holy crap, bruh! Fuck! Shit! No, there goes my coin, no! I only have one heart left. Look at particles of jump. I know, but it's still hard to figure out where the fuck I'm landing. Nope, I can't see. Ah, fuck! Did I do it? Oh my god, I can't believe I did it. Shit, dude. Okay, am I stuck? Am I? Okay. Rooms now go down! You've reached your peak. Take a selfie. Well done, thanks, Strat. I think we need to buy more stuff. I think we need to buy some hearts for me! I'm gonna die. Huh. Oh, I'm not invisible anymore! Oh, thank God! Oh, thank God. Oh, yes, a heart! Thank you for the hearts! Oh, you guys are so kind to me. Thank you for being so kind! Oh, I love that these guys die like that. That's very fun. Money. Ooh! Okay, this is scary. How am I gonna do this? Okay. Okay. I gotta... Okay. Oh, do they... Okay, yep. And then as soon as that goes down... Go on, go down. Oh, fuck! Ah! Oh, fuck! Oh, shit, it's okay. Wait, it's when I jump. Oh, I thought it was a timer thing. I'm so dumb. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Come here, you little fucker! Okay. Yes! No! Fuck! Oh, God, that was close. No! Fuck! So close! Room 14. Okay, listen. I think we're getting a little bit closer each time. Man, that invisible thing. Those ankle biters, man. Koi! Hi there, cutie Koi. Welcome on in. How are you? Damn it. All right, try again. I will actually let you decide for the last 45 minutes or so of stream. Do you want to keep on doing this or do you want to play something else? I will let you decide that. Just because I know that I hope you guys are having fun, but at the same time, I know it's not quite the same as like getting to vote on like vetoes and stuff. So let me just see. Want to keep playing Choice Chamber? I'll just see if you say yes or no. And if you say no, you got 1 minute, by the way. If you say no, then I will play something else. But if you say yes, then we will complete stream with Choice Chamber for about another half an hour or so. Half an hour, 45 minutes. Just noticed it does use what color we're using. Isn't that cool? I kind of like that. I think that's really fun. You're doing good. I'm happy to hear that. Another song at end of stream dial. Yeah, sure, Volfix, but you gotta pick one. What would you like? Or give me some options to choose from if you don't know exactly which one. What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? I should get that as a redeem. I love that one. That's so funny. How's it going? Hi, Ozzy. How are you? Hi, Suda Storm. Okay, it looks like you guys do want to keep on playing. All right, that makes me happy. Cool. Just want to make sure you're not bored. Do you not know that meme, Storm? Nathan and I quote that like 5 or 6 times a week. This is Democracy Manifest. If you know where that one's from, that's the same thing. I picked Everything Stays earlier. Can we go get Slow Dance with You? Ooh, is that on my list? I don't even know if I... Hold on, do I know that song? Please make sure that you guys... We only have 8 entries, so remember that at the beginning of each round, you do have to rejoin using a greeting. Slow Dance with You. I don't know if that's on my list. No, I don't think that one's one I know, hun.
Can you pick the no idea on either of them. Oh really, Storm? Oh man, you should watch it. It's like such a, I'm actually surprised by that. That's a very like Australian meme. Get your hands off my penis. Hold on. Okay, now I officially do have to like send that in the chat so you guys know what we're talking about. For anyone who doesn't know, this is Democracy Manifest thing. Manifest meme. Just watch this briefly. Actually, you know what? Maybe watch it together. I think we should watch it together. I think that would be a good idea. Here. 1 second. This is important. This is critical Australian fauna. Here. Make sure it's not too loud. It is old, sorry.
Just a moment, you just assured me that I could speak.
Sit down inside the car. We're not assuring anything. We're under arrest.
Look, I'm under what?
What is a charge?
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before.
Get some cups.
Why did you do this to me?
Hop in the car. Get some cups.
For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well.
You know your judo well is another one.
And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? How dare get your hands.
Extremely touchy police. Ta-ta and farewell. Absolute legend. I'm just saying, he's so good. I love him. He's amazing. There you go. So that's the reference. It's like a really, really well-known like Aussie meme that Nath introduced me to. I think like the first week I met him, he was like, "Do you know about Democracy Manifest?" I'm like, "Do you mean like the United States or something?" He's like, no. I have to show you this. Let's see. Volfex, did you decide any specific song? I'm really surprised you haven't seen that one before, Storm. My limp Chinese mule. Okay, now I know. Thank you. No worries. That's okay. Now we get to educate everybody in the chat, actually. I love that one. Oh, for the dancing and the dreaming. All right, you got it. We will, do you want me to do that now or at the end of stream, Volfex? Amazing Orgamus. Thank you very much, darling, for gifting that sub to a succulent Chinese meal. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Amazing Artemis. Thank you for your very generous and kind offer. Thank you. It's very funny. Okay. All right. It looks like any last minute entries for this one? No? If not, we will go. I'll give you 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Alrighty. Do you guys want me to keep my sword? Do you want me to go back to my bow? Or do you want me to give me a brand new hammer? Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Bum, ba-dum. Ooh, improve the jumps. Ah, fuck! I never expect them to be the big guys. The big guys. Got him. Okay. Ah. Another. Okay, and oh, we have a hammer. Great at turning most things into inedible pancakes. Holy, this is like the slowest weapon, but at the same time, oh, I can attack in the air. That's interesting. Okay. Oh, want to be room captain? Pick me. Or, well, and what weapon are we upgrading? Oh, fuck. Yes. Yes. No shit. Ah, fuck. No, don't eat me. Oh, yes. Okay. Pull the lever, Kronk. Lever. Yay, double jump. Thanks, cutie pies. Appreciate it. Sometimes you're a hammer, sometimes you're a towel. I am always a towel.
Oh my god, it can jump up. It uses my hammer skills to jump up at me. Ah, cool, I can one-shot them. Nice. Alrighty. Skellington! Congratulations on being room captain. You have the power per room to say heart, gold, enemy, bomb, empty, random, or resign. Faster attacking! Can you imagine if you guys give me all the faster attacking for this hammer? Oh, wait, why does it glow? I don't like that very much. Why is it glowing? I'm scared. Why? What is that for? What is that about? Midas? Money? Midas money? Money for Midas? I'm Midas. Yes. Murder the flying ones. Tiny enemies. Okay, I mustn't run in this. Ugh, fuck you. No. Damn it! Oh, wait, did I beat it? Oh, I did. Phew, thank God. You guys! How should one leave this world? Oh, Volfix, thank you very much for the leg up. A double leg up, shall we? Thank you for the yay! Dearest Dark, welcome on in. How are you? Thank you for contributing to the Discord Community Game Night Challenge. Razor, Volfix, thank you, darling. Whee! Thank you very much. I will make it over. Yay! Thanks, cuties. Time to upgrade the weapon again! What would you like to upgrade it to? Or with, I suppose. Yikes! No! Okay, it's fine. 2 at once! 2 at... No, fuck, I can't kill both at once, can I? Oh my god. Oh my god. No! Why is this so hard to kill? Stop jumping! Okay, finally. Oh, minus Midas. No more Midas. Oh, yes, made it. And do you want the rooms to be a different size? Smaller? Bigger? Confetti! Celebrate being cool every time. Thank you for my new heart! Yay! Thank you, sweet skeleton. And thank you for exploding things in Yay, confetti! Very, very fun. Fuck! Oh, I can do it all in one. Nice. I hate these things. Okay, there's something very fun about the confetti, I must confess. And then that guy just, like, murdered himself. Oh, I see. I can also use that to my own advantage. Yes, this makes sense. Yes. What kind of magic would you like? Fire, ice, lightning, or none? Okay, we run, we leave. Faster attacking! 100%! Thank you so much. Oh my god, look at me go. Look at me go. I'm shaking the whole fucking screen. Rooms are now big. Okay, big rooms, faster attack speed. Welcome to the shop. Do we have enough for the slot? Oh my god, we have enough for the slot! Hallelujah! Do you guys want to give me another heart-shaped slot? I would love that. I'm gonna vote for that personally. It's up to you, but I think it may go slow. I'm just saying. Yay! I wish I could, like, break into this. Break it. With that speed and hammer, you can now build a railroad. Imagine if they were like, all right, you're getting pretty far into this game. I think that you deserve to build a railroad. Thank you for the slot. I'm so excited. I have faith now. We got lightning. More lightning. Next room. Lightning. Where's lightning? Maybe it has to execute. Yeah, it has to. It has to actually hit a beastie. A beastie. Whoa. Crash. What's that? I want that heart. What is that? A leafy heart. Yes. I'm wealthy. How did I get so wealthy? Very kind pals allowing me to have the Midas touch for my enemies. Capitalism! How did it get so rich? Capitalism! Thor's bonker y'all! How do you like your enemies? Tiny, high, husky? Time to upgrade that weapon. Strength, speed, or crits. And caution, the floor may be sticky, icy, or spiky. Ah! My heart's for me! Thank you! You guys are so sweet. Thank you, darlings. Okay, okay. No, no, no. I hate these things. Die, die, oof, die. Yes, got him. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, nice, a crit. I love it. I love a crit. Oops, sorry. Oh, actually, that's kind of cool. I just now realized that even if I don't hit the monsters, they get like jolted by how much movement there is. That's pretty cool. Tiny enemies. Faster attacking. Boom, boom, boom. I love it. Spiky floors. Be the sharpest tool in the shed. Okay, barely one room. Okay, all right, noted. You're a cutie beautiful bad. Yes, yes, yes. I like this. This is good. This is good. Oh, fuck. No, 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 no. Oh, I hate that thing. No, no. Not double. No. Fuck. Okay, I have to figure out how I'm going to get past that thing. I can't move back very easily. Fuck! It's so... I thought it'd be far enough away. It's not. Oh, I'm so screwed. Oh, no. Hey, room captain, do you want to give me a heart, maybe? That'd be pretty cool. Anybody want to give me a... do you want to do... Oh, look at that. That's a really nice gift. What could be in there? Thank you, Skellington. Thank you so much. Oh, fuck. Oh, oh, yes. Finally. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Bah. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you. What else can I do again? Good question. I think it's, is there another one coming? Oh, fuck this little guy. Did I get him? Oh, I did, yes. Yes! Yay! Rooms now go up. You guys really like that up, don't you? Invisible ground. I'm so fucked. Oh my god. Gold heart bomb enemy resign. Oh, that's it, Bublin. I think you're... Oh, there is random. Yes, there is random as well. Oh my god, this is scary. Fuck. Oh, toggle the grid. Unlimited voting for toggle the grid. I'm gonna let you guys work that one out. What does this do? Have fun. No ground for you. Oh. Do I go in there or... Oh, I'll be squished. I've been bombed. I'm gonna die. No, I need that little heart. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Okay, wait. Okay. Wait, no, I think as long as no one tries to kill me, please don't make the effort. Please don't make the effort to kill me. I think if you guys give me literally any one of these, it'll be fine. But if you toggle more than one, I'll die. So that's what it does. Yeah, there you go, like a blue and a yellow. Okay, I'm on my last heart. Be nice. Be nice. Here we go. Wait. Oh, wait, I thought the heart replaced the other hearts. Oh, fuck. It's replaced the other hearts before. Fuck. Spike heart is danger, but it's replaced my other heart before. I'm so sad. Oh, man. You want to give me one more try? One more try. It's like a poison mushroom. Do poison mushrooms replace other mushrooms? Fuck. Boo. Boo on me. Boo on me. Boo on me. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Lizzie. Damn it. Damn it. Boo on you. Boo on you. Boo on me. We didn't even have to do anything. That's true. You actually didn't, did you? You got this, Tau. Succeed. Thank you, beautiful bat. I appreciate it. I think you took damage in exchange for the heart previously. If you have no hearts, that's maybe why it's game over. Oh, actually, you might be right about that. Hi there, precious Potato. Welcome on in. How are you, sweetie pie? It's so good to see you in here. Democracy manifest. We only have 9 entries. Anybody else want to join us? Anybody else want to join us? I'll give you like 10 more seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fero, we got 10. Nice. Oh, we got Skellington back. Awesome. Okay. All right. Anybody else? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'll be better. I'll be better. I'm sorry. I'll try to avoid spiked hearts. I understand the game now. I've only been playing it for... We're going to pretend that didn't happen. I've only been playing it for an hour. I hate that these jump. What a fucking pain. Oh! No! Oh my god. Leave me alone. Oh, God. Finally. It's like a Twitch emote came to life and it's hungry. It does look like that. We got a sword this time. Oh, it's a tie. Whee, whee. What kind of jump should we get this time, guys? What? Oh shit, I'm so used to the double jump now that I'm trying to do it. It's not working! It's okay, it won't, it's just not working briefly, hopefully. Ooh, and upgrade the weapons. Strength, speed, crits. How do you like your enemies? Tiny, high, or husky? I have got... Oh, boy. I love... You got Pogo Jump. Have fun with that one. I'm fucked. Oh, my God. Oh, I can actually... If I hold this button, I can actually stop myself from jumping. Okay. But I have to hold it. It's not a toggle. Oh, fuck. Fuck! Come here, you little bitch! No! Capitalism! Capitalism! Oh my god, oh my god, darling. Rah, darling, indeed. Oh my god. Doos. What have we got? Cyber! Lovely Cyber, you are now room captain. Would you like to gift hearts, golds, enemies, bombs, empties, randoms, or resigning? Also, pretty lady. Pretty lady. Tiny enemies. Okay. Upgrade. Ooh, a gift for me. Ooh, what's in the gift box? Ooh, a heart for me. Capitalism! Yes, yes. Capitalism! Just so that nobody gets confused, that is a very much a joke command. I'm a socialist. So I just want you to know that. I had one person message me and they were like, so Tau, I didn't know you were that into capitalism. I'm really very much not. I'm quite anti-capitalist. But it's funny, isn't it funny? And it's relevant for most problems. Faster attacking, let's go. Boing, 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 boing. Oh, fuck. Ah! Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Capitalism! Capitalism! Oh fuck, you gave me an enemy! Why? Oh. Ugh. Got him. Boing, boing, boing. We are Spoink from Pokemon. We are lasers. Rooms are now tiny. Teeny, tiny. Weapon magic. What magic do we have on our weapons? Ah, yeah, baby. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, yes. I got rid of both of them at the same time. Yes. Not another one. No, I hate those. I hate the flying ones. They're the worst. They're the worst. I thought he almost ate me. Got him. Gimme. Magic time after town. Oh, darling. No, my slot. I have no slot available. Wait, what's this? Is there some money in here? What's in here? Oh, money. Thank you. Damn it, it's not quite enough. Wait, can I have a burning one? I have $87 dues now. I wonder if that will work. Maybe I have to come in here with the money? Because I now have 87 and it says it's 75. Capitalism! Can't hit us if we are in the air 50% of the time. Head expanding. Capitalism! Capitalism! Oh, okay, it did work. We got our burning heart. Lovely, darlings. Thank you. What's in here? We got the fire mod. Yes. What is this? Fuck. Oh, shit. Bomb the floor. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Okay, who's bombing the floor? You got columns 1 through 5. Also, how do you like your enemies? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I'm fucking scared. I'll stay right here. Oh, no, I won't. I'll stay here. Please don't drop it on me. Fuck. Oh my God. No, it's a bomb. Oh my God. You guys are so mean to me. Oh, fuck. Oh my God. Nope. Oh, get this one. Get that one. Oh, fuck. No. Yeah, no. Get the other. No, get the one on the left. Get the one on the left. Get the one on the fuck. Get the one on the left. Get the one on the left. Get the one on the left. Please.
This is the best room. TauTassieTiger.
Let me out. Look, I'm over here. Come on, come get me, please. Someone come get me. Come get me. Come get me. I dare you. Oh, yes. No. Fuck. No way, dude. Oh my God. Oh, that was so mean. Holy shit. That was a devastating room. Holy fuck. I think that's a clip. That's gotta be a clip, surely. Oh, no, that's gonna murder me. That one's gonna murder me. I'm determined to stay alive. I'm determined. You can't kill me. You can't do it. My pals, you can't kill me. My enemies cannot kill me. None will murder thee. Fuck, I'm scared. Oh my God. Hearts, yes, thank you so much. Randomly picked because no one voted. Well, that is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me, I think. Well, are you guys trying to murder me? Bomb denial. Thank you, Aussie perfection. Okay, which way do ramps go? Capitalism! Yes. Okay. Raw, darling. Yes.
All that capitalism sounds more like capital lizards.
Capital lizards.
gonna die for it, though. No. Go! Yes! Yeah! Yeah! Look, guys, I'm getting better. I just jinxed myself. I know it. I can feel it in my bones. Rooms now go up. I'm an invisible hero. Oh, fuck. Rooms are big. Rah, darling. Rah, darling. Indeed. Oh, no. I'm just breathing, okay?
Murder?
Ha, 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 ho, ho, ho. Ha, fuck. Oh, God, just keep going. We're going up, 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 up. It's our moment, whatever. Yes, yes, yes. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Oh, fuck. I can't! Fuck! I thought I was gonna hit him! Damn it, no! Oh, give me the money! Give me that money! Yes! Yes! Sorry, I'm so loud. Oh, he just jumped into the yuckies water. The hot water. No! I was trying to time it, fuck! Capitalism! Okay, alright, this little bitch. It opened! What's in here? Surely you wouldn't betray me! Oh, you didn't betray me. Thank you. Come on, little heart. Come to me! Come to me! Yes, thank you. Oh, I need it. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Oh, God. Okay. Is that gonna... I'm afraid it's gonna, like... Oh, God, that was close. Did you see how close that was? Fuck. Oh, my God, please let me out of this hell. Double jump. Oh, you guys gave me double jump. Thank you. Oh, the pogo is gonna be my murderer. Part of me wants to be nice to Tab, but the louder brat part of me wants to cause her as much trouble as I can. Listen, that's what I'm here for, cause the trouble. You are not as heartless as you thought. You now have two. Let's go! True! Mada, I'm done hiding. Now I'm shining like I'm born to be. Okay, let me... Oh,
Pretty
God.
lady.
That was very scary. Oh, is that a... Oh, fuck, it's a boss. Oh, fuck. Oh my God. This is illegal. This is so unfair. No, fuck. I don't even know if I'm supposed to do that. No, it's our first boss and I fucking got obliterated. I think I need, oh God, scary sound. Yeah, scary sound. I think I need a bow for that guy. I actually have no idea how I'm supposed to deal with him. Thank you for the scary live. We need an in-game command to give Tao one more chance. Oh, that'd be so nice. That would be very sweet. Capitalism! I was gonna drop a bomb for my final one as well. I saw you were planning to kill me. Let's see how it is. Ram, thank you so much for the care package, darling. I appreciate it. How much time do we have? I think we're done, sweetest Strat. I think we're all good. I think that's about it for us. That's a 6.5 hour stream. Yeah, I think we're done for the day, cutie pies. We're still working our way through some of the songs that oh, who requested that one? I remove that. But we are still on the songs from last week. Or sorry, yesterday. So, thank you for tonight's stream. It's my pleasure, sweetie pie. 1 second. Let me get a little bit more. Boop. Ha ha ha. Okay. You did really well getting so far. Thank you, honey. That's very sweet of you. You guys are very, very kind, even when you're being mean. Give me just a second. I'm just gonna hop out of the game, and I'm gonna move you over. Oh yeah, we got Carrie. Yes, that's right. Sorry. I thank you for reminding me, hun. You wanted, for the dancing and the dreaming. Is that right? Is that right? And then we'll go on a quick break. Sorry, we will go on a quick break until tomorrow. Very good effort. Thank you. Okay. Quick break. This is a 12-hour stream. Good point. Oh, everything stays. Okay, we're doing a double feature. Okay. 1 second. We will do both of those back to back. Let me see here. So for the dancing in the dream. Okay, hold on, darlings. If you guys would like to depart and not listening to me sing, I totally understand that. But if you wouldn't mind sticking around, this is a redeem that Volfix has redeemed twice. So we got two songs. Two songs. All right. Let's see. Let's do a little bit of singing real quick. Actually, that does remind me. Oh, you know what I need to do? I really need to make sure that I turn off the, hold on, I need to make sure that I turn off our raids, or else I'm gonna feel terrible if someone comes in here like, right now. Okay, I saved it. Is that okay? Okay, for the dancing and the dreaming, one more time. Why would I miss out on hearing your spectacularly beautiful vocals? Sweet to me. Thank you, goodies. All right. I'll swim and sail on savage sea with never fear of drowning, and gladly ride the waves of life if you will marry me. No scorching sun. Indeed, Ram, indeed. No scorching sun, nor freezing cold will stop me on my journey if you will promise me your heart and love me for eternity. My dearest one, my darling dear, your mighty words astound me, but I've no need for mighty deeds when I feel your arms around me. But I would bring you rings of gold, I'd even sing you poetry, and I would keep you from all harm if you would stay beside me. I have no use for rings of gold, I care not for your poetry. I only want your hand to hold, I only want you near me. I'll swim and sail on savage seas with never fear of drowning. I'll gladly ride the waves of life, and you will marry me. There you go. Sorry, I can tell that I've been, I didn't even realize how much I was screaming during that game. My voice is cracking. Okay, and then you got it, everything stays for me, is that right? Let's go in, wait, whoops. I'm doing Let's Go in the Garden to the tune of, okay. How does it go? Wow, I'm literally just thinking about things in, for the Dancing in the Dream tune. My bad, 1 second. Capitalism! Let's go in the garden, you'll find something waiting right there where you left it lying upside down. When you finally find it, okay, I literally have to go listen to the song. Hold on, I'm having so much trouble with it. Everything stays. Let me go listen to the song real quick. Sorry, my bad. Hold on. Wow. Capitalism! Capitalism! All right, one sec. Okay. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When they find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter when you turn it around. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways when everything stays. Okay. Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter when you turn it around. Everything stays right where you left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways when everything stays. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is raising. The water's gotten higher as the shore washes out. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing. The moon controls the tide. It can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways when everything stays. Okay, sorry. I definitely forgot how that song went. Like, I literally did. Can you tell? Thank you for the care package, Radical Ram. I appreciate it. It's just the sound of me drinking water. Aw, thank you guys. You're very sweet, honey buns. Thank you, cutie pies. I hope you had a great time today. The last goal that you guys had voted for was actually a Tau karaoke stream. Sorry. Sorry in advance. But I will be putting that up since we've just finished this one. And that reminds me, you guys, if you haven't yet, please go to the Pouch Pal Discord. Go to the the Pouch Couch. Go to Threads. And then go to movie night because you guys need to vote on what movie you would like. It's actually looking like we're gonna probably watch some Monty Python. And that means we have to put some Monty Python movies on there. So I'll go and grab like 5 of the most popular ones or something. And then you will need to vote on that too. In fact, I might actually do that tonight because there's 21 votes for that and there's nothing even close besides that. So I'm gonna do that, okay? Make sure that you guys do vote on that. I will tag the watch party again as well. Storytelling stream? We don't have a storytelling stream coming up anytime soon, Sweetest Strat. But yes, we do have a stream tomorrow. We have a stream tomorrow. It will be some Persona 5. Please consider coming on in. Lovely oh shit, Discord community game night is 95% complete thanks to you adorable cutie pies. Thank you very much. Let me see here. Oh, hey, you know who's a great person to drop you off with? The sweetest Suvi, who is actually my model sister. Suvidriel is also the creator of the app that I use for my model, which is Vinyan. We're gonna go see her. She's her model was also made by Mint. So let's go say hello to her. Actually, you know what? Instead of our classic raid message, do you guys want to come up with something like Mint EXCE model sister raid or something like that. That would be fun. She is actually doing some marbles on stream, so I figure that's a really good way to...
Imagine if one day Tao would sing to y'all like in club and VR chat. That would look super cool. Like going to old school clubs with the singers.
Yo, I would love to do that. That'd be so much fun. That'd be so much fun. I've been awake all stream and it's 11 a.m. here, so only one question remains. Do I go Cyberpunk or VG Fight? You go to bed. Yeah, EXCE, beautiful Bublin. There's a C after the X, but yes! Oh, model sister support also works. I love both of those. That's great. Perfection! I love them both. Model sister support, cute. I love it. That's great. Yeah, mint EXCE model sis raid, perfect. I love all of them. I am so happy with all of those. Those are great. All right, cutie pies. Like I said, I will see you tomorrow for some Persona 5. I'm very much looking forward to it. Darlings, if you're going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. And my cutest, preciousest, most precious pals, please make sure you take the best care of yourselves, because you know I would take the best care of you. Go check out our absolutely amazing readers as well, and I will see ya tomorrow. I love you so much. I miss you so much. You have little pieces of my heart, my soul. Mwah. Ciao for now.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Capitalism! Amanda? Boo-boo?
Bye-bye.
Pretty lady.